A shadowy old man slid a strange button into Alan's hands, swearing it would grant him endless years of brutal sword training. Alan shut out every doubt and pressed it. Little did he know this single choice would smash his normal life to pieces forever. Time snapped back after what felt like eternity, and Alan staggered back to school third-year swordsman, getting mocked and crushed by everyone. He shoved past humiliation, training every day while insults rained down and water bottles flew at him, thrown by people who already decided he was worthless. Tears spilled down his face as he grabbed the title Reject Swordsman, masking the raw power he'd forged all on his own. All alone, Alan clung to the dream he built as a kid, fueled by the sacrifices his mother made and the steady love that never quit, even when life crushed him. His resolve hardened into steel. Becoming a true swordsman for her was the only road ahead. Locked in, he slipped into a silent hallway, hunting for a peaceful spot to train solo. Mocking voices slammed in from behind. Familiar students cackled and taunted him again, calling him the reject swordsman. Dodriel swaggered in with arrogant disdain, sneering at Alan's grit and shouting that every last drop of his effort was totally pointless. Dodriel flashed a cruel smirk, taunting Alan's very existence, and even went after the parents who raised him all on their own. Every insult he spit got nastier and sharper, aiming straight at Alan's mother, blaming her for everything that went wrong. Alan shook with fury and snapped at Dodriel to take back the disgusting words he'd just shouted. He roared with fierce conviction, defending his mom's strength and sacrifice, refusing to swallow that cruel insult. In a blink, Alan shot forward. Then a vicious blow slammed him mid-charge, knocking him flying backward. Alan crumpled on the ground again, bruised and humiliated, while everyone laughed because he still couldn't dodge that one simple hit. Through the pain, he clenched his fists and let rage surge higher and higher, tears of shame burning hot at the same time. Alan rose with steel in his eyes, jabbed a finger at Dodriel and dared him to a proper duel. Right there, no backing down. Every single person gasped in shock, as the Academy's lowest-ranked student demanded justice from its strongest swordsman. Dodriel sneered with laughter, but still took the challenge, swearing Alan would be humiliated if he dared lose that reckless gamble. Dodriel snapped that the stakes had to match, laughing at how Alan's future barely even mattered at all. As Alan was forced to listen, crushing words rained down, like they were saying his very existence was worthless, with zero meaning. With his breath held, he swallowed the brutal rule and nodded, confirming the duel with a trembling, unbreakable resolve. As soon as training started, he drilled with pure urgency, because he knew the match would be here at dawn. He had zero help from the school, so he drilled by himself day after day, repeating the moves until his strength and focus finally got razor-sharp. Dodriel's name ripped through the halls, and everyone started whispering about him, because he was a real prodigy who flattened upperclassmen with effortless, scary skill. Doubt clawed at him, but Alan doubled down on training, refusing to let pride smash the promise he made to his mother. Exhaustion made his hands shake, his sword slipped from his grip, but he gritted his teeth and kept swinging anyway. Darkness swallowed him, and despair hit hard as he finally realized, no matter how much he tried, effort alone couldn't cross that brutal, impossible gap. Still kneeling, he swallowed his pride and confessed his weakness. He was desperate for power, not for himself, but to protect someone he couldn't afford to lose. Tears streamed down his face as hopelessness crushed him. No talent, no time, and no way forward left. Out of the blackness, a weird presence lunged into view, and before he could brace himself, it drifted closer. Too calm, too close, and completely unexpected. A mystery, unaging figure stepped out of nowhere, speaking with a gentle voice that instantly sparked uneasy concern and wild curiosity. Clenching his blade, the young swordsman demanded answers. Who was that mysterious guy from another world? With a grin, the elder leaned in and dropped the truth. Everyone knew him as the Time Hermit. At first he froze in place, but then he finally cracked, words spilling out as he slowly realized that talking could lift the crushing weight off his chest. But then, with everything spilling out, he told you about his mother's sacrifices, and how he refused to let a single one of her hard-earned efforts go to waste. He spilled the truth about non-stop bullying, brutal training, and one cruel insult that snapped him past his breaking point. With both dangers crushing in at once, he finally broke down and admitted the worst. He knew deep down he never had a real chance. The old man smirked like he'd seen it all, then dropped a mysterious solution that lit up the air, turning magic into an unexpected lifeline of hope. The old man burst out, dramatically unveiling the button, and the boy nearly jumped out of his skin at the sudden, booming excitement. He broke down what that button could do: training, food, shelter, and full safety, keeping everyone covered for a mind-blowing 100 million years. Still skeptical, he couldn't shake the question. Maybe time like that could really forge him into something stronger. Temptation tugged at him, and he grudgingly agreed, praying this one push would finally make the old man quit. Even with doubt clawing at him, he slammed his hand on the glowing button, wondering if this bold hunt for power was about to ruin everything. He cracked his eyes open into silence, and the sky overhead looked so wrong that confusion hit him like a wave. A weird building loomed nearby as his new surroundings finally started to sink in. In that strange alternate world, there were no shadows at all, just an endless blinding brightness stretching forever. Pure excitement surged as he realized he could keep training right up until that clock finally slammed into 100 million. And with that, everything snapped into place. He kicked off his journey with raw intensity, swinging like his life depended on it because this one shot could rewrite who he was. With his stomach growling like thunder, he checked the time and knew he had to hunt down food. Inside the strange house, the space bent and stretched like it had a pulse, unfolding giant rooms and packing them with sleek modern comfort. As he drifted deeper, he stumbled into a fully loaded kitchen packed with high-tech tools, but his cooking skills still lagged far behind. Swinging open the pantry, he found a mountain of food, picked up a tomato, took one bite, and froze at how unbelievably fresh it tasted. With his belly finally full, he chased down more mouth-watering snacks, instead of doing anything useful like prepping for a bath just to relax. He slipped into the giant bath and sank deep into the heat, finally letting his guard drop and relaxing for the first time. After that, he flopped into bed with a grin and couldn't wait. He was itching to train and finally become the swordsman he'd been dreaming of. 10 years slipped by in that timeless world, and with every passing fight, his understanding of swordcraft sharpened into something far deeper. He drilled every move until his body moved like it already knew. Balance, power, and technique locked in so tight that each swing became pure instinct. A full century later, he'd forged countless brand new techniques, reshaping modern swordsmanship forever. 1,000 years crashed by, and then, just like that, he finally started to feel real loneliness for the first time. With 2,000 years drained away, food lost its spark, and eating turned into a lifeless, flavorless chore. After 5,000 years, dread hit him. What if everything he learned disappeared the second he came back? Training restarted, but self-doubt hit harder and harder, crushing him with despair, anxiety, and a gut-wrenching fear of losing everything all over again. After 7,000 years, his purpose finally cracked. He started to question what strength was even for and who he'd turned into. Tired of being laughed at, he roared through the agony and clenched his sword in pure rage. Cruel insults from the past seared through his mind, and that pain turned into a desperate fight-back resolve. Rage ripped through him as he lifted his trembling blade, and his opponent just stood there, utterly relaxed, completely unbothered. In a timeless void, he kept training non-stop, forging fresh techniques by battling his own shadow. Finally, his blade slammed into his opponent's with a thunderous clash that rocked the very ground under their feet. Trapped in a never-ending storm of duels, he shoved past his limits, hammering his blade into perfection with brutal shadow clashes. Even as his skills kept leveling up, doubt gnawed at him. He still wasn't sure he could take down Dodriel. He could feel it, one crucial piece was still missing, the kind of turning point that would smash the genius's edge wide open. Desperately, he sprinted against the clock, training harder, chasing power, while the seconds slipped away like they were burning holes in his vision. Time finally ran out, and even with everything on the line, that elusive key to victory stayed maddeningly out of reach. Shattered stone exploded around him as the training space crumbled, and in that single moment, it felt like the world just ended. Stunned by the sudden quiet, he jolted awake beneath the moonlight, mind racing as he tried to piece together what just happened. A weird buzz clung to him, and when he wrapped his hand around the sword, the grip felt wrong, in a way that somehow fused to him like a second skin. Then he snapped out one brutal swing, and the impact ripped through the air like lightning. As he stared, he traced the trail it left behind, and it hit him hard. This wasn't a dream, it changed everything. A violent surge of power ripped through the ground under his feet, and in that instant he knew he'd truly been reborn. Even with all that progress behind him, doubt kept creeping into his resolve, because Dodriel's legendary autumn rain style was just too overwhelming to handle. He stared at his blade and it hit him. He still didn't have that one defining move to truly earn greatness. With hopeful urgency, he begged for another chance, and the old man gave it to him without a second thought. With grit in his grin, he slammed the button again, swearing he'd crack that mystery at last. A voice ripped him out of sleep, shouting his name as he crumpled into the grass, spent to the bone. Panicked, he jerked upright, blurting for the date, scanning everywhere for that elusive time hermit. Still confused, he forced a laugh and acted like the night had been totally normal, like nothing weird ever happened. His stomach dropped the second he spotted the device, the one he'd convinced himself was just a dream. He picked it up again in silence, and his pulse raced as the choice came back around. He laughed it off, then flicked the strange device away like it was nothing and completely brushed it aside. As Alan spun to walk away, that button behind him pulsed silently, like it had secrets ready to explode. Over breakfast, Paula snapped him out of his foggy morning and reminded him of that exact moment. Panic slammed into him the moment his duel with Dodriel hit 9, and the seconds kept vanishing in a blink. 3 hours out from the academy, the truth slammed into him, and no matter how hard he pushed, it still wasn't going to bring him there. Without even slowing a beat, he sprinted at full speed toward the academy, terror and pure desperation driving every step. Bursting into the hallway, Alan shouted out his explanation, praying they wouldn't toss him for disqualification before he even got the chance to check in. Then his stomach dropped. Staff told him dead calmly that his duel still wasn't for another full hour. He shot a look at the clock and it punched him in the gut. It was 8, not 9. He let out a shaky breath and cracked a faint smile. Somehow, fate handed him just enough time to regroup. He yanked his uniform into place, squared his sword at his side, and steeled himself with razor-sharp, silent focus. Fear clung to him like a shadow. Then he steadied his breath and stepped forward, ready to prove to the world every hard-earned thing he'd fought for. As he stepped into the arena, a brutal storm of insults, laughter, and jeers slammed into him with zero mercy. Dodriel stood tall and smugly grinned at him, like he'd just been waiting for Alan to arrive. Alan stared up, stunned by the massive crowd, and demanded answers from Dodriel, who swore he didn't expect it, even as a huge grin basically gave him away. Rage erupted in Alan the moment he faced Dodriel's cruelty. His blood boiled while the crowd roared with laughter. He let out a mocking laugh, pretending to worry while secretly soaking up every second of attention his setup had stolen. Alan finally pieced it together. Dodriel himself staged the whole thing just to drag him through public humiliation. His heart was set on justice, but when the duel got officially announced with zero answers about what really happened, he froze in pure shock. Tension coiled in his grip, and even the academy looked ready to throw him out for good. Dodriel vowed merciless torment, but Alan didn't budge 1 inch. He stood his ground and warned him not to underestimate his will. At the signal, both fighters snapped into each other's gaze, one smirking like he owned the moment, the other standing rock-solid, silent, and defiant. With balance on the line, Alan squared up for Dodriel's incoming assault, knowing plain strength wouldn't save him. His mind snapped into focus. One clean strike only, the moment Dodriel slipped even the tiniest opening. With resolve blazing in his chest, he blurted out the call, ready to smash straight into whatever came next. No hesitation at all. Everyone stood on edge as Alan kept his cool, while Dodriel wavered, like a trap could snap shut any second. Feigning confusion, Alan denied everything, only to crank Dodriel's rising frustration higher and keep the tension screaming. Spectators blasted heckles in the stands, but Alan clocked Dodriel's twitching, like his patience was snapping in real time. Dodriel let out a furious scream, bolted straight ahead, his blade blazing as aura roared through him, wild, unstoppable, and totally unrestrained. But right in the middle of the strike, something snapped. Dodriel's body slowed like it was fighting the air, drifting off course in a way that didn't feel natural. Dodriel unleashed his Autumn Rain signature thrust, but Alan, ice calm, slipped past every single strike without even twitching. Dodriel went wide-eyed because those flawless evasions were unreal. No one had ever slipped out of that technique so effortlessly. Fuming, Dodriel swore he'd unleash something even quicker, his secret technique now faster and deadlier than ever. But Alan refused to falter. Dodriel's speed kept rising, yet it still couldn't crack his defense. Both swordsmen collided head-on with brutal force, and the arena shook the moment their full-power blades met. Alan's sudden swing detonates a huge shockwave, and Dodriel gets slammed into the arena wall in an instant. Stunned silence crashes over the crowd as Alan gapes wide-eyed at the total chaos left in the wake. He creeps in cautiously, and then realizes his one strike explodes into 7 brutal slashes, smashing Dodriel's defenses wide open. The referee shoots his hand up, calls it unconscious, and just like that, Alan, the shocking underdog, walks away the winner. Match, with hands shaking like crazy, Alan can't help wondering, was that billion-year training in the void real or just a dream? Clutching his sword like it had a heartbeat, Alan went harder than ever, crushing his training grind after barely surviving his fight against Dodriel. He unleashed razor-precise, crushing hits on the practice dummies, determined to forge every single move, no hesitation, no stopping. Even after winning, his classmates turned on him. Whispers flew, accusing him of cheating, and every new encounter made the hostility hit harder. When Alan got pushed, he snapped back with razor-calm precision, turning every strike aside so effortlessly that the bullies went silent. Then stunned, humiliated, and out of breath. While the students snickered behind his back, Alan didn't crack. He stayed calm, watching happy families with a quiet reminder that real strength doesn't need anyone's approval. Alan couldn't stop thinking about his mom. Was she healthy? Was she safe? Was everything okay back home? Memories slammed in. His father was gone too soon, and his hard-working mother shouldered everything, raising him alone without ever slowing down or complaining. Burning with determination to see her soon, he mapped out his plan to show up with a gift he was sure would light up her day. He dug through his wallet and found just a few lonely coins, nowhere near enough to buy anything that mattered. As he stared at his part-time work, a total powerhouse of a woman burst in and swore she had the perfect solution for him. Outflyer crashed onto the wall, shouting that prize money was up for grabs for anyone who signed up for the sword fighting festival. Alan froze and stared at the poster, stunned that an event like this even existed so close to their town. The bubbly innkeeper leaned in and laid out the rules, then told Fierce One's legend, one brutal duel that gets fought every month in the nearby city. Even with no guarantee of victory, Alan still believed he could keep up. By throwing his sword skills to the test, he'd come out stronger and walk away with real experience. His stubborn resolve moved her, so the matron stepped in and offered help. She only demanded that he give it everything and fight with all his might. All pumped up and grateful, Alan vowed he'd win the match and bring back the prize money for his supportive matron. Days later, Orvis was buzzing like a live wire. Festival prep took over the streets and everyone couldn't stop talking. Alan clutched the map and followed every direction with laser focus, praying he was finally close to the registration venue. He rounded the corner, and bam, towering muscular warriors closed in, glaring down at him with deadly, wordless tension. Every man locked eyes with Alan, their fierce stares blazing with pressure, and for a second he felt like prey marching into a lion's den. Then Alan spotted the crowd, and it hit him hard. He'd totally underestimated just how fierce the competition around him really was. A hulking fighter clapped his shoulder hard, snarling at him for standing there frozen, hesitating like he'd lost his nerve. Spectators burst into laughter at the thought of Alan, the scrawny little kid, stepping into a brutal event like that. Even with the laughter raining down, Alan clenched his restraint, because poking this guy would only make everything spiral out of control. He dipped his head politely, swallowing pride and choosing caution, because he refused to get disqualified before he even managed to register. Alan bowed his head, clutching Paula's support in his heart, and he refused to bite back at their childish taunts. He slipped away in silence, drowned out the chatter behind him, and scanned the crowd until he spotted the registration booth. At the booth, he strutted up to the counter and boldly announced, "I'm entering the sword fighting festival as a contestant." He introduced himself politely, but the second he was asked to name his swordcraft school, he froze, stuck, unsure what to call it. Caught off guard, Alan even admitted he was self-taught, and the amused clerk let out a stifled laugh. Footsteps clanged on the ladder behind him, but he steadied his breathing, swallowed his embarrassment, and kept smiling politely anyway. He slipped out quietly, barged through the crowd, and scanned the area for the registration tent. After he coughed up the fee, he blurted his name, then froze, stuck on what to say when the school asked who he belonged to. He confessed he'd learned everything on his own with no formal training, and the moment hung there, awkward, before the staff burst into stifled giggles. Still rattled, he swore to himself, "Focus." The moment the fighting kicked off, he was ready to make everyone eat their doubts. Festival staff ushered the mayor to the front, and he stepped up to command the spotlight in front of the massive crowd of participants and spectators. With a sudden grin, he ditched the small talk and lit the fuse to full-on combat mode. Roars ripped through the arena as fighters surged forward, fists clenched tight, hungry for blood and desperate for a brutal showdown. The mayor stood up and boldly declared what the tournament was truly for, then urged every warrior to unleash their hard-earned skills. No fear, no doubt, no hesitation. With his heart hammering, Alan gritted his teeth and locked in his focus, but the crowd's rising intensity kept crashing over him. Sitting tall in the VIP section, Ria Lasnod turned to the mayor and spoke with calm, razor-sharp grace. Even with all the eyes on her, she swallowed her pride and played along, because everyone knew she held real power inside the academy system. Among the 5 elite institutions, her academy's chairwoman wielded serious clout. She didn't just shape sword-fighting politics, she decided who got recruited. Eyes shining, she spilled the truth behind her scouting mission. She was there to track a mysterious bounty hunter and the festival's reigning champion. But what she really wanted wasn't just practice. It was raw, unseen talent, a hidden spark waiting to burst into the light like a diamond. Cheers erupted across the arena as the beloved idol Fina burst onto the stage and shouted the festivities were officially underway. Standing on that stage, Fina laid out the 2 rules one by one, warning everyone to stay safe and fight smart. With a quick swirl of paper, she randomly plucked names from the stack, and the crowd instantly buzzed like something huge was about to happen. Alan's name rang out beside Bobble S, and the moment it hit, both fighters snapped into shocked gasps and tense stares. Even with doubts swirling, Alan planted his feet and stepped forward with a calm, steel-cold resolve, ready to take on whatever this sudden duel threw at him. Bobble jeered at the crowd, shocked out of his mind that Alan actually showed up and entered the tournament the official way. They introduced him as a legendary Vajra school fighter, famous for earth-shaking greatsword power and brutal base destruction techniques. Alan stood there in stunned silence, and the label self ignited awkward murmurs and instant disbelief rippling through the entire crowd watching. Laughter exploded through the arena when the crowd saw a total rookie step into the ring against hardened, battle-tested warriors. Mikari pushed even harder, and jeers started flying at Alan's inexperience, daring him to prove he'd even survive the first round. Bobble feigned a shaky tremor, then snarled that the match was rigged, ripping into Alan's size and his so-called self-taught roots with pure sarcasm. Even with frustration snarling in his chest, Alan had to admit it. What they said was true, and he still wasn't strong enough, not even close. But this match finally handed him a shot at battling absolute, crushing power, so he clenched his teeth and pushed through. Up in the stands, Rhea leaned in, watching him keep his cool even while the crowd laughed at him. As the announcer shouted, the tournament's very first official match kicked off, and pure electricity surged through the arena. Alan slid his sword free with a calm, razor-sharp stare, bracing himself to square up with the oncoming giant for real. Charging ahead like a rocket, Bobble flashed a confident grin, fully expecting to crush his inexperienced opponent in seconds. A surge of pure determination sparked in Alan's eyes the moment he remembered his training inside that warped, time-bending world. He didn't hesitate for a second. He surged forward, gripping his chance to unleash a technique forged through endless, relentless practice. With every swing, Alan carved the air and fired off a burst of flying shadows, fast, sharp, and perfectly planned to crack Bobble's defense. Bobble's body jerked in raw shock, pain ripping through him the moment Alan's attack hit with brutal force. Gasps tore through the arena as stunned spectators and judges scrambled to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. Confused and utterly stunned, Alan froze in place, completely oblivious to how ferociously his own power had exploded beyond control. In stunned silence, the crowd murmured about lightning-fast moves, because every clash hit too fast for their eyes to track. A mysterious warrior watched every move like a hawk, fascinated by the razor-sharp skill hiding behind Alan's plain, unbreakable exterior. Alan blew the crowd away, dropping his massive opponent with one clean, unstoppable strike. With his hand still raised, he couldn't stop himself from realizing, quietly but clearly, the accidental power fueling his control technique. Clenching his fist at last, he felt it. After endless training that never ran out, his strength had finally become unstoppable. He barreled forward like a storm, crushed 5 more duels, and sprinted into the final round, still undefeated. The arena exploded with cheers as Rose Valencia, a savage warrior, stormed into the final match. She was the heir to a hidden sword school, and she stormed to the finals with flawless cherry blossom blade technique. He, fully self-taught, stood tall in front of her, ready to take on years of formal training like it was nothing. The crowd roared their support, and at last they realized Alan's wild, unique fighting style wasn't just clever, it was the real deal. Stunned by the praise, he snapped into a respectful bow to Rose, forcing himself to drop the rush of emotion and zero in before the match. Dignified and unshaken, she met his gesture with calm grace, silently channeling fierce determination like good luck. He clocked Rose instantly, the legendary bounty hunter who tore through criminals and practically collected tournament trophies. Even with her tiny, slim frame, Rose mowed down powerful men like it was nothing. Her strength and technique were downright unreal. Knowing her counter-based fighting style inside and out, Alan planned like his life depended on it, because one reckless slip could have shattered everything in an instant. The announcer slammed the signal. Boom, the championship match was finally underway, and the arena shook with roaring cheers. Blades flashed out of their sheaths as both fighters squared up, eyes locked tight, bracing for a no-turning-back duel. Alan kicked things off with a blazing flying shadow, probing Rose's reaction while he kept his guard up tight. Rose exploded forward with jaw-dropping speed, ripping through the gap the moment she unleashed her Sakura flash. Alan lunged forward, blades crashing together midair, and he snatched the opening before landing a brutal, full-power strike. Rose barely slipped out of danger, then swung Knight Sakura right back, snapping into a quick, graceful counter that landed fast. The crowd held its breath as Rose snapped into parry after parry, stunned that Alan's strength and pinpoint precision wouldn't budge. Spectators gaped as Alan's insane skill made Rose, the elite bounty hunter, look completely outmatched. Wounded and gasping, Rose fought to keep up as Alan's razor-sharp counters kept shoving her back. Rose stared at him, stunned by what she was seeing, and demanded to know who had taught Alan that razor-sharp swordsmanship. She swore his blade carried secrets forged through generations, way beyond any simple self-training. Alan's heart slammed as he panicked, scrambling to bury the truth of his billion-year training and brushing it off as nothing but imagination. Rose refused to be swept aside. She roared with pride and let the cherry blossom blades find their true successor. Alan tensed as Rose's aura surged, and this was the deadliest power she'd ever unleashed. With fierce resolve blazing in their chests, both of them screamed their challenge. Eyes locked right as the decisive clash erupted. Rose exploded forward and unleashed her ultimate move, Mirror Sakura, slashing 8 blades in perfect harmony. Alan stood frozen in shock, staring at her graceful strike like it carried the beauty of a cherry blossom storm. Mid-battle, Alan locked onto the pattern and caught a thin opening between every one of Rose's slashes. Rose unleashed her final move, 8th style, 8-span crow, sweeping Alan up in a crushing storm of force. But Alan slammed through her finishing move, blade hovering at her throat before she even had time to react. Their blades slammed together one last time, one final, earth-shattering blow driven by sheer willpower. Will and Rose crumpled to the ground, beaten but standing proud, as the duel slammed shut with a final, unforgettable blow. Alan Rodal, an untrained 15-year-old, finally got the title in his hands, officially crowned champion of the sword-fighting festival. The whole crowd exploded in awe-hurling cheers at Alan nonstop, half shocked, half stunned, until everyone's respect for him hit a whole new level. Alan was hoisted high above the crowd by his fellow competitors, and the cheers hit him like a wave, too big, too loud, for a reward he never even dared to hope for. Days later, Alan got hit with an unexpected summons, straight to the principal's office, right after his jaw-dropping victory. Thinks she's about to get accused of cheating, Alan tenses up for a fight, but the principal hits him with a totally different plan. Alan stared at the overly formal welcome, completely thrown off, because he couldn't figure out why they were treating him with kid gloves when they'd summoned him at all. To his shock, the principal blurted out that he'd earned a scholarship to the Thousand Blade Academy. The principal beamed and praised Alan, gushing that their little school had finally produced a student the elites themselves recognized. Alan remembered how they bullied and ignored him. Now the very same people crowned him like royalty. Stunned and unsure, Alan swallowed his nerves and politely asked for a little time to think, because this sudden, life-changing opportunity hit him like a tidal wave. Alan weighed every future, Holy Knight, Witchblade, anything, yet couldn't tell if Thousand Blade was the right move. Even with the faculty pressing him hard, Alan dug in his heels and refused to fold, knowing he needed time and the steady wisdom of his mother before he made his choice. Days later, Alan grabbed the gifts, squared his shoulders, and set off for home to breathe and reflect. He reassured Paula, packed every last thing, and even with those trophies on display judging him, he couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Before he set off, Alan sucked in a deep breath, tuning his mind and body for the storm of change ahead. Alan tore through the forest for hours, running with surgical precision and ironclad determination. Winded to the bone but still grinning, Alan finally made it to his destination, and pure joy lit up his exhausted face. Right ahead stretched a village, his long-lost home hidden in the hush of the hills waiting like a secret. 3 long years later, as he stepped back into the old streets, familiar sights hit hard. Villagers began to spot him one by one, and their faces lit up with that rush of emotion. Warm hellos kept rolling in, everyone kept pushing him to go see his mother, because she missed him like crazy. Alan stormed out after the farewells, heading straight for his house, his mind replaying every past day he'd spent there. He made it home and nothing had changed at all. The house still looked exactly the same. Elaine's mother burst out from inside, shocked to see him back, then clutched him in a fierce, joy-soaked hug. They wrapped each other in a warm reunion and started trading updates, and Alan happily insisted they team up to cook dinner together. While Alan cooked, he spilled his whole journey, talking the festival that tested him, the battles he fought, and the wins that finally proved him right. As they cooked side by side, Alan leaned in and grilled his mom for advice, then slipped in that he had big, serious worries. Alan laid out his 3 choices: Holy Knight, Witchblade, or Thousand Blade Academy, begging for her guidance. His mother smiled and nailed it. She calmly guessed right on the money, knowing his heart was already leaning toward Thousand Blade Academy. She swore it was pure intuition, pointing back to how his sword training obsession started the moment he was a kid and never stopped. She begged him to live wild and free. Just promise me you'll stay alive long enough to beat me by a few seconds. Alan sat down for dinner with his mom, savoring every bite of her cooking while warmth flooded his chest. This calm reunion felt like a miracle. As night dropped, a total stranger barged in, shouting praise for the stew, so loud it snapped both Alan and his mother right out of their moment. A shadowy old stranger stepped into the light, and it was the time hermit, proving every scary suspicion right as something dangerous finally started to stir. After Alan finally got back home, he sank into a blazing hot bath and let peace hit him hard, like relief after years of suffering. He fell silent, eyes soft, realizing how his mom had aged while he was off training. Alan clenched his jaw with fresh determination, swearing he'd de-level up at Thousand Blade Academy and carve his name as a legendary swordsman. Unaware of it, a shady old man was stuffing his face inside, while his mother stood on high alert. The old man finally confessed he'd hit something that stumped him, And that single sentence tightened the nerves of Alan's mother, like she was bracing for a fight. Alan's mother exploded into motion, lunging forward to slam her fist into the old man before he could get another word out. The old man snapped out of the way, hailed the meal like it was divine, and then vanished in a flash, leaving the room to get shredded by explosive magic. Too late, Daria clocked it. Her intruder was the time hermit, and he vanished like he never existed. Alan stood there drenched and baffled, while another finally realized that the 100 million year button had unmistakably been smashed into action. Daria figured Alan's feelings must have cracked the seal, then the shock hit. Without meaning to, she'd revealed him to the time hermit. Daria clenched her fist, vowing she'd stop the time hermit from pulling off his plan. Alan skipped out the door with a grin on his face, all his doubts finally wiped clean, ready to throw himself headfirst into Thousand Blade Academy. Even with that scholarship on the table, Alan still marched into the interview and with total confidence, bragged about the billion years of training he'd put in. Alone in his room, Alan's hands shook as he tore open the letter, his heart bursting with hope, yet dread still clawing at him. Breathless with relief, Alan watched the verdict land, then erupted in a grin that screamed, "I'm in." Alan lit up with joy at the acceptance, and the sting of his past ridicule came rushing back when he was rejected as the reject swordsman. Alan realized he hadn't told a soul yet, then bolted off to spill the news to Miss Paula. He grinned and thrust the acceptance letter at her, and there it was. Thousand Blade Academy had accepted him. Paula erupted in praise, her excitement spilling out as she congratulated him, pure pride and joy for both him and his mom. That night they partied together, dug into a hearty meal, and sent word straight to Alan's mom. Weeks later, Paula shot Alan a quick question. Was he finally ready to leave for that long-awaited departure? Alan bowed with real respect, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for the 3 years of care and kindness she poured into his life. He remembered every time she sheltered him, fed him, and guided him with advice, giving everything when she had nothing left to get back. Overwhelmed, he burst in and hugged him tight, yelling his heartfelt thanks through tear-filled misty eyes. Paula blinked back tears and smiled, begging him to come back anytime. Then she missed him so hard it hurt. Alan strode off with a confident goodbye, ripping himself free from his past as Grand's rejected swordsman. And he sprinted straight toward Orist, kicking off the brutal, long road to his brand new life. As Alan tore across the quiet farm roads, his heart clenched. He knew he'd miss this peaceful scenery more than he could ever say. Finally, Alan strode into Orist, the proud capital of Lengard, stepping through those streets like he owned the place. Worn out and jittery, he finally found the Thousand Blade dorms, and got ready to dive headfirst into academy life. Alan stepped into room 501 and froze at how huge it was, then immediately started stripping off his clothes and changing into the next ones. In his academy uniform, Alan stared into the mirror, chest puffed out, proud as hell that this new beginning was finally here. He spotted his sword and crest and just let the cool design of his academy gear sink in, quietly proud. Lifting the sword with raw excitement, Alan declared this was the moment his long-awaited new life finally began. Life inside Thousand Blade Academy hit hard. He walked in with grit, surrounded by top-tier talent, and Alan marched into the academy's next chapter like he owned the future. Once the gossip hit, everyone started whispering about scholarship students, and their classmates snapped, claiming it was unfair and downright suspicious. Alan realized the safest move was to keep his mouth shut, because if he didn't, they'd hit him with the same discrimination he faced before. He just wanted a normal school life, real friendships, real peace, and zero drama or being left out. Alan acted like he owned the place, kicked back through orientation. Then the worst-case scenario blew up right in front of him. Alan's name blasted across the crowd as a scholarship student, so publicly it sent horror straight through him. Alan's heart went wild the second the instructor called his name, and his dreams of a calm, quiet start instantly shattered. Cornered into doing it, he shot up from his seat, jittery and trembling, while his classmates stared, whispered, and judged him in real time. A wave of shock hit him, because up on that stage, someone from his past stepped forward and welcomed him with a warm smile. Alan pressed for answers on why she was there, but she dodged him, until the ceremony finally ended. The instructor beamed and praised the scholarship student's talent, and those glowing words soothed Alan's embarrassment instantly. The instructor made every scholarship kid stand up and introduce themselves, then spill where their swordcraft school training began. Leia Visteria strode up with iron confidence, standing right in front of the brand new and returning students. She leaned in, introduced herself as a Kingdom Exchange student, and claimed she trained in the ruthless hegemonic swordcraft style. Even with royal blood running through her, she swallowed the status and insisted, "I'm just another student, someone looking for friends." Alan's eyes widened when it hit him. She wasn't just chill. She carried herself like royalty, and the princess vibe slipped out the moment he realized the truth. The whole crowd erupted in applause for Lee, cheering her jaw-dropping achievements. and the legendary soul outfit she wore when she was just 5. Rose stepped forward with total confidence, called her style the cherry blossom blade, and demanded respect with a bow. Whispers tore through the crowd she was a bounty hunter, and everyone acted like they already knew her name. Nervous as hell, Alan grabbed the mic, trying to keep his footing while 2 elite sword fighters with legendary reputations loomed over him. Doubts slammed into Alan the moment he hit the stage, and all he wanted was to run, yet his feet wouldn't move. Alan inched forward and awkwardly introduced himself, forcing a smile while panic roared inside him as he fought to hold back pure fear. Whispers and cutting criticism exploded. Students mocked him to his face, questioning his status and doubting his legitimacy and abilities with brutal cruelty. Blinded by shame, Alan realized on day 1, he'd already become the least popular kid in school. As the ceremony wrapped up, Alan clenched his teeth and snapped that he'd done absolutely nothing wrong. The instructor lit up and praised the trio, saying their bold first impression was everything, and that something huge was coming down the road. Emotions hit Alan like a truck, and he bolted out of the room, drowning out the others shouting after him. While everyone else laughed and bonded like it was nothing, Alan drifted through the silence alone, spiraling over whether her words were a knife meant to humiliate him. Alan slipped into a clearing and felt the truth hit him hard. This school didn't look like it was any different from before. He ripped his sword free and started training at full power, forcing himself to stay focused despite the frustration burning inside him. Even as Alan swung his blade, he felt completely alone, like that loneliness was sinking deeper into him with every breath. As the sun slid down the sky, Alan fought his way through training, but today hit different, leaving him wrecked, drained, and completely unfocused. Sweat poured off Alan like a storm, and with every ounce of exhaustion screaming for relief, he made up his mind. He was heading back to the dorm. As the campus came into view, Alan's mind snapped to the bathhouse. So restless and worn out, he spun on his heel and headed that way to check it out. He drifted inside, staring in awe at the massive halls, clinging to the signs as he pushed straight toward the entrance. Alan tilted his head up at the curtain, grinning, like a warm bath was about to wash his mood clean. Alan stumbles into the locker room by mistake, and freezes when he spots Leia undressing right there. Mortified and panicking, Alan blurts out a frantic apology, bolts out of there, and can't stop wondering why Leia showed up. Later that day, Leia grins at Alan and dares him to a duel. A girl storms straight into the men's locker room, and before anyone can blink, slashes in a formal duel challenge to Alan. Alan jolts in surprise, but curiosity claws at him. He cautiously steps in, accepts the challenge, and blurts out a shaky question about the double stakes. With a sharp smirk, she says the loser doesn't just lose. They become the winner's personal servant, bound to obey like a slave. Alan panics as he replays that painfully awkward moment in his head, but just as he tries to talk his way out, her punch cuts him off. She glares like a storm, demanding an answer right now, and she's ready to smash it all out in combat. Alan begrudgingly agrees to the duel, staring at her like, "Where did your sweet side go?" Then boom, Rhea, the energetic student chairwoman, shows up out of nowhere, itching to see the surprise with her own eyes. Rhea doesn't even pause. She snatches Alan and yanks both duelists away, then storms into the showdown. They burst into the training arena, and Rhea steps up to officiate, then slams the countdown into motion. Leah strides in with full confidence. Alan finally nods along with shaky hesitation, and the moment hangs there, still baffling how things blew up this fast. The duel kicks off when Leah hurls Dragon King Fafnir into the arena, and blazing flames instantly swallow the battlefield. Alan stands there in stunned awe as Leia snaps her solar tire to life, blasting out overwhelming spiritual and magical power. Climax Alan's sudden hesitation hits hard, explaining that getting that soul outfit is still impossible, even after billions of years of brutal training. Alan shrugs and admits he can't use soul attire, and the whole room freezes at his calm surrender. Lee erupts into laughter, taunting Alan for daring to mess with the feared black and white princess like he isn't shaking with weakness. Leah's power explodes in a blaze of rage as Alan clamps down on his thoughts. She's the one who went after him first. With a smug grin, Leia tells Alan he's headed for a slow, brutal end, mocking his struggle while admitting he's brave even when the pressure hits hardest. Alan clenched his sword tight, bracing for battle with the belief that his power isn't just luck. It's skill, not a one-time gimmick. Both fighters tighten their grips on their blades. Then the real fight ignites as Alan finally plants himself into a solid, immovable stance. Alan fires his flying shadow, and when his strike shatters through, Lee's panic explodes as white dragon scales tear the air apart. Alan snaps into action, smashing in with his 8th-style 8-span crow, unleashing a bone-crushing strike straight at Leah's defenses. Leia snaps back with black dragon breath, and the space ahead erupts in fire, blasting everything with raw, explosive magical power. Alan watches her soul armor lock onto his crow technique, And then those destructive black flames surge like they're about to burn everything down. He sets up a bold decoy to throw off her timing, then charges ahead, tightening his grip on the plan. Lee fires back with a brutal draconic rage blast, detonating shockwaves that slam Alan backward and force him to retreat. Alan barely survives the blast of draconic rage, and that's when Leia starts questioning if his counterattack technique is even real. Alan drops a bombshell he crafted every move himself, and Leah's jaw drops while Rhea, the chairwoman watching in disbelief, gets genuinely stunned. Lee tells Alan he's earned real respect. He trained like crazy, fights with full focus, and that seriousness shows in every sword swing. Lee suddenly rips into the fight with a brutal charge, yelling that pure natural talent always wins in the end. She slams into her hegemonic style, hard strike, detonating a devastating blow built to crush Alan on the spot. Blasted by Lee's sudden, explosive power, Alan stumbles as he wrestles with the shock of her strength and tries desperately to stay on his feet. Lee unleashes a brutal strike that slams Alan backward, and he can only stare in shock at her relentless, unstoppable physical power. Alan admits it. Her flames don't just burn, they supercharge her momentum, and that's why she wrecks everyone in straight-up sword clashes. Lee snaps that his basics mean nothing when her soul attire mastery and unmatched power are right there to crush him. Even with setbacks piling up, Alan can't ignore it. He sees just how unstoppable she is, how perfectly she blends magic with swordsmanship. Alan snapped into action, setting up a counter. Because once he clocked how Leia kept leaning on solitaire, her moves suddenly looked totally predictable. He clocks her plan perfectly, knowing she'll try that brutal hard strike again now that it's already worked once. Alan steadies himself and sets up the flawless counter, holding his ground right where the impact is destined to land. With victory practically in her grasp, Lee rockets forward at full speed, convinced this next strike will wipe the whole fight out for good. Alan smirks like he already knows, and when Lee declares, "My heart strike is back," she strolls straight into the trap he set for her. Alan snaps into his second style, *hazy moon ***, and glides out of Lee's attack with razor-precise, silky control. Lee crumpled to the ground, stunned and totally lost, still reeling from the fact that she'd been wiped out so fast. The chairwoman declares Alan the winner. Lee is left crushed, and the crowd instantly recognizes Alan's raw, unstoppable strength. Alan panics over Lee's condition, but Rhea steps in, tells him she's tougher than that, and promises she'll recover fast. At last, Lee snaps back into consciousness, and the moment she realizes she got knocked out of the duel, sheer shock slams into her like a truck, pure disbelief written all over her face. Lee snaps at Alan, raging for answers about her loss, while Alan fumbles and starts to lay out his strategy. Alan drops the truth. His whole technique is pure prediction. He reads Leah's next move and snaps his attack into place, pushing her to the breaking point. The chairwoman leans in, reminds Leia about their old agreement, and pushes her hard to stick to whatever the duel decides. Lee freaks out when it finally clicks. She's remembering that the loser was meant to become the winner's personal slave. Red-faced, Lee scrambles to call it a joke, but Rhea swoops in with a lifeline to get her out of it. Alan weighs the scandal of enslaving a princess, and realizes it'll spark a whole storm of unnecessary international trouble. Rhea snaps that if Lee pretends the duel never happened, she'll stain her honor, and that would be a disaster for Vestiria's princess. Rhea gives Lee a chance to wipe the duel clean, but she warns that doing so will cost her something personal. Blushing hard and burning with fury, Lee reluctantly gives in, honors the deal, and accepts whatever the duel decides. Rhea snaps it into Leia's mind. This choice is hers alone. Guard her pride or swallow the rules and obey them to the letter. Flushed bright red, Leia drops into a deep bow and pledges herself to Alan, sealing her humiliating loss with a promise. Alan nervously accepts her loyalty as Leia seethes, snarling master through gritted teeth. Later, dead silence crashes into Leia's room as both of them awkwardly sit there, staring ahead, completely lost on what to say next. Alan panics as he realizes, if they keep sharing the same roof, a royal scandal is about to explode. He takes in the bombshell. Starting today, he and the princess will be sharing life under the same roof. Leon watched as Lee slumped in silence, cheeks blazing red, wrestling with the crushing reality that she'd been handed a servant's role. Chairwoman Rhea sashayed away with a grin, secretly entertained by Lee's public humiliation, and thrilled with how perfectly her manipulative plan worked. She took one look at the scholarship students' talent and immediately locked in their spot, because they were about to step into the upcoming Elite 5 Holy Festival. Alan, Lee, and Rose get picked as the festival's reps. Now they're chained to their duty, and the rivalry is already burning hot. Alan finally crushed his dream by enrolling in Thousand Blade Academy, then penned a hopeful letter home that practically begged for good news. Right after Alan showed up, things immediately got awkward. He quickly realized school life would hit him hard and never follow any script. An hour ago, Alan got slapped with a new assignment, he had to share a room with a female classmate. Mate, that troublemaking chairwoman shoved them into living together, steamrolling every sign of discomfort and all ethical lines. Through a clunky start, Alan still honored the dueling rules, and even the proud Dodriel had to give him props. Alan froze for a beat, staring at the thought. If she pretended to lose, would it finally break the awkward bond tying her to them? But pride as a swordsman chained him down, stopping him from taking the easy, deceptive escape. His opponent dropped to her knees in silence, her training uniform ripped to shreds, showing more than Alan could possibly pretend not to see. More, Alan clutched his struggle in his bones, realizing that wardrobe disaster was the price of their last fight and his special technique. He clocked that she hadn't noticed a thing, but he just couldn't find the right second to tell her. Alan stepped into her room, stunned by how plain it was. Then he spotted the stuffed animals stacked everywhere, and it hit him. For someone with a royal past, this was wildly unexpected. He caught the scent and clocked the decor, and it hit him. This felt like any normal girl's secret little room. Embarrassed to the bone, she demanded he quit scanning the room, and it sent Alan into a full-on panic. He blurted an instant, awkward apology. When Alan clocked her honesty, he seized the moment. Maybe this was finally his shot to smash the wall between them. His sudden move threw her into full panic. She figured he'd totally misread the whole situation and his intentions, and she couldn't shake that fear. Alan ripped off his jacket and threw it over her torn uniform, finally calling out the wardrobe problem they'd been dodging. Grateful but her cheeks burned, she thanked him right away, misreading his gesture like it meant something deeper. Alan demanded she stop calling him master, and the closer she pushed, the more awkward the whole dynamic became. She refused hard, swearing pride and duty wouldn't let her break a single promise, because as a swordswoman, her word is law. Alan nodded to her stubborn resolve, and it hit him. He didn't just want company, he wanted a real friend, tough as battle scars and painfully honest. Alan barked a hard command, making it clear she would never be forced to talk like a slave again. She shot back with biting irony, insisting that forcing obedience was exactly what proved you were a real master. After he confirmed the command with total confidence, she snapped a warning. Once an order leaves your mouth, it can't be taken back. She seized the moment and demanded he ditch all formalities too, because she swore his polite tone felt disturbingly creepy. They brushed off the tension and realized at the same time that their first day together had somehow turned into pure chaos. They tore into each other in the locker room over a misunderstanding, both pointing fingers and swearing the other one ruined everything. Like the moment they clocked Ria's setup, both of them snapped, furious at her manipulative stunts and her twisted, sick sense of humor. After that shared sigh, they snapped at each other all over again, slipping right back into their familiar back-and-forth spiral. Alan told everyone to get ready for tomorrow's class, and to let Shishwar go first so the tension could finally loosen. She misread him again, and frustration surged, because even when he tried to help, his words somehow came out looking suggestive to her. She stormed off to the shower, swearing Alan would be dead if he so much as peeked again. As she undressed, she snapped that his help sparked her flustered thoughts, straight up convinced he set her up. Still shaking with nerves, she double-checked the curtain to make sure nobody could see, then slipped out of her clothes. Sure, the curtain had her locked in, she slipped out of her clothes and never once noticed how exposed she'd become. Meanwhile, Alan started pounding out exercises in the room, trying to wipe his thoughts clean and just waited out with patience. She sank into the warm tub, scrubbed herself clean, and finally exhaled, soaking in quiet, peaceful solitude after that brutal, stressful evening. She stretched out in the warm water and grinned, still baffled by how weirdly respectful Alan was. Even while she knew she was gorgeous, she couldn't shake the shock of how he didn't seem to care at all. She clung to her father's warnings and stayed on guard. Yet secretly, Alan's wild side made her heart beat faster. Paranoia slithered into her head, and she started picturing Alan as some hidden predator, stalking the exact moment she'd finally break. She was done bathing, already drying off, when she suddenly froze, because she realized she'd totally forgotten to grab her clothes. Panicking, she realized that calling for help would only open her up more, so she grudgingly cinched herself tight like a secret she couldn't risk. Right as Alan geared up for his turn, she burst onto the scene and slapped the room with a shaky announcement. Alan spun around and froze when he saw her standing there in nothing but a towel. Shocked out of his mind, Alan stumbled, went down hard, and flipped backward, because the utterly awkward, revealing mess in front of him hit him like a truck. She squirmed with embarrassment, begged him not to stare, and blurted out the truth about her wardrobe mishap. When she spotted Alan's reddened face, it hit her. He wasn't guilty at all, just way more innocent than she ever thought. Right before she shut the door, she snapped a warning. "Don't you ever come in without permission again." Alan nodded with a shaky breath as she let out a relieved sigh, stunned that the whole moment felt way more bearable than she expected. She gave a quiet smirk, clearly entertained by his reaction, and secretly thought that his awkward innocence was weirdly kind, and kind of adorable. She gasped as she felt her guard crumble, wondering if Alan was really just a harmless herbivore or something more. In her pajamas, she snapped that Alana was only pretending to be innocent to make her drop her guard. With the lights out, imagination took over, watching him shift into something predatory the moment bedtime hit. Even with fear clawing at her, she forced herself to prepare, trapped between her vow and a storm of inner confusion. Moments later, she found him in the kitchen, shocked by how calm he was, like nothing in the world had changed. In that tiny kitchen, they awkwardly passed water back and forth, and the cramped space made it feel weirdly intimate without either of them meaning to. Alan casually mumbled goodnight, but she totally misread it, like he was dropping a shocking, way too suggestive hint. Alan blindsided her again, offering her the bed while he chose to crash on the floor instead. She was left stunned by his cold indifference, so she pressed him for his real intentions, yet Alan stayed totally clueless, like none of it even reached him. Still flustered but totally in control, she dragged him into bed and demanded they sleep together to keep everything balanced. They flopped down back to back in dead silence, with their hearts hammering as the lights finally sank into darkness. They traded soft goodnights and finally let the silence settle. Alan crashed into deep sleep, while Leia lay awake, her mind swirling like a storm. Leah jerked upright, utterly baffled and furious, because the truth hit him hard. He hadn't made a single suggestive move. She stared at Alan's calm, peaceful face, and fumed that she was the only one spiraling. With a devilish grin, Lee kept poking his cheek over and over, loving every sleepy, defenseless flinch he made. Lee nervously nods yes and flips the lights off, her heart slamming as flustered Alan shoots beside her. They trade good nights, then Alan drops like a rock into sleep while Lee stays wide awake, her mind spinning. Leah snaps upright, baffled by what he's doing, and he still refuses to make any sudden move. Relief floods Leah's face, but confusion lingers in her eyes. She smiles at Alan, then quietly tells her strange master goodnight. Leah's eyes lit up as she gushed about her country's food, and Alan leaned in, listening with real curiosity while they headed to school. She pitched a plan to grab food at a spot near the academy, and Alan caught that bright, cheerful vibe in her, like she'd already changed overnight. Alan grinned, loving her bright energy, and Leia shot back with total confidence that their outing was going to be amazing. That next morning, Lee showed up to class early, flashing bright smiles and greeting every classmate like it was the best day ever. Her graceful presence left everyone stunned, and Alan just stood there like, whoa, because she wasn't like the chaotic mess from last night at all. Alan slipped into the classroom early, clocked the scattered seats, and picked an open spot without a second thought. He strode up and greeted the nearby crew, who were still buzzing with wild stories about that forest encounter. Even with Alan pushing to join in, the boys laughed him off and hit him with chilly, quiet rejections. Alan silently swallowed the loneliness, thankful. At least no one dared insult him straight to his face. Just like that, Leia slid up to the group with a gentle smile, asked for a moment, and the boys froze, then nodded along, panicking like they couldn't refuse. Alan watched Lie stride up to the group, his confusion flipping into furious annoyance at their shameless fake act. Lee marched up to them, sharp as steel, and snapped that it was pure disrespect to brush off Alan's friendly greeting. With terrifying grace, Lee bared her disgust and snapped that she despised nonsense and immature behavior. After that, she strode back and, without a second thought, sat beside Alan and calmly apologized to him. Alan finally exhaled in relief, and Leia flashed him a warm smile, making it clear she meant every word. Whispers about Alan erupted through the halls, calling him a cheater. Then Leah, standing right beside him, left the classmates staring in shock. A new girl slipped into the classroom, dripping with gloom, and her silent stare had everyone too scared to breathe. She greeted Alan and Lee with a cold, flat tone, then snapped at Alan for his vague answer like it had personally offended her. Alan spotted her messy hair, and she brushed off his worry like it didn't matter, claiming gravity would straighten it out on its own. Suddenly, a thunderous voice cracked through the room as a high-energy woman burst in like a spark, greeting everyone with pure flair. The whole class froze when the academy's chairwoman walked in and lit them up with praise for their spotless, perfect attendance. She announced she'd be their new homeroom teacher, and the students nearly choked, because to them she was untouchable royalty. Alan couldn't stop thinking about how she was going to juggle chairwoman duties and homeroom responsibilities at the same time. She slammed the news. A huge event was coming, and the students who'd be chosen for the Elite 5 Holy Festival would be the ones on the spotlight. A massive festival will put the top students from 5 academies to the ultimate test, and whoever survives will earn a shot at knighthood. Lee and Alan watched the buzz explode in the air, because this festival meant everything to the new students. The chairwoman shocked the whole room when she revealed this year's representatives were picked early. No practical exam, no waiting. As the announcement inched closer, Alan's nerves spiked. He could feel it coming, like he was about to get pulled into something huge. Lee then rose, both got called up first, and officially stamped as Thousand Blade Academy's top representatives. Alan's name rang out next, and it perfectly confirmed his dread. He let out a stunned sigh as the chairwoman shot off the final reveal like a victory punch. A furious student slammed the desk and erupted in protest, screaming that Alan's sudden nomination to represent was totally unacceptable. He admitted Lee and Rose deserved their spots, but he grilled Alan's qualifications with brutal, non-stop skepticism. He started yelling that Alan was a self-taught nobody, and his words whipped up the whole class into backing him, turning the classroom into a pressure cooker. The chairwoman cut them off with total confidence and declared that Alan was chosen for one reason only: his undeniable skill. Even with the insults and the push to reselect, she dug in and refused to bend. While Alan braced himself as brutal verbal attacks and crushing doubt came crashing down on him, Alan crumbled inside, wondering what sin he committed to get hit with all that cruelty and left standing alone. The chairwoman strode right up to Alan, and just like that the whole class went silent, staring at her in stunned curiosity. She mocked him without mercy, saying nobody liked him. Then she pushed his patience right before class even started. Alan cracked sarcastic jokes to bury his frustration, and the chairwoman immediately backed off, clearly hit by his stubborn resistance. He admitted under his breath that the tournament meant nothing to him, and honestly he was totally good with just drawing his name. Alan stared ahead, still tasting that old rejection, convinced the tournament wasn't worth a thing for someone like him. He sat there in silence, then finally got it, chairwoman or not, she might have had good reasons even if she handled everything so badly. Suddenly she twisted his message and blared that Alan was ready to take everyone down, alone. The three insulted students erupted in fury, convinced they'd been mocked straight to their faces by Alan. Panic exploded in Alan's chest when the whole class erupted cheering for the duel, and he finally understood. She'd been setting him up the whole time. Alan clenched his fists, his fury exploding at the chairwoman's sneaky setup and her smug little grin. Still grinning, she shot him a thumbs up, pushing Alan straight toward the point where he'd snap. Alan let out a heavy sigh as he stepped back into the training hall, staring down the duel he'd been dreading more than anything. A student stepped up and challenged Alan face to face, bragging he didn't need anyone else to win. Then Alan geared up to shut it down fast. Under the watchful eye of their supervisor, they squared up and raised their swords, while the crowd held its breath, staring in stunned silence. With the duel kicking off, the challenger exploded forward at full force, shouting like a war drum as he barreled straight for Alan. Even with all that raw strength, his clumsy footwork left a gap, and Alan seized it in a blink. With pinpoint timing, Alan ended the whole match in one flawless move, clean, calm, and ice-cold decisive. Alan thought he'd won, then the chairwoman slammed it down and ordered him to face the last two anyway. Stunned, the other two opponents finally got it. Alan wasn't bluffing, and now they saw him as a real threat. Alan studied the three opponents' positions, and the moment he clocked their angle, he realized they were setting up an ambush to hit him in the middle of the fight. Alan swallowed his fate, locked in on his next move, and decided to end the chaos fast and get it over with. One student detonated an advanced technique, but Alan shut it down with pure skill and ice-cold focus. Alan snapped back instantly, dropping one opponent cold while he geared up to smash the other two. The first challenger screamed as he unleashed his deadliest move. Alan snapped into action, ready to block the impact coming for him. Al dodged the attack with ease, cut through it clean as a blade, and then leaned in with a savage critique of how painfully slow and predictable his opponent moved. Von Ally stepped right into the duel, owned the moment with razor-sharp confidence, and told Alan to finally drop his guard and rest. Without a blink, he roared forward and unleashed the Moonlight Strike, straight at Alan with crushing power. Alan froze on the spot, can't dodge in time, yet when the strike hit in range, he felt it land and nothing else. The strike barely brushed Alan's skin, then it stopped on purpose. An unmistakable display of surgical precision meant to prove restraint, and it left the crowd reeling as they watched. Alan summons the second-style Phasey Moon, and with zero effort he wipes out his opponent in an instant, ending the fight on the spot. With fallen students all around him, Alan stops and stares at the wreckage of his recent fights, desperate for peace instead of another round of non-stop war. The crowd snaps to silence in pure shock, staring at the fight that just vanished in the blink of an eye. As the applause crashes in, Alan awkwardly snatches the praise, completely baffled by how fast his classmates' admiration explodes out of nowhere. Two female students can't hold back their excitement as they gush over Alan's invisible slash, stunned that he pulled off a move none of them even saw. Alan explained his technique to the curious girls, and their faces lit up with shock when they realized they couldn't see a thing. Even battered and bruised, the three losers groaned and twitched, yet they were bouncing back faster than anyone dared to predict. Alan thrust out a hand to the fallen fighter, no hostility in sight, just quiet respect and real concern. Alan stood there stone calm, telling them he was done with fighting, and praying they'd finally honor his wish. Humboldt they bowed hard, begged Alan to forgive them, and admitted they'd misjudged him and hit him with those brutal words. Alan didn't even hesitate. He forgave them on the spot, clocking that sharp jealousy that flared when everyone else missed them after all that brutal training. Everyone saw it, Alan's deadly sword skill and strong character, and they urged him to put an end to their earlier rivalry in peace. Alan took his handshake, then flipped the whole vibe. "Let's start fresh," he said, aiming to rebuild their bond from the academy days. At the student council meeting, everyone cast their votes on whether Alan could join the upcoming Holy Festival tournament. With bright, approving smiles, the girls nodded and agreed, fully trusting Alan's strength while his reputation kept climbing. Alan hesitates, nerves buzzing over the class backlash. Then the top students step in and give their stamp of approval, pushing him forward to set the bar for everyone. Cheers explode in the air as the official announcement names Alan, Lei, and Rose as the festival's representatives. Students swarm early outside the academy doors, readying themselves for a surprise morning session in their light uniforms. Alan shivers with the cold, stretches in silence, then spots his friend grinning and pointing off-screen like he's got something huge planned. Over there, a bunch of girls from another class huddle in matching uniforms, shivering hard because the cold is absolutely driving them nuts. While the older boys quietly stare at the girls' gym outfits, Alan is left utterly clueless, right as the rest of them start silently praying. A brave girl strides up to Alan with zero hesitation, grinning like sunshine as she calls out hello while everyone else hangs back behind her. Lee fidgets in her gym uniform and with nerves crawling up her spine, asks Alan how she looks. Alan freezes mid-stare, awkward as hell because he has no clue what to say, and he keeps forcing himself not to look her in the eye. He clings to the elder's advice, then lavishes her with praise about her beauty, watching a real smile bloom across her face. As Lee skips off with a grin, Alan is left totally baffled, like her sudden moment came out of nowhere. Another girl, Ms. Rose, saunters up to Alan and confidently demands his honest feedback on her gym uniform. Alan watches the girls strike their poses again, and a cold question hits him. Are they really doing some kind of ritual? A piercing whistle screams through the air as their instructor barks at Class 1, yelling for everyone to form up right now. Even with all that noise, she still digs her heels in, says the whistle is the only way to lock in the perfect classroom vibe. She rips into the room, declares the swordsmanship exam officially underway, and bans anyone from touching magical equipment. For the first test, draw strike. You rip the sword from its sheath and slice bamboo in a blur of speed. The instructor brings in a veteran timer and lays out the average draw strike time, 0.8 seconds. Lee Vestiria gets called to the start. She strides forward with total confidence, bracing herself for the fight that's about to hit. She sucks in a deep breath, plants her feet like a fighter, and locks her eyes on the bamboo target in front of her. With a snap of her blade, Leah whips forward and carves a clean slash through the bamboo in one smooth, unstoppable strike. That 0.5-second result left everyone stunned. Your instructor erupted in praise, and the watching classmates went wild with cheers. Rose steps into the cherry blossom blade style and snaps out a razor-accurate fiery strike, lightning Sakura, cutting through with pure precision. She's in the ring at 0.3 seconds flat, and she brags like she just wiped the floor with Leia, while Leia bares her teeth, seething with pure frustration. The instructor beams and praises Rose's performance, then slams the next name into the spotlight, Alan Rodall, the next player for draw strike. Alan looks back on a billion years of brutal training, then clenches his resolve and gets ready to prove how much stronger he's really become. With a snap of his arm, Alan throws his blade mid-step, and it carves through the bamboo in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Alan is exploding with joy inside, while the instructor and students stare at him in total awe after his sudden, jaw-dropping performance. Alan demands a moment, and the instructor, along with Alan, burns with curiosity to find out what comes next. The timer screams that no cut happened, but Alan swears he split the bamboo clean through. Every time they panic, the bamboo finally snaps in half, right as Alan's attack lands so quick nobody can even see it coming. The instructor shoots down the idea and says Alan can't see it, then orders him to repeat it, slower this time. Alan is totally baffled, but he nods and agrees to replay his attack nice and slow, because the exam is literally judging how fast he can move. Even while holding back, Alan rockets through the stopwatch, clocks a 0.1-second hit, and shatters the record in all 3 tests. The instructor raves about everyone's hard work, calls class over, and leaves the gym wide open for anyone to train on their own. Alan explodes with relief inside, blazing with pride because all that hard-earned progress finally gets noticed and measured for what it's worth. A curious classmate storms up to Alan and grills him about how his flying move worked, and why his shadow showed up during the Tenfo challenge. A classmate leans in and offers a sword-style swap, if Alan agrees to teach his technique. Alan humbly nods along, and that's all it takes. His friends erupt in excitement, swarming around him to hype him up non-stop. A whole crowd of male and female students closes in on Alan, begging him to train them, and they even promise to trade styles if he agrees. Alan vows to train them all the same, and he crushes the chaos that erupted from students fighting over who gets taught first. He kicks off a joyful swordcraft session for the whole class, and with every swing he earns their respect, fills the air with laughter, and forges real friendships. Alan lets out a quiet smile, finally feeling it, purpose clicks into place. Friends wrap around him, and the respect he's always chased lands in his hands. He stands there watching his classmates laugh and spar, and that warmth hits him for the first time, something he's never felt before. Alan gets hit with pure joy, and the second his classmates clock that reaction, tears start welling up fast. He flashes a smile like nothing happened, but his eyes sparkle with raw, heartfelt gratitude. Alan steadies his mood and keeps teaching the techniques, laughing through the tears as he swings his sword and shows them how it's done. The very next day, Alan can't sit still. He jumps into training, ready to swing that sword all day long. Today, Lee skips up with a bright grin, asking if Alan's free, and praying they can finally hang out together. Alan freezes for a split second, caught completely off guard, and he hesitates, still not sure how to answer that brutally direct invitation. He pits hard training against time with Leah, then makes the call that decides everything. Smiling, Alan agrees to go eat with her, his curiosity piqued by Vestoria's famous dish, ramzak. Alan can't wait to dive into sword training. Little does he know this day is about to flip his whole future on its head. Lee practically bounces up, grinning, and asks Alan if he's free. She's pumped to spend the day with him. Alan's stunned speechless. He panics, fumbles for an answer, and can't figure out how to react to her sudden question. He pauses and finally gets it. Time with Leia feels just as priceless as training, and he won't ignore it anymore. Alan agrees to go out, joins Leah, and just as they're heading out, they run into another classmate right on their way. Today, Alan whips out an invite for Rose to join them, and over Leia's table he tells her that ramzak is a beloved traditional Vestorian dish. Rose agrees, but Leia totally panics when Rose strides up and takes the lead on the spot. Zero hesitation. They roll up to a nearby restaurant, and Alan wastes no time. He orders a ramzak platter for 3. 10 minutes later, a gigantic mound of steaming ramzak shocks erupted into view, towering like a threat. Even with everything stacked against them, the three finally sit down to eat, spurred on by Leah's blazing, excited smile. Alan and the girls take their first bite, and boom, rich, delicious flavor explodes in their mouths, leaving them stunned. Even after Alan's stuffed, he keeps shoving food in, while Rose and Lee stay locked in, finishing every last bite. Lee devours her meal with pure nostalgia, leaving Alan stunned as she nearly gulps it down faster than she can chew. An awkward silence slams down the moment Alan accidentally locks eyes with Rose, who's been quietly watching the whole time. Rose finally snaps the silence and shoots Alan a direct question. Why does he keep acting so distant around her? Alan shot an invite to Rose to join them, then explained, Ramzak's a Vestorian dish liar who comes highly recommended. Leah struts ahead like she owns the place, and when Rose finally agrees to tag along, you can practically see the annoyance flare across Leah's face. They roll up to this cozy little restaurant, and Alan slams down a big ramzak platter, like the same order but 3 times. 10 minutes later, a massive mountain of ramzak shocks shot up into the sky. Nobody expected it to be this huge. Even with the food portions towering, the trio dives in with unstoppable hunger, scarfing down every fresh bite like they can't wait for it to disappear. At lunch, Lee introduces ramzak to Rose, and Alan suddenly sweeps her into their unexpected outing. Rose snaps up the invitation and strides right into the lead, leaving Leah flustered and wide-eyed with every bold move she makes. At the restaurant, the trio orders, then Alan hears the truth. Ramzak's portions are comically huge. The waiter slams down a gigantic mountain of ramzak and leaves Rose utterly stunned at the sheer, ridiculous size of the serving. They stare at the food, blown away, and even though it's huge, they dig in together, cheering and going all in. While Alan finally caught his breath, Rose and Leia leaned by the display, trading wild theories about rings and what an ideal partner should be. Then boom, every store window explodes as masked robbers burst in, weapons blazing, demanding total compliance. Alan calmly sized up the danger, then pressed Leah and Rose to fall in line. No heroics, no reckless fighting. The robbers went violent, clobbering a clerk and threatening the next one over, so the whole situation went from tense to we have to move now. Alan, Lee, and Rose locked eyes, no words, just steel in their stares, then silently nodded, ready to hit the ground running together. The robbers freak out as blades tear through the air. Meanwhile, the unseen heroes burst into the brawl in an instant. Alan, Rose, and Leia explode forward together, unleashing synchronized strikes that hit with lethal accuracy, pure teamwork at its deadliest. A fake, fair, coordinated assault hits like a wrecking ball, bodies fly, chaos erupts, and the last robber standing freezes, utterly stunned by their insane power. One robber bolts, snatching a hostage. Rose and Leia slam into the chase, racing through the hallway. Alan rockets after the fleeing robber, but the girls snap into action to save the hostage first, even if it means the escape has to wait. Alan unleashed his deadliest final sword technique and sliced the last robber cleanly in one unstoppable blow. Next morning, Alan's classmates flooded him with praise, all because they just watched the news report about his heroic actions. Their heroic move hit the front page, but Alan couldn't shake the feeling that his two female teammates were stealing all the spotlight. The word about the Elite Five Holy Festival explodes across the school, and students can barely contain their excitement, waiting for the official matchup announcement to drop. Just as lunch wraps up, Alan, Lee, and Rose get yanked into the chairwoman's office on an urgent summons. No one tells them why. They storm into the office and find the chairwoman drowning in paperwork, too swamped to even get a word out. Alan answers her politely, eyes catching the strain on her face as Leah and Rose slip awake quietly behind him, just a little worried. She keeps pushing through her days, juggling chairwoman and teacher duties until the workload crushes most people. After she wrapped up the paperwork, the chairwoman's face lit up. She gleefully praised a manga issue she devoured during her break. Alan's stunned. He can't believe she's still got time to read manga with all that brutal administrative workload crushing her every day. She drops the secret like it's nothing, while some mysterious man quietly toils right next to her, completely ignored until this very second. As he raced up his own stairs, the silent worker's presence still hadn't been noticed at all. Until right now. Laughing, the chairwoman points him out and says he's 18, while her assistant handles all the frantic work she throws at him. The girls snap in shock as Rhea lets the cat out. Her assistant isn't just shady, he's a dangerous criminal from a top-tier class. Rhea blurts out that he's prisoner number 18, stuck doing office work to shave down that brutal, never-ending sentence. Eyes wide and hearts racing, the students demand to know what brutal crime he committed to get sentenced to a full 100 years. Rhea stays cool as ice and drops the truth. He got sentenced because they caught him peeping. With zero shame on her face, she bluntly declares that he stalked young girls in schools all across Japan. Stung with disgust, the girls tag 18 as a total scumbag, the kind of disgraceful enemy that every young woman has to fear. Even as an elite graduate, 18 kept slipping out of jail again and again, creeping back to peep until the day he finally got caught. Rhea reassures them. She taught him everything herself, but his crimes stacked up, and the sentencing kept getting harsher over time. With eerie confidence, Ray slams her hand onto 18's shoulder, sealing the message. He's under her full control. As Alan stares at him, he can't shake the dread of what brutal lessons she forced into his head, while 18 follows her with cold, mechanical obedience. Rhea finally spills why they were called here, because their next opponent is none other than the terrifying Ice King Academy. She lays it all out, how her academy's rivalry never died, then names that legendary era the Golden Age. But the Golden Era crumbled overnight. Both schools slid into decline, and the media tore into their spiraling fall without mercy. Rhea crumples the newspaper in rage, furious that their academy now sits dead last, worse even than Ice King. Rage burning in her chest, she vows vengeance on their former rivals. Now they sneer and try to look down on her. Reeling from that disrespect, Rose and Lee erupt with fierce determination, ready to defend their academy's pride no matter what. Rhea roars that they can't take another loss, then burns through the whole night, mapping out the most unstoppable lineup they can build. She announces the picks: Alan, Rose, and Leia, and then the shock lands. Leia is named captain. Rose draws up the perfect plan. She softens the fight by taking down her opponents first. Then Lee and Rose step in to land the final, devastating finishing hits. Curious, the crew turns to the awkward truth. If Alan's that strong, why isn't he the captain? Rhea lays it all out. She's ready to crush the Ice King completely, and she doesn't even need the whole team to do it. The plan floors them. Alan is the first move, slipping in under their radar while the element of surprise crushes them psychologically. The whole crew buzzes with excitement, because their enemies don't stand a chance once Alan unleashes that brutal first sweep and leaves only dread in what's left. Alan panics hard, convinced he can't take all three down by himself, while Rhea cackles like a villain, overflowing with total confidence. On tournament day, Rhea gets blindsided by the last thing she expected, and it shatters her confidence in an instant. Ice King Academy's lineup drops a bombshell. Only 2 fighters show up, and that first slot is left blank like someone erased it in the dark. The Thousand Blade team explodes in anger, convinced this is nothing but mockery, or a cruel psychological play meant to humiliate them. Logic is raging and Rhea snaps to attention. She's convinced they're selling Alan short, so she declares she'll raise the stakes herself. She demands a lineup shuffle, pushes Alan straight into the captain's seat, but the official shuts it down cold, refusing to accept a change that late. A calm elite from the Ice King smirks, mocking Rhea's rage and snarling that losers just lash out unfairly. Just when everyone thinks the mystery ends, the third fighter is finally unmasked. Ferris, the Ice King Academy chairwoman and Rhea's rival. Rhea freezes in disbelief when she spots Ferris, and the rival academy's two top women suddenly turn that shock into raw, crushing tension. Rhea rips into Ferris for deception, but Ferris just smirks and dodges the blame, swearing it was all a cold-blooded play in how he picked the participants. A brutal old rivalry explodes back on the scene, sharp words hit like lightning as Ferris belittles. Rhea's counters with ruthless tactics, and every past defeat comes roaring to the surface. Enraged on both sides, they unleash insults, peebrain and clown, as their personal grudge ignites into full-blown public hostility. The students stand there stunned, watching two adult chairwomen start squabbling like petty kids right in front of everyone. Rhea and Ferris both erupted in furious shouts, declaring they'd already won before the match even started. Both teams split up. Ferris storms off in a dramatic exit, while Rhea tightens her arms around herself, eyes blazing with fiery resolve. Suddenly, Alan feels a terrifying presence lurking right behind him, cold, crushing, and it sends a shiver straight down his spine. Kine spun around, and the second he saw Alan, his smile turned ice cold as a sinister malice poured out of him. Then one of Ferris's team stepped forward. Kane stood locked in, eyes blazing with purpose, knowing he had to go all in. He was ready to destroy the Ice King. Alan strides down the corridor with his allies, eyes locked on the arena ahead, like he's got a mission that can't be stopped. Inside the waiting area, Alan squares his stance and feels the pressure building, like the first academy duel is about to ignite any second. Friends blast him with cheers and shout warnings as Alan slips in from the west gate all by himself. The announcer kicks off the show by calling out Alan Rodall from Thousand Blade Academy as the very first contestant in the match. Shocked by the massive crowd, Alan stopped dead, overwhelmed by the thunder of the arena roaring with spectators. Alan gets blasted by roaring cheers as his classmates surge in, chanting for him to beat Ice King Academy's fighters. With a brand new friendship fueling him, Alan swears he'll fight even harder, because now he'll never face it alone again. With a furious creak, the rival gate swings wide, and Ice King Academy's next fighter steps into the arena, slow and steady like they've already got the victory in their grip. Kane struts in like he owns the place, gets swallowed by cheers, and then greets Alan with a calm smile that feels unsettling as hell. As the referee checks that they're ready, Alan locks eyes with Kane, feeling danger lurking under that polished gentleman mask. The duel kicks off for real, and when Alan and Kinelach lock eyes, tension snaps tight, pure focus, no mercy. Kane snaps together a magical seal in a blink, and a surge of raw energy hits, leaving Alan completely frozen in shock. Kane hurls his spell down, crack, shattering the arena floor and snapping a deadly trap called Ensnare to life. Kane pulls on his only outfit, the terrifying 100 Hell, and unleashes its blade, crushing the battlefield with a surge of dark energy. Alan's grin sparked a confident declaration, and when judgment finally hit, the crowd erupted. The 1000 Blade has no chance. Kine barrels forward like a storm, roaring that he's won, but Alan snaps into motion with a counterattack, eyes locked on how shaky Kine's footing really is. Even with all his effort, Alan gets slammed down fast, hitting the ground hard while Kane just watches. No flinch, no mercy. With a sly smirk, Kane taunts Alan as he crumples, and the crowd erupts in shock at the mysterious finishing blow. Alan jerks awake in a strange world, baffled out of his mind. Then Kane's attack flashes through his head as time itself locks up around him. Alan spots that Kane's power feels just like the training realm, so he pushes deeper, certain the soul outfit twisted the world around him. Alan slams his fist into the fabric of space itself, trying to rip his way out of Kane's warped dimension. To his shock, he sees the truth right away. The world isn't unbreakable, and escape is absolutely possible. Alan refuses to bail, he drills instead. A whole century alone is his crazy, hard-earned gift. After 100 years of brutal training, Alan jolts awake in the middle of the duel, stands tall without wavering, and leaves everyone stunned. Even with the referee throwing out confusion, Alan stays ice calm, calmly asks to keep going and doesn't flinch at all. Alan grips his blade tight, brimming with excitement to finally show what his 100 years of lone training has forged. Sensing the opening, Alan rockets forward with pinpoint timing, shrinking the gap so fast that Kane can't even react. Alan snaps into motion with fierce speed, firing off his secret technique and carving a mirror Sakura slash straight across Kane's chest. Kane drops to the ground, shaking with disbelief, because after what he's just survived, the Hellblade Alan's mental strength feels unreal. The referee declares Kane defeated, and Alan humbly fires back that 100 years was barely enough. Alan bursts out to wild cheers, and the announcer loudly crowns him the undisputed king of the duel. No debate left. His classmates erupted with cheers, praising his wild resilience and the way he fought back and still overcame Kane's only one outfit stunt. One classmate corners Alan, stunned he pulled off her move, and Alan just nods his thanks. No explanations, no hesitation. Alan tells you he burned every classmate's technique into his memory, including hers, and then spent a full century training inside Kane's world. She's stunned because Alan somehow learned her sword school using nothing but memory, and she'd spent years building that knowledge. Alan offers to train his modified technique, totally blindsiding his classmate, who immediately realizes it hits harder and works better. She joyfully takes his offer, her smile glowing, until the next match announcement crashes the moment. Pumped up by his friends, Alan cracks a grin and gears up for the next duel, fired with bright, unstoppable determination. Alan barrels back into the arena through the West Gate, as the announcer calls out both Academy representatives. Through the East Gate, Ice King Academy's captain, Shido Jakurius, charges in like a storm. Everybody feels his power the second he appears. Alan clocks that the Ice King supporters are dead quiet. Shido's intimidating presence has them visibly rattled. The final match kicks off the moment Alan wins, and Thousand Blade finally snaps out of its brutal losing streak. Commentators uncover the truth. Both duelists learned everything on their own, so this showdown is pure chaos, wild, rare, and impossible to predict. Shido's attack whiffs, but his sudden burst of violence freezes the crowd into deadly silence. With a creepy grin, Shido corners a spectator and hurls a threat, showing just how broken, unstable, and vengeful he really is. The referee's voice shakes as he restarts the match, and you can feel it. Shido's earlier strike wasn't an accident at all. It was cold, deliberate, and deadly precise. On the signal, both duelists thrust their swords up, Alan's eyes locked in, while Shido stayed icy calm, sizing him up like a perfect target. Alan tightens his grip to swing. Then Shido's way too calm stance pings his instincts like a trap lurking in plain sight. Alan flings a flying shadow slash, only for it to vanish out of nowhere before it even touches Shido's body. Shido is still confused when Alan fires off the same technique again, and she can't help wondering if he's already slipping into hidden soul attire. Alan darts in so fast it wipes Shido off guard. His defenses shatter under a blinding counterattack. Shido snaps back to his feet, fires off taunts at Alan, and orders him to stop messing around. Alan wants a real fight, not some pathetic little taps. Shido rockets forward with pure explosion speed, shouting that he'll crush Alan is crushed completely under his overwhelming might. Alan gets slammed hard by Shido's raw power, reels in shock for a split second, then snaps back fast, ready to analyze the situation. Alan watches Shido's sloppy moves and realizes the truth. This guy bullies his way through everything on raw strength, not skill. Alan clamps his sword in a death grip, already sure he'll outmatch Shido, pure fire, non-stop dedication, and real true swordsmanship. He declares victory and shoots down Shido's taunts without a flinch, swaggering like he's already won. Enraged to the bone, Shido blasts Syracumulus, the deadly cloudy sky style, crashing down hard to smother Alan. Fuming at Alan's relentless pushback, Shido lunges forward, blazing with rage and cursing him as an infuriating, stubborn nuisance. Alan snaps back with slice iron style, swinging demolish iron, clashing blades with Shido's brute strength right in midair. Blades screamed together mid-charge, as both duelists crashed into the ultimate head-on collision at full speed. Both launch screaming charges at mid-range, sprinting hard as Alan kicks off the cherry blossom blade style, right as Shido lines up a brutal strike. Alan's lightning lances Sakura first, then it smashes into Shido, ripping his balance apart and crashing through his guard. Seizing the opening, Alan fires the mirror Sakura slash, pelting Shido with brutal, high-speed cutting arcs. With pure power bursting out, Alan unleashes his strongest move and seals it with an 8th style, 8th span crow, then lands a crushing finishing strike. Shido stayed completely calm as his badly hurt opponent, bleeding and furious, crumpled and admitted defeat, finally admitting how painfully outmatched he was by Shido's raw natural power. Still, even with the odds stacked against him, Alan stood his ground and swore his sword skills were untouchable, honed by relentless practice and razor-precise technique. Shido erupted into unstoppable laughter, tearing apart Alan's boast. He just couldn't stomach the idea that hard work could challenge him. Fuming, Shido drove Alan into the ground, barking that talent will always crush worthless effort, and that his idealistic sword beliefs are nothing but fantasy. Shido slammed on his Ice Wolf Van Urgand, blasting a terrifying wave of cold as he geared up to unleash his final, overwhelming retaliation. Shido yanked back and hurled a brutal Ice Gold spear. Its packed magic screamed through the air and slammed toward Alan like a missile. Alan dodged in time, but Shido swept in from behind, slammed him hard, and laughed at the way Alan's split saved him. one brutal second stall. Shido snapped into action, summoning a storm of ice shards that kept Alan sprinting non-stop, or else he'd be skewered or sealed in ice. Cheeto roared at Alan to stop backing up, but rage burned because his strike still hadn't shattered Alan's resolve or defenses. Alan lunged in with focused rage, slamming blades with Shido in a brutal back and forth that was perfectly matched. Alan panted hard, getting slammed with Shido's speed boost the moment he activated that powerful soul attire. Shido mocked Alan's confusion because the truth was brutal. Alan hadn't gotten slower by choice, Shido had just been moving while Alan's body dragged behind. Alan's hands shook hard as Shido laid out exactly how the frostbite was creeping in and turning him cold from the inside. Shido needled Alan again, shouting that hypothermia had already set in, and that Alan's body was inching toward total collapse. And as he closed in without mercy, Shido drove a punch straight into Alan's chest, smashing the exchange to pieces with sheer, overwhelming force. Alan crumpled under that crushing hit, and Shido stalked in to stomp him down, no pause, no mercy. As Alan spat blood, the crowd exploded. People screamed at Cheeto, warning him he'd pushed it way too far. With a fake apology on his lips, Shido flashed a cold smile and smashed the last blow to end Alan's suffering for good. Shido lifted his blade and swore he'd cut Alan down. No hesitation, no mercy, not even a hint of restraint on his face. With a feral roar, Shido drove his Vanner down like a hammer, tearing the ground under Alan's feet. Alan's allies screamed his name, shaking with terror, while Shido just roared with laughter, baffled by why the crowd went so wild. Shido sat in stunned silence as Frost swallowed him whole, and after that final crushing blow, his energy drained away. As the chapter ended, Shido's gaze stayed razor-sharp, his face tightening with raw tension and burning rage. Alan snapped still in the middle of his duel stance as Dodriel's deadly thrust barrels in, smashing through everything he has. With death breathing down his neck, Alan trembles in terror, but he refuses to fold, fighting back instead of letting it end him. Dodriel jeers at him, consumed by one obsession: destroying Alan, the once-shunned failure who has now risen into a real rival. Alan surges in with raw, explosive force, cracking the ground beneath him and leaving Dodriel totally blindsided. Dodriel jerks back in pure shock as Alan's lightning-fast counterattack slams in before he even has a chance to react. A long-haired man bursts into view, wrapped in dark, crackling energy, radiating raw power with a smug, confident smirk. He erupts into wild laughter, snarling at time itself. Who knows how long it's been? Hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of years. As the students stare in shock at his presence, one girl spots him right away. Then she can't help expecting him to come back. He sneers at Alan for not unlocking his power, saying he's got no talent at all, even while everyone can see the huge potential sitting right there. He shuts Alan down and won't give a single explanation to someone he swears is only moments away from death. Alan tears into the fight, hurling a massive freezing spear while screaming in raw rage, trying to smash through his opponent before they can even react. The long-haired man swallows the blast whole, then unleashes a monstrous roar that rattles the entire battlefield. While those girls scream in pure panic, the man just shrugs it off, like the whole attack is nothing but a waste of time. He shatters the spear like it's nothing, mocks Alan's struggle to his face, then casually flicks away the last of the ice. Rage flares in his chest as he hurls scathing insults at the ancient hermit spirit for handing him a body way weaker than he ever expected. Alan lunges in from behind, blindsiding his opponent and trying to flip the whole fight in one brutal moment. But the man snaps back with a brutal stab, like he never let his guard down for a second. Alan swings and it misses hard. The man laughs in his face, calling the strike pathetic and useless. A brutal punch slams into Alan's stomach, and the enemy sneers while exposing his weakness right in the middle of the fight. With joints popping and grinding, the man barks that Alan is his warm-up in this brand new body. Alan gets slammed in the face. His defense gets overrun by the enemy's ruthless speed and overwhelming power. Alan realizes it has to be temporary. Once the transformation fades, the enemy's guard drops and they finally become vulnerable. The man fires up Alan's reflexes with praise, then slams another devastating punch straight into his chest. Bored out of his mind, the man slams his fist into a dark energy orb, smashing the game to an abrupt stop, like a light going out. With a cold, cruel grin, he summons a giant scythe and raises it like he's about to finish this fight for good. Alan trembles as the black scythe takes shape and fear crashes in, because he knows the next swing might be his last. The enemy's overwhelming aura blasts through the arena, swallowing the space, and leaving Alan trapped with deadly intent bearing down on him. Alan flung a frozen waterfall, trapping the enemy in a brutal wall of ice, and praying it could stop the onslaught. And the scythe slams through Alan's guard, crashing in with unstoppable force and pure brutal power. Blinded by shock, Alan gapes as the enemy barrels forward, sneering that he's weak, while he's still standing there breathing. Alan hurls frozen waterfall magic again, praying it'll buy him time by trapping his opponent inside a block of ice. Barely upright, Alan wheezes for air, battered and bleeding as the ice wall starts to split and crack. He braces himself and counts down, because he knows the enemy is about to burst out any second. With a thunderous crack, the enemy drives straight through Alan's chest, and the blow hits like death. Alan gets launched into the air and slams down hard, blood bursting out as that black energy scythe rips through him. The enemy hoists his blade high overhead, gearing up to end Alan for good with one devastating final strike. Suddenly, Laya rockets in, shields Alan's body, and catches the enemy off guard in the middle of their swing. She pleads with him to stop, calling his name, reminding Alan exactly who she is and what they've always shared. She reels from the memories of them eating, clashing, laughing, begging his buried self to wake up and come back. Even as he threatens her, Lee forces a smile through her tears, clinging to the memory of the happiness they used to share. Lee sobs through tears, pleading with Alan to come back, the kind-hearted man she knew before. Alan's hands shook as her words cut straight through him, ripping open something buried deep under his corrupted shell. A furious voice inside him screams that Alan failed to resist, until it was far too late. And Lee barrels to his side, hugs him tight, and blurts, "Are you finally okay?" Alan flashes a weak smile, whispers thanks to her. Then, like all his strength just vanished, he collapses into her arms. Alan jolts awake in a hospital, dazed and surrounded by blinking monitors and that eerie, steady beep that won't stop. He spots Leia and Rosa crashed out nearby, and it hits him hard. Yeah, they stayed right by his side. Confused out of his mind, Alan tells them, "Yeah, I'm in a hospital." But the real question burns, what on earth happened during that fight? He reels from flashes of that thing, an inhuman presence that tears through everything, rampaging with zero restraint. Staring down at his own hands, Alan can't help but wonder, was this power really his? Or was something else wearing his body like a mask? Lee jolts awake, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, totally clueless that Alan is already up staring at her. Lee spots Alan's eyes open, and in a rush of pure relief, she lunges at him and smothers him in a crushing, emotional hug. Tears pour down Lee's face as she breaks down in Alan's arms, sobbing in pure relief that he's alive. Alan awkwardly freezes as her chest presses into him, and Lee's confusion snaps into flustered, red-faced embarrassment. Rose bolts upright, clocks what's happening, yells that Alan's a total perv, then sighs like it's just another day at work. Alan gawked at his own body in stunned disbelief. His wound had vanished completely, leaving not even a trace or a single scar. He quietly can't shake the thought that the mysterious entity's brutal power might be what flipped the miracle into place and healed him. Their teacher bursts in, gives him a nod for finally recovering, and Alan rushes to apologize for the mess he caused during the tournament. Leia and Rose demand answers, terrified of what's coming next, and the teacher steadies them, urging calm before finally explaining everything. The match got scrapped, both academies were disqualified, and even though Alan got spared that loss, his transformation is still coming back to bite him. Rhea tells Alan his punishment, only a 1-month suspension instead of expulsion, and the whole room goes silent in pure shock. Rhea snaps that Leia and Rose are getting suspended too, and she makes it crystal clear she's holding them responsible for Alan's actions. Alan explodes in protest, frantic and baffled. How are his friends getting punished for something he did all by himself? Raria reveals the real reason Thousand Blades can't move forward during the Soul Attire training period. Even after the suspension hit, Leah and Rose kept grinning and Alan bounced back, so he wasn't stuck getting permanently expelled. The administrator laid bare how that meeting spiraled out of control, until sharp, heated arguments swallowed everything. Alan's friends charged the administrator with hypocrisy the second she insisted on staying in the dorms even while they were suspended. Suddenly, the administrator snapped, "We're spending the month together, witches and blades, no rest." After he crushes the monster, Alan rushes over to check on the girls, only to find them left wildly exposed, like the universe just humiliated them. Right when life finally starts to calm down, Alan gets slammed with brutal consequences for that accidental look he couldn't help throwing their way. A few days back, the trio stormed the instructor's office right after their newest mission dropped. Alan tells everyone his health is back to 100%. Then the instructor snaps into a briefing and lays out their assignment. Alan rips into the silence, demanding answers about that mysterious force that surged through him during the academy tournament. Alan's instructor drops the verdict. What burst out in the fight wasn't a mystery at all, it was his awakened spirit core. They break it down. Spirit cores don't all show up the same, some burst out as wild beasts, others take shape as souls, and others harden into weapons pulled straight from within. Alan's spirit core doesn't just glow, it fights back with an unusually vicious, overwhelming will of its own. Alpha's dangerous power has been throttled. Right now it's weakened, so Alan can finally breathe, unless it snaps back to life after it refuels. As punishment, the trio gets shoved onto Witchblade duty, no pay, no breaks, while the guild watches their every move. Alan and his teammate halt mid-breath, staring up in stunned silence at that towering, looming structure. The Witchblade Guild looms high, but its falling-apart shell hits you like a gut punch the moment you lay eyes on it. Lee stands at the entrance, calm as stormlight, coaxing the nervous pair inside. No fear, just come on in. With zero enthusiasm, they step inside, praying the guild's interior isn't as grim as its busted, run-down front. Inside the guild, the place exploded with loud adventurers. Rough, wild, and nothing like they ever imagined. The guild reeks of smoke and sweat, and Alan and his teammate fight to suck in air. Drunk adventurers start harassing them, but Alan stays cool and politely declares they're here on official business. Wompthug suddenly decks Alan, smashing a bottle on impact, and whips him hard to the floor. Alan steps in fast, soothing the girls and saying one thing: retaliation won't fix this. It'll only make things worse with the chairwoman. He shrugs off the whole attack, dismissing it like it's nothing, and the crew pushes deeper into the guild. Rage, humiliation, and pure dread crash through him as he charges at Alan again, unable to stomach the public shame. Alan finally summons his blade spirit, and the moment it flares to life, he roars that this drunken rampage just crossed the point of no return. Alan's aura hits like a punch, and dread crumples instantly, then begs for forgiveness, sobbing as shame and fear take the wheel. Alan freezes when the girls stride ahead, thrown off by their effortless confidence and the way they're practically right on top of him. Alan snaps back into action the moment they reach the reception desk, checking in on them both like everything depends on it. That receptionist shows up, massive, terrifying, completely silent, radiating pure pressure while he calmly flips through a magazine like he owns the whole room. The girls snap into full panic, thinking he's a killer, and they practically shove Alan back, warning him not to get involved. Even with fear clawing at him, Alan thrusts forward, then freezes when the man suddenly points at him and yells his name. To everyone's shock, the man's attitude flips in an instant. He breaks into a warm smile and warmly welcomes the students Rhea mentioned. He rants that Rhea dropped the students on his lap, gave zero details, and then vanished on him like a ghost. Alan steps up and introduces himself to Bonce Dalton, the huge branch chief whose intimidating look makes you feel the ground shift. The trio finishes registration, and Lee's past experience floors Alan, while Rose's history as a bounty hunter comes rushing back into the spotlight. Bonds declares their forms are flawless, looking genuinely amazed, like they caught every single detail during the whole paperwork run. The group finally relaxes when they realize Bonds is actually friendly, even though his scary look keeps getting Alan roasted. Anathar's clash erupts just around the corner, and the guild's chaos feels way worse than they ever expected. The shouting hits his ears, and he storms toward the guild hall, glaring like he's sick of that same familiar chaos. An author brawl erupts, Rose spots the culprits in seconds, and Bond lets out a tired sigh, because of course it's the same repeat offenders again. Bonds' bone-chilling stare shuts everyone up cold as he steps forward and demands the fighting men give him answers. He makes sure they remember guild rules are clear. When a fight breaks out, both sides walk away with the same guilt. No hesitation, Bond slams his fist and drops both of them with one brutal punch each, leaving every guilty fool knocked out cold. Bonds blasts out a thunderous warning, ordering the guild to treat alcohol with respect and to shut down drunken violence. No exceptions. Handing Alan his badge, Bonds shoots him an apology, because his blood-soaked hand just made one hell of an impression. Bonds fires off, "What's your purpose?" And the team quickly spills the truth, volunteers ready and practically itching to take on the next job. He tells them to ditch the beasts and go straight for monster extermination missions, because that's the kind of real combat practice that actually toughens you up. Bonds tells everyone the real way to grow a warrior's strength. True sword fighters don't hunt easy forest beasts, they go after deadly monsters. Bond shuts down Rhea's beast idea cold, and right then Alan and the girls start debating whether to take on a chimera. Even with zero experience, Alan doesn't back down. He dives into the challenge, betting everything on Rose and Laya to stand shoulder to shoulder and take on monsters with him. Bonds can't stop cheering as he approves all three missions, Goblin, Ogre, and Chimera hunts, proving the training is officially underway. Deep in the quiet forest, the crew crept forward on tiptoe, and every rustling leaf screamed that danger was lurking just out of sight. Alan opened up about his rural roots, reading the danger early as tension surged through the team that was ready to move. From the clearing, a pack of goblins lunged into view with weapons bared, snarling like they meant to ruin everything. Alan and his allies snapped into battle mode, agreeing to take the goblins head-on in combat training. Goblins came barreling in, but the team dug in, snatching weapons and bracing to unleash a crushing counterattack. Alan snapped his sword technique into motion, then zeroed in on one goblin and squared up with razor-precise focus. He tore into them with flying shadow, one blazing strike so fast it stunned the goblins all around. Meanwhile, a female knight slammed her blade in front of a rampaging ogre, and their weapons screamed together under raw, brutal force. Sensing the ogre's terrifying might, she dug deep and unleashed her ultimate move. Conquer Dragon King ***. Before she even got a move in, Alan wiped out the ogre all by himself, and she just froze, stunned, and totally speechless. A vicious chimera lunged toward them at breakneck speed, and the whole team snapped into position, ready to unleash one perfectly timed attack. Suddenly, the chimera exploded forward in a blur, slamming into the moment and catching everyone completely off guard as it closed the distance in an instant. Alan snapped still in panic, realizing the charging beast was already close enough to strike him down. Seizing the opening, he unleashed his 8th style, 8th span crow, then landed a strike so decisive it ended everything. Later, Alan's teammates snapped at him, furious that his raw strength hijacked the training and they didn't get a real run-in. Lee and Rose sat there staring into the past, hashing out how they'd both grown, how their rivalry burned hotter, and how Spirit Core fights unlocked a mysterious power they couldn't explain. Alan breezed through job after job, and each win only fed the fire in him. His determination burned hotter than ever. 1 week later, Alan got yanked into the spotlight when Mr. Dread summoned him out of nowhere, leaving everyone hooked on what happened next. Dread's crew swarmed Alan with non-stop questions, poking fun at his love life, dragging Leah and Rose into every jab. Red-faced, Alan insisted he had zero romantic ties to either girl, but his friends clearly didn't buy a single word. Alan cut the rumors dead with a dark aura, then slipped back to the girls for their next mission. Their next mission was to shepherd an old woman to safety, simple on paper, but weirdly specific in exactly how it had to be done. The guildmaster personally demanded market research along with the escort mission, and the entire group was left reeling. At the Unity Festival in Drescia, they were ordered to scope out the hottest items everyone was chasing. Even if it was suspended, Alan and the crew instantly clocked it. This mission was nothing more than a fancy vacation cover. The guildmaster blew up, screaming that they'd stop slaving away and take a real break, like normal kids were supposed to. He swore he'd personally shield them from every complaint, and he left the whole team gripping their nerves, until they finally, reluctantly agreed. Alan bowed with genuine gratitude, accepting that wild new mission, and the massive trust being thrown their way. Walking her through everything, the crew proudly confirmed they were still academy students, and they fired back with reassurances that restored the old lady's confidence. The old woman lit up with joy, reminiscing about a legendary female fighter and praising how her fearless strength crushed every battle. That old lady crowned Blackfist with praise for his power, even though he still never managed to beat Ferris in their duels. Right when Miss Sandy finally made it to Drescia, a sudden stab of pain crushed through her back. Then she collapsed, gripping herself in agony. Alan stepped up to carry the wheat by himself, calming Sandy as he took full responsibility. Alan ordered the girls to stick with Sandy and promised they'd all meet up again at the clock tower. When the crew split up, Alan flashed a confident grin, then took off solo with the delivery. Alan pulled up to the shop and told them he was delivering wheat for Miss Sandy. The merchant grilled Alan about his age, then snatched the contract away before glaring at it like something was off. He swore the grain was trash, low quality to the bone, and flat out refused to pay the full contract price. Alan threw himself into the fight for the wheat, backed by his village upbringing and his razor-sharp know-how about grain quality. Tension surged as Alan begged for fairness, and the others shot annoyed glares, grumbling non-stop at his stubborn persistence. A merchant called Muscle over, snapping that Alan was being a pain and that they needed backup. Then he finally understood what was really going on. They jeered at Alan, shoved him into apologizing, and labeled him disrespectful just for standing up for himself. Even with fear looming, Alan stood his ground and demanded fair payment for Sandy's wheat. No backing down. When they mocked him again, Alan snapped. Then he tore through the goons like a storm, crushing the violence they used to teach him. Still calm and stone-faced, Alan loomed over the unconscious men, ready to make things right, no more games. Alan drove in a vicious kick, and the merchant finally snapped out of his dismissive attitude. With a shaking plea for mercy, the merchant caved and promised to pay the full price, because Alan's calm, quiet intensity felt like a blade at his throat. Still reeling, the merchant shoved the payment across and demanded to know exactly who Alan was, blown away by how strong and calm he stayed. Alan grinned, strolled away like he owned the place, and even humbly chalked himself up as nothing but a third-rate witch blade. Meanwhile, a pack of villains set up a brutal ambush, grinning because they didn't expect anyone to put up a real fight. The assassin crew huddled over the execution plan, buzzing with impatience to strike fast and vanish before they even finished debating the details. An assassin set her sights on Alan, her pulse racing, wondering if she could turn him into a trophy by taking his head. A mysterious man dressed to the nines suddenly appeared out of nowhere, smiling politely while radiating an unsettling calm. Even though she didn't feel any malice in him, the woman still drew in and launched herself to attack, saying he wouldn't walk out alive. They struck in perfect sync, unleashing brutal ice, weaving ruthless control magic, and then finishing with devouring blows. The assassins slammed their combined assault at once, trying to crush the man in one brutal final strike. Moments later, they were all wiped out, crumpled to the ground or left hanging, while he stood there unscathed, fixing his hat like it was nothing. He sneered at their looks and insisted those provocative outfits proved they didn't get the point at all. He tore into the idea of beauty, roasting their public self-exposure while praising that sweet, natural embarrassment as the real art. He stared at the artwork and declared it shameful, beneath notice, then brushed it off like it wasn't even worth a second glance. The girls slumped there, beaten and totally lost. And even with all their strength, the gentleman's presence leaves them shaken to the core. The mysterious man just stood there ice-calm, while Rhea quietly expected assassins, and even arranged for him to be secretly taken care of. Elsewhere, Rhea wraps up her meeting with a bright smile, sends Alan off cheerfully, and watches him drift away, totally blind to the danger waiting for him. Rhea spills her worry, then orders the gentleman to quietly keep Alan safe from any hostile forces. Rhea gives him the green light to bring his work along, and she keeps a sharp eye on Alan's safety the whole time. 18 daydreams about tailing Leia and Rose while watching Alan, but the guard duty keeps getting hijacked by inappropriate thoughts. Rhea hears 18's words and snaps back fast, warning him that one wrong move will bring serious consequences. Crushed by her authority, 18 sulks in silence, replaying her orders in his head as frustration claws at him and his impulses stay locked away. Meanwhile, Alan meanders through the Unity Festival, completely oblivious as a hooded figure lurks in the shadows, watching his every move. After the escort mission wraps up, Alan and the squad rush to confirm Miss Sandy is safe and already on the road to recovery. They hit a booming street festival, soaking in the chaos and crowds, and then they can't help but wonder, what else is still left to uncover? The squad spots locals dressed in classic traditional outfits, and they can't help but stare. Then one teammate practically bursts with excitement at the idea of trying a yukata. Then the girls finally burst onto the scene in gorgeous yukatas, striking proud poses, flaunting their outfits, and soaking up the festival vibes like they own the night. Alan spots them and immediately turns red, stumbling over himself as he stares, just as their stunning transformation hits him like a wave. Alan praises the girls' yukatas, and one of them totally melts, blushing as she nervously asks for his opinion. They rush to the Unity Festival market, buzzing with excitement and locked in determination to hit every food stall in sight. The whole crew dives into snacks and games, while that one girl spins around like a blur, swinging for a festival prize with pure excitement. They sprint through the stalls, snatch up bites as they go, grab prizes left and right, and laugh while pure chaos and joy crash around them. One girl storms the prize booth, sweeps it clean, and then unleashes a victory celebration with her friends. In the middle of the match, Rose slices through a terrifying opponent with pure skill, and Alan plus the whole crowd erupts in amazement. After the games, they burst into laughter side by side, admitting the fun mattered way more than the prizes. The crew bursts into the Unity Trade Center, an enormous fortress packed with power and packed with plans at a high-stakes conference. Inside are 5 powerful business oligarchs. Every one of them held the same clout as the elite academy heads. Rose lights up as she remembers coming here with her grandfather, and you can tell she truly understands why this place matters. Suddenly, a blast erupts at the Unity Trade Center, glass shatters everywhere, and panic surges through the plaza. People scream and scatter as cloaked attackers burst into the building. No one knows who they are or what they're there to do. The group clocks it, these intruders aren't random. They're hunting the oligarchs, and the brutal blast is almost certainly their work. While everything erupts in chaos, guards surge into action, shouting for fighters, medics, and holy knights to rush in and defend the building. Alan strides forward and asks the one question burning in his mind. How can a swordsman like him possibly make a difference in a crisis like this? Alan and the girls shoot each other a quick nod. Then they bolt for the trade center with zero hesitation. In the middle of the chaos, Alan shouts who he is and jumps straight onto the defense team, escorting everyone up to the upper floors. As they surge forward, disciplined privates clash with everything they've got, trying to choke off the intruders pouring in from multiple entry points. Alan breaks off on command, urging everyone to press forward while he spots battered fighters standing there, utterly dazed after the attack collapses. A masked enemy towered over the fallen guards, grinning with terrifying confidence as he demanded a real challenge. The deranged enemy keeps tearing through the chaos, taunting the survivors and daring anyone reckless enough to step up and fight him. Alan stumbles onto a brutal scene and steels himself to stop the lunatic before he wrecks innocent lives nearby. The man spots Alan the second he sees him, and that shocking old connection hits like a punch. Alan freezes mid-battle. He taunts Alan with cryptic hints about their shared violent past, throwing the whole room into confusion. Rose and her partner yanked their blades free, barking orders at Alan to chase the oligarchs, while they held the line and stayed. Alan nods and agrees to split up. He barrels forward alone while the girl keeps the enemy busy, buying him every second. Rose and her ally caught the enemy in the middle of the strike, then slammed into them with a brutal two-person combo. Meanwhile, Alan storms up to the top floor and finds those frightened business oligarchs backed into a corner, panicking like their whole world is collapsing. Some oligarchs shake in their boots, but one woman stays ice calm, ready to meet whatever threat comes charging next. Next, Alan throws out his name and mission with steel in his voice. He's a witch blade swordsman, and he swears he'll protect them with everything he's got. Juan the oligarch doubts Alan at first, but before long everyone else buys in and starts begging him for help. Alan flashes a confident grin and promises to lead them to safety, and the whole crew slips into a careful escape. Lady Reese beams as Alan shows up in a flash, praising his sharp skill. Yet Alan keeps brushing it off, staying humble about how strong he really is. She smirks like she already knows, feels Alan's secret power humming under the surface and presses him. How long has he really been training? Alan stumbles on a hidden passage and Lady Reese snaps, lead them through here. Alan swings back into the battle, and Lady Rise watches him go with pure confidence and a grateful farewell. As Alan sprints, a sharp unease claws at him about Leia and Rose. Still, he can't shake the belief they're stronger than this. He barrels in to brag about the win, but the moment he sees someone hurt, shock slams into him. Rose slumps unconscious on the floor as the enemy charges straight for the injured Leia. Alan crashes in just in time, shielding Leia, but the masked enemy lunges into the moment, taunting him with sadistic, thrilled excitement. The enemy spits that Leia and Rose are pathetic, but Alan slips in and quietly steadies the wounded Leia. Fueled by pure rage, Alan snaps and refuses to let the enemy dishonor his brave friends ever again. The enemy feeds on Alan's rage, practically buzzing with excitement now that he finally gets to clash with him in battle again. Swords flashed as they stepped into the duel, and the air crackled with tension the moment it finally began. With explosive speed, the enemy surges forward, lunging at Alan and spitting out that he's been craving this fight to the death for ages. The enemy taunts Alan as a reject swordsman, and that insult detonates painful memories of his past all over again. Alan clicks instantly. Only a former classmate would know that exact insult and spot that unmistakable sword stance. With wicked delight, the masked man confirms Alan's suspicion, and he practically savors the fact that Alan finally remembers him. Alan's jaw drops when he realizes the attacker is Dodriel Barton, his terrifying rival from school. Dodriel blurted out his sick intentions, throwing Alan off with twisted logic and a nasty obsession that he never got over after their duel. Dodriel blurts out that he's been stuck on their duel ever since. He couldn't stomach losing, and Alan's face won't leave his mind. Resentment ate him alive, and Dodriel trained like a man possessed, reshaping every inch of himself just to claw back revenge. With chilling clarity, Dodriel insists Alan's mere presence ignited love and obsession, fueled by their deadly rivalry. Alan can't shake the unease. Dodriel's sword reeks of madness, twisted by obsession. Dodriel stares at Alan's blade like it's the only outfit on Earth. Stunned by the powerhouse hides in something that looks so simple. Alan ready to first strike, his mind flashing back to every duel that came before, while Barton barreled toward him without a second thought. Barton slipped Alan's strike with razor precision and snapped back with a lightning counter, leaving Alan frozen in shock at the sheer audacity of that miss. Barton tore into the storm of autumn rainblades, and Alan fought for every breath, barely managing to block those brutal slashes. Alan realized it with a jolt. Barton's skill had exploded forward, and even with all his flaws, that raw talent made him downright terrifying. Determined as a blade, Alan surged ahead, desperate to smash Barton's solo attire defense until he finally got it. Right when Alan swung, Barton snapped out of the way mid-strike, showing off blistering speed and flashing a taunting grin. Barton dropped an autumn rain finisher, and the storm hit with torrential force, hammering Alan with non-stop multi-angle slashes that never let up. Alan unleashed his autumn rain style, cutting through the chaos with non-stop slashes and illusion strikes that hit in perfect sync. Even after that brutal strike, Alan's blade cut straight through him, proving this wasn't just skill but a supernatural power. Still, the enemy soaked up every last scream, spilling madness with a grin powered by twisted pleasure and chained to soul-deep insanity. Alan steadied his breath, read every move like a warning sign, and pulled from old battles to crack the mystery of how those enemies fought so wrong. Alan suddenly understood what was really happening, and he clocked the exact move his enemy made that would unleash a hidden mechanism and seal his fate. Alan watched Audriel's wild dash stop dead at a shadow, and the second it hit, realization slammed into him. His clothes were the only thing that mattered. Dodriel tore away the cover and unleashed his soul attire's true might, absolute concealment, living and breathing as a shadow sovereign. Feeling untouchable with shadow invincibility, Dodriel mocked Alan barged in with full confidence, declaring immunity the moment he crossed the threshold, leaving only his opponent's silhouette to react. Alan unleashed his secret technique, a downpouring slash built to tear straight through dimensions and rip the illusions apart. With sheer resolve blazing in his soul, Alan unleashed his fifth style, his whole body ignited with burning power and unstoppable purpose. Alan unleashed his worldrender slash, one brutal swing meant to smash his body and bury the hidden shadow. Dodriel snapped his head up too late, right when that slash tore through the switch mid-motion, warping reality and ripping open space between two dimensions. Dodriel got trapped mid-transformation. He screamed in pure agony as something pierced his body, all while he tried to stay hidden inside the shadow world. Alan spoke in a calm voice, but his threat hit like steel. If the enemy lurks in the shadows, he'll slash the darkness itself. His blade slammed with power so brutal it tore space itself. And somehow, after centuries of training, that wild truth hit him like lightning. After hundreds of millions of years, Alan finally mastered a slash so brutal it tore entire dimensions apart. Dodriel bowed to defeat with grudging respect, his twisted love for Alan blazing, right up until his strength finally snapped and failed. Dodriel tore away with a final burst of words, then vanished through collapsing space, leaving Alan rattled, unsettled, and clawing for answers. Suddenly, the whole building shuddered hard. Debris rained down, and Alan's stomach dropped as he realized a brand new threat had just been unleashed. When Alan spotted Lily and Rose passed out, he barreled forward without hesitation, hell-bent on dragging them out of the wreckage. Alan sprinted through the wreckage, clutching both girls, as another explosion slammed the already collapsing structure. Alan spotted the exit up ahead, and he drove his legs faster and faster, roaring through the panic as chaos slammed in around him. A deafening blast tore through the air behind him, yet Alan kept sprinting forward, eyes bulging with pure dread and shock. When Alan realized escape was dead, he steadied himself and braced, throwing his body in front of the unconscious girls to shield them. A mysterious woman materialized out of nowhere, flicked a spell, and smothered the blast, her withered umbrella snapping into action and saving everyone in an instant. Alan blinked in shock, stared in disbelief, totally stunned that they walked out of the blast with not a single burn on them. Lily and Rose groaned awake as a mysterious woman glided in with effortless grace. The group scanned the wreckage with terrified eyes, then it hit them. Dodriel was gone, vanished from the destroyed battlefield. Lee's nod sealed Dodriel's fate. Alan stared in awe at her sheer power, while Rose sank into silence, mourning how completely she couldn't do a thing. Alan thanked the woman, and her warm smile reminded him that saving her life came before anything else. Alan first praised her technique, then stared in disbelief as she shut down the explosion with nothing but self-defense magic. She leapt right into the conversation and introduced herself as Rhys Dorhane, the head of Fox Financing and Ferris's older sister. Ferris, the chair of Ice King Academy, warned her sister in no uncertain terms about Alan's troublemaking ways. Rhys asked for repayment, and Alan bowed it off. Then she flipped the script and offered something way more surprising instead. With a sly grin, Rhys swore she'd give Alan her strength, just once. When the crisis finally hit, Alan realized he'd just snagged a rare, priceless favor, help from one of the biggest business oligarchs. Rhys gushes over Alan's simple nature, and the sweet, playful affection catches him completely off guard as she hypes him up. Lee and Rose came in swinging, barking at Rhys to back off, give Alan some room and quit tormenting him. With a deadly serious tone, he warned them, stay sharp, look out for each other harder than ever. She exposed the Obsidian Order, an underground crew fueling smuggling, abductions, and a growing wave of chaos ripping through society. Rhys warned them that Obsidian Order's defeat could spark their army's retaliation, so they'd better level up their swordsmanship fast. Alan hesitated for a split second, but in his gut he knew one thing for sure. Dodriel was coming and their blades would clash again. Rhys got ready to head out, grinning as she prayed she'd run into Alan again, this time with way less chaos. Lee and Rose were completely stunned. Once the Rhys they feared was gone, and somehow it left them feeling weirdly at ease. 3 weeks later, the trio wrapped up yet another mission and practically danced with relief, shaking hands with their employer like, "We did it." Alan and his crew said their goodbyes to Bonds, and the team right after they crushed those brutal missions. They looked back on that brutal, beautiful month, and when it was over, they walked away tighter than ever, stronger bonds, bigger confidence, zero regrets. When night finally fell, they geared up to head back to Thousand Blade Academy, and dive right into formal training again. Alan leaned forward, grinning with pure excitement, because the moment to finally master his long-awaited soul attire was right there, waiting to be unleashed. After they wrapped up their volunteer mission, Alan and the squad came back tougher than ever, strutting in with their teacher and daring pride to show. The instructor raised the suspension, And just like that, they were back in Class 1, pure relief and wild joy hit them instantly. As they headed back, the trio shook off the mistime and couldn't wait to dive straight back in and reconnect with everyone again. Alan froze for a moment, drowning in self-blame over how his failure cost them their spot in the festival. And guilt crushed his heart like a weight. Even after the reassurances, Alan still felt like it was all on him. Class was starting, and he steeled himself to stand up and face everyone. Alan, Lee, and Rose returned, and their classmates erupted in joyful cheers, celebrating them like heroes, even though the trio coming back was a total shock. Still reeling from that warm welcome, Alan fidgeted and blurted out, "Did I upset anyone over the disqualification?" Instead of pointing fingers, their friends cracked jokes and brushed off the past, and they reassured Alan, because in the end, everything was totally fine. With relief crashing through him and emotions flooding his chest, Alan bowed low and thanked everyone sincerely for sticking with him and showing him support and patience. Just before the story kept going, their teacher barked, "Line up now," because class was starting right now. The instructor shouted that the class was whole again, beaming as everyone came back together, standing side by side like they'd never been apart. She lit up with pure excitement and declared the long-awaited start of soul attire training. Then the students erupted in cheers. Alan's jaw dropped when he found out the training got delayed, until their whole group came back. Grateful for a moment, Alan still couldn't shake the guilt, until his friend stepped in and soothed him, and somehow the class managed to use their time like champions. Alan finally saw the truth. Everyone had trained like crazy under that guidance, and Class 1 proved it by wasting not a single second. Their classmates kept needling them about that brutal training, daring Alan to step in and spar so he could prove, right then, that he'd actually gotten better. Their teacher kicked off the lesson by unveiling soul crystal swords, then ordered everyone to grab one and lock it in before the real training even began. Alan hefted the massive soul crystal sword, and the moment he saw it, he knew it was perfect for brutal strength training drills. The instructor snapped that they'd better handle those weapons with kid gloves, because every single one cost a fortune and could change everything. Lee and Rose fought the sword's crushing power, and the moment it hit, you could see the strain slam into them. Finally, the teacher leaned in and revealed the truth. Soul crystal swords are special tools made to snap each student's soul attire awake. Lee and Rose got slammed by a scorching heat, totally thrown off by the sword's wild, unsettling side effects. Alan felt nothing strange, but everyone else swore something hit them, proof their spirit cores had finally awakened. The instructor shoved them to face their spirit cores head-on, then grind out power through fights and sharp talk. She warned that spirit cores weren't just treasures. They could swallow malice alive, and Malice Allen's core was the rare, deadly proof. The teacher swore that if danger ever erupted, she'd crush any rogue spirit core before it could harm a soul. Everyone dropped everything and focused their minds, slipping into meditation to plunge straight into their soul's inner spiritual world. Even with reassurance in his ear, Alan couldn't shake the dread. What if his malicious spirit core snapped back to life and ripped control from him again? Alan locked in, staring inward until his own reflection dissolved, swallowed by pitch-black darkness deep in his soul. Inside the void, Alan stumbled on a grinning figure, and the moment he saw it, he knew his dangerous spirit core was back, waiting with smug confidence. Alan blinked into his own realm, sword already in hand, staring down the eerie, chaotic land like it was about to strike first. He locked eyes on the long-haired stranger, and decided that's his spirit core, an unstable force with motives he couldn't read. Alan slammed down the spirit's offer to surrender control, because he knew that choice would spell total destruction. Alan tried to forge peace, but his ideals slammed head-on with the core, who only wanted violence and zero consequences. Even with the spirit saving Alan's life, Alan dug in, refusing to surrender either his body or his principles. The spirit core threw up exhaustion, claiming the brutal takeover it forced earlier finally caught up with it and justified everything it had done in rage. Alan shot straight at the core and demanded their power, swearing he'd worked for it and deserved his own gear. Rage surged through the spirit, and it detonated with raw power. Then it launched a brutal attack out of nowhere with zero control. With a brutal challenge roaring in the air, the spirit's raw fury slammed into Alan, breaking his arm and tearing the ground apart. Elaine snapped back with brutal sword techniques, refusing to back down as the spirit sneered at his desperate fight. Alan got steamrolled and slammed onto the ground, while the spirit laughed at his pathetic resistance without mercy. The spirit snapped that real power is forged by resolve, and Alan's heart just didn't have the strength to reach it. A sinister grin tugged at Alan's lips, and the chaotic heat of his spirit core finally started to surge through him. Outside, Lyon clocked something was terribly off. Alan's body jerked hard, and then laughter ripped out of him like he couldn't stop it. A spirit slammed into Alan's body, cackling like a maniac, and it was ready to tear loose destruction with zero hesitation. Rhea lunged in with her swordless style and slammed a razor-precise hit into the spirit core, dropping it instantly. Exhaustion hit Rhea hard, but she still stood tall. Her power slammed into everyone's hearts, proving she'd just temporarily sealed the spirit. But when Raiza broke down the core's petrification phase, she admitted this was a rare shot she barely managed to snag. She brushed off the class's panic, told them Alan would come back from this, and snapped them back into training mode. Alan jerked awake, groggy and bewildered but steady enough to sit up. Then Rhea greeted him like a victory, confident he was back on his feet. Alan blurted out an apology for losing control, and Rhea just nodded. She'd expected it and swept the whole situation away fast. Alan replayed his defeat in his head, because his spirit core had basically screamed that he was weak and not worthy. Right then, a cocky new crew barged in, headed by Rays, thundering that Alan was going to duel them, and they made it sound like a challenge no one could refuse. Alan's classmates spotted Rays instantly, this infamous middle school scimitar menace who was always stirring up trouble. Alan craved peace, but Rhea practically worshipped chaos, throwing herself headfirst into those old-school duel-style combat training days. Alan introduced himself calmly, but Rays laughed in his face, tore into his old achievements, and challenged why he even made it into the festival. Rays dug up Alan's past and tore him down as a total failure, pretending he won only by cheating and dirty tricks. Tessa cut in mid-insult, shouting that Alan fought with honor, and that he'd paid the price because fate stacked the deck against him. Rhea's cluelessness set Tessa off. She confronted him face-to-face and snapped that he'd totally misunderstood Alan's battle. Rays snapped to attention and drew his sword as Tessa's challenge lit a spark of deadly tension between them in class. The duel erupted in cheers. Then Tessa lunged first, slamming straight into Rays with furious pinpoint precision. Tessa's blistering speed left the crowd stunned, so much that even Alan snapped back in shock and forced Rays to scramble on the defensive. Tessa's strikes got faster and cleaner, and everyone watching saw it. His footwork was so dialed in that he slipped past every slash with almost zero effort. With her friends cheering her on, Tessa slammed in a clean hit. Rays snarled, finally realizing he'd totally misjudged her. Chanling's fierce energy surged as Tessa unleashed Slice Iron Style's ultimate technique, blasting a rust remover straight into Rays' guard. A summoner swings into action, shouting an order that makes 3 undead Skelos burst from the darkness like monsters ripped from a nightmare, dragons crashing into the scene. He blasts his opponent with a skeleton shower, hurling razor-sharp skull projectiles that streak straight at him. The target crumples under the relentless hits. Classmates burst into mocking laughter, and right away others sprint in to check on Tessa. Mockery spikes as students start tearing into Class IA's training methods, and Alan's sudden rise into a deadly swordsman. The girl stands her ground, fiercely defending Alan and shutting down the idea that strength is judged by what you wear. Year 1, Class 1, BMOX Alan kicked things off by saying his placement was already outdated, plainly unworthy from day one. With their outfits burning bright, they shout their dominance and slam forward as a massive horde, ready to smash Alan under sheer numbers. Alan keeps his cool and hands Tessa's safety to his friends as more classmates rush in to back him up. Alan spins away from him, refusing any help, and strides into the fight solo, quietly locked in, fully focused, and determined to take the challenge head-on. With taunts raining down and 5 enemies closing in, Alan steps up alone and declares, loud and fearless, that he's going to take them all on. Alan stayed ice calm, shrugged off every insult, and stood ready to take them all head-on. No hesitation, no shake-up. Before Alan can even blink, he strikes first, clean, lightning-fast, and perfectly precise, shattering every attack like it never stood a chance. Stunned, the enemy ranks crumble and hit the ground. Then Alan credits his brilliant classmates for slowing their training just to back him up. Rage flares in Alan's chest. He refuses to forgive anyone who dares insult his friend's kindness. He triggers the 8th style, 8th span crow, and unleashes a devastating blast that knocks everyone watching speechless as the brutal counterattack erupts. Old Alan's enemies crumpled to the ground, totally stunned, because the guy with no soul attire and no obvious special power still beat them. Alan breaks down their loss in one sentence. They never trained properly, and once their only power was all they had, it became useless and just got wasted. Even after winning, Alan can't stop thinking about what he still lacks. Like there's a secret power locked deep inside him, waiting to burst out. As his classmates explode into cheers for his crushing win, they rave about his insane speed and raw power, while Alan feels something awaken deep inside him. Alan finally realizes this rush is something even his billion years of training couldn't fully manufacture. Alan finally gets it. True power isn't built from endless lonely training. It's forged when his will turns into something that protects the people he cares about. Word rockets to the student council. Alan wrecks the challengers so brutally they're hauled off for medical care. Some people still doubt him, snapping at rumors and old trouble, but others nod and recognize real, hard-earned sword skill. Intrigued, the student council president leans in, openly admitting she can't help but be drawn to Alan's unpredictable reputation. Alan spotted the exhaustion creeping over her, and even as her eyes fought to stay open, she swore she was completely ready. She admitted the insomnia kicked in right after her soul attire class, and Alan somehow had been secretly watching her toss and turn every single night. Red-faced by his honesty, she demanded answers on the spot, and Alan stumbled through an awkward confession. She always looked stunning asleep. Just as the talk was heating up, a brutal noise shattered the moment. So they bolted outside and found the street exploding with chaotic crowds. The club flooded them with invitations. Cheerleaders and loud-mouthed mountaineers jostled in, and that already exhausted girl got slammed even harder. Right when they hesitated, recruiters yanked them in opposite directions. Instant confusion, pure panic, no time to breathe. After finally getting away, they crumpled against the wall, utterly spent, arms jammed with papers and official offers. A classmate stepped up to greet Alan, and the second they saw his face, they recognized that same crushed, overwhelmed look he'd worn back when the recruitment chaos first blew up. Alan confirmed it on the spot, spotting piles of judo flyers while everyone else was still getting buried under an avalanche of invitations. They realized it was only day one, and suddenly every club kicked off a week-long, full-blown recruitment frenzy. A shadowy figure slid in, swallowed by a mountain of crumpled paper flyers, and every clunky step sent papers fluttering and rustling through the air. Each one froze, staring in total confusion, until the giant stack of flyers finally showed a familiar uniform and that swaying, slender figure beneath it. He was half-stunned, yet somehow calm, like a sleepwalker, drifting straight into every recruiter's path. Still half asleep, she stumbled out a greeting, and Alan and Lee immediately started hashing out how brutal those club choices felt. They stared at the empty spots and realized nobody had picked yet, so they decided to team up and hit the clubs after school together. Alan quietly stashed the last flyers away, then buried his head in non-stop thoughts, trying to figure out which club he'd finally commit to. The moment homeroom kicked off, he swore to himself he'd actually enjoy school life and hunt down the perfect club. After a brutal day of solo attire training, the trio finally regrouped, drained to the bone but still burning with determination. Alan stared at how far his training had taken him while his friends mapped out their next stop. Cheerleading tryouts suddenly felt totally within reach. At cheerleading practice, an energetic girl lit up the whole gym, blasting school spirit with raw strength, sharp rhythm, and enthusiasm that spread like wildfire. The cheerleading squad totally wowed the group, but Lee hesitated, thrown off by how bold that outfit design was. They hit more clubs back-to-back, cramming in furious swim showdowns and blasting themselves through loud judo drills at gyms right next door. Alan clocked the next stop, Swordcraft Club, while the mountaineering crew leaned in, hyping their next outdoor adventure right next to it. Inside, sword-wielding students drilled in perfect sync while Alan, Lee, and Rose stared, frozen in stunned silence. Alan stepped into the drills and instantly felt the weight in the air. Swordcraft training wasn't asking, it was demanding pure intensity. Alan and Lee both said the same thing: swordcraft was way too stiff for them. So they ditched the rules and went all in on freer, flashier ways to fight. Right as they stepped out, a spirited girl spotted Alan and rushed up, her excitement bursting over the edge. She practically bounced as she grabbed Alan's hand, grilling him about whether he really liked the Swordcraft Club's brutal practice routine. She introduced herself as Surdy Rosette and proudly announced, loud and clear, that she was the club's vice president. Surdy challenged Alan to a spar, but Alan shot him down politely, telling him he'd hit up other clubs first. Surdy begged to spar again. Alan refused flat out, and she still would not take no for an answer. Swordcraft members closed in around them, buzzing with excitement, and they shoved the pressure hard onto Alan while he and Laya watched, nerves twisting in their chests. Surdy's obsession flared, and Alan's talent was so rare it couldn't be ignored. Her fierce stare pinned him in place. With no way out, an official blasted the verdict: Alan Rodal versus Surdy Rosette is starting now. Surdy swore he'd go easy, no soul attire, just wooden swords, so Alan tightened his stance and braced for impact. Surdy grinned and handed Alan the first move. Alan snapped it up without hesitation, staying cool but locked in and fully focused on her. The referee snapped the signal, and both fighters froze in place, staring each other down like a spark was about to explode. Alan clocked her tight defense as her weight shifted, and you could tell she was setting up to unleash a brutal counterattack. Elaine kicked off with a flying shadow, so fast it barely left a mark. Then Surdy tried to block, but Elaine clipped him from behind anyway. Alan and CERTI rocketed forward, firing Alan's 8th signature technique, Span Crow, straight at CERTI's open circle wind, and the two attacks slammed together mid-arena with brutal impact. Alan lunged in fast, but Surdy spun a slick counter from that awkward spot, striking with razor-precise timing that left Alan reeling. Laughing through it all, Surdy bragged about her defense, then Alan clocked it instantly, Her stance was wild and spinning, totally unlike anything he'd ever fought. Fired up to the bone, Alan shoved himself harder and harder. His moves snapped faster, sharper, while his opponent fought just to stay in the same fight. Alan's sudden thrust crashed through her defense, and Surtie's panic hit instantly as she reeled from the sheer surprise. His momentum and raw power were way too much. Surtie blew the whistle for a timeout, and while Alan was still reeling, he couldn't help but respect her brute strength before squaring up to crank the intensity right back up. Surtie praised Alan's lightning speed and demanded a strategy pause. And when Alan grinned at her, it was clear he loved her straight-up compliment. Surtie stumbled backward and right into a trap she never saw coming. Alan tried to warn her, but the illusion was still live and it hit her anyway. She unleashed Alan's hidden technique, and with one brutal cut she split herself into a day's worth of defeat, left reeling, shocked at how badly it turned out. The judges slammed the decision, Alan wins. But Surtie crumpled in the ring after he accidentally walked straight into a phantom attack that was still lingering. Alan slumped beside Liar while Rose looked completely drained, and then they both congratulated him, laughing at how his club match blew up out of nowhere. Leia grilled Alan about which club he'd choose, but he hesitated, caught in that foggy uncertainty, like he couldn't tell which path would finally fit him. Alan admitted that none of them felt right. No matter how strong the clubs were, not one lined up with his goals. Rose shot down the old idea and proposed a fresh club, one built to sharpen sword skills, powered by Alan's one-of-a-kind talent. Alan pictured endless practice swings, but he got blindsided when both girls jumped at the chance to join in. No hesitation, pure excitement. They celebrated it for 3 years with Alan at their side, and it sounded absolutely perfect to every last one of them. Rose and Lee sprinted off to get the paperwork filed, and Alan trailed behind them with a quiet grin, thrilled by their drive. Moments later, they were back, club recognized, the advisor locked in, and somehow it was all already finalized and officially set in stone. Alan, now that he was club president, he had to pick the group's name, and everyone held their breath waiting for his call. Alan grinned and picked a no-nonsense simple name for the practice swing club, straight, honest, and right to the point. They picked a hush-hush spot near the schoolyard to meet, and everyone instantly agreed it was perfect. Curious students swarmed together, desperate to join Alan's brand new club, even though they had zero clue what it was or how it even worked. Alan tried to explain, but his excitement exploded across the room, so hard that some people started asking if they could join multiple clubs. Even with the weird focus, the whole gang erupted in laughter, roasting Alan as a practice swing maniac. Then they still decided to join anyway. Swing Club got the green light, then blew up on campus for its quiet, obsession-fueled sword training. Alan hears about a brand new club called Budget War ***, a mysterious showdown that decides which school clubs get funding. He realizes this tournament is pure brutality, top 3 swordsmen clash, and the winner rips the club's budget right out of the fight. Alan realizes every club has to start somewhere, and he lays it out, explaining their desperate, no-choice recruitment efforts were aimed straight at him. To keep every duel on a level playing field, the first-year battle goes to whoever wins the raw skill showdown, because they can't rely on just sola-tied tricks. That juicy funding pours in more resources and clout, pushing even tiny clubs like Alan's to step up and compete. Alan proposes choosing teammates, but before anyone can blink, stronger clubs like judo and swimming swoop in and grab the recruits first. He's stunned. Most of his classmates are already gone with their picks, and that leaves him with barely any allies at all. Eventually, Alan and 2 girls regroup and swear they'll win together, even without the elite club backing. On tournament day, the air turns electric. Rival clubs come at you with razor focus, all in for the win. Alan's team clocks those battle-hardened upperclassmen, and once they realize how huge this tournament is, every single person goes all out, no breaks, no hesitation. Alan clenched his fist, realizing that going up against serious upperclassmen was exactly what he needed to level up into something way stronger. The opening ceremony kicks off, and last year's champions line up to speak straight to the students about to compete. Student Council President Shai Arkstoria strides onto the stage with total confidence, owning the moment and forcing everyone to look her way. She's the Academy's deadliest swordswoman. No one at any of the 5 elite institutions can match her. She's never lost a fight, and with elite allies handpicked to back her up, she becomes the tournament's deadliest, unstoppable favorite. With the pleasantries out of the way, she declares the tournament officially open, and the crowd erupts as fighters brace to collide. Lee and Rose crush the early rounds with brutal, unstoppable power, so hard that Alan doesn't even get a single match. The whole team goes wild over their breakthrough, and those solo tire band performances scream raw talent, driving them straight toward the finals. Right as they hit the championship stage, the announcer blasts Alan's team over the speakers, those hilarious weirdos who somehow pull off awe and comedy in the same breath. The swing club charges forward as total underdogs, ready to take on the elite warriors of Thousand Blade Academy. The student council finally unveils its elite lineup: Lilim, Tyreth, and their thunderous captain, Shirixtoria. Lee steels herself to take on Lilim, while everyone pins the vice president's missing spot on that penalty game. At the referee's signal, Lee and Lilim burst into the fight, their swords smashing together with explosive force. After 2 brutal back-and-forth battles, Lee gets knocked out, and Tyreth's win locks in victory for the council. The student council throws a victory party that leaves everyone stunned, flexing raw power, tight teamwork, and that unbeatable first-year talent. Alan's crushed that he didn't stand up to the president. His teammates frantically apologize for coming up short in the finals. Right before the award ceremony kicks off, a sudden interruption slams the moment to a stop and yanks everyone's eyes toward the chaos. She strides up and demands an unofficial captain's match, because neither she nor Alan stepped into the ring today. Alan practically jumps at the offer, buzzing with excitement to finally face the Academy's strongest swordswoman. The crowd erupts in wild cheers as Sheely gives the nod, and the long-awaited duel between the captains finally gets announced. Right before Alan steps up to face her, his friends slam the brakes and warn him. Her student council is ridiculously powerful. She laughs about Alan's notorious reputation, fully expecting some full-blown troublemaker, until she sees his calm, peaceful demeanor. When she senses Alan's spirit, she steps forward and offers a heartfelt duel. No tricks, just pure sword skill and true mutual respect. The captain's showdown erupts. Alan shoots off a flying shadow first, grabbing an early edge before anyone can react. She dodges with silky control, clocks his trick the second it hits, then snaps a perfect counter midair, like she's riding the fight across the cloudy sky. Alan twists out of a devastating strike and she can't help but smirk. Wow, your reflexes are feral, like a wild beast. She snaps from defense to offense in a blink, riding the raw power of the cirrocumulus cloud with razor-sharp technique. Alan gets outplayed on fundamentals, but he still charges in hard, bulldozing forward with raw speed and pure willpower to overwhelm her. She counters with lightning grace in the middle of their clash, clocking Alan's iron determination, yet calling out how he falls into the same overdirect attack patterns every time. She rips into the air with the cherry blossom technique, mirror Sakura slash, and when both fighters slam into each other head-on, the clash is instant. Alan disappears in the middle of the strike, and Shissy gets blindsided for a split second by how fast it all happens. Alan explodes out from the shadows behind her, roaring as he unleashes his deadly fifth style, raw power, razor-precise, and unstoppable. She whips in with a high-speed kick, slamming into Alan's rush before his blade even gets close. She clocks his world render technique in a blink and spots the slow wind-up, the exact weakness that gets him killed. With her calm like steel, she stands composed and confident, then taunts Alan to the brink, daring him to show her what he can do next. Alan swings with raw fury, and she slips out of the way so gracefully that the crowd erupts in awe at her elite swordcraft. Even with Alan landing rapid blows, she swats every strike aside with zero effort, exposing just how limited his skills are right now. Instead of giving in to despair, Alan erupts into a wild grin, buzzing with thrill at the chance to clash with someone stronger and level up for real. Their blades keep locking together over and over, as both fighters throw everything they've got, fueled by pure passion, hard-earned respect, and an unstoppable refusal to back down. Wounded and drained, Alan still slashes with ferocious intensity, clinging to the hope that this perfect, heart-racing fight will never end. Her sheet sword suddenly splinters in the middle of the duel, and the whole arena, along with her, goes deathly silent. Alice, Alan, and the two of them stop dead in their tracks, and she stares into the silence, replaying that mysterious moment from their final clash. Spying her shattered sword, she bows with effortless poise, drops her guard, and lets out a warm smile as she calls the match. The crowd explodes in disbelief when she pulls back, and Alan Rodall is declared the shocking winner. Alan's friends throw a wild celebration, because that problem child just crushed the top student, and it screams that something limitless is about to ignite. She snaps her worried teammates out of panic. "I'm fine," while Alan sits there staring ahead, haunted by a sharp, mysterious prickling in his gut. The next day at lunch, Shiri suddenly slid up to Alan out of nowhere and demanded a private talk. Alan's classmates tense up as she smiles politely and ushers him straight to the student council room. In a room that felt calm but ruled by her will, she demands Alan leave with her right now, and Alan is left completely rattled. Curious but on edge, Lee and Rose shadow Alan and Zai down the hallway, stalking every step. Alan was ushered into the student council room, totally blind to the tense storm waiting for him inside. Inside, a grinning upperclassman cornered Alan and zeroed in on his surprise role in the club, then threw him straight into a raging budget allocation war. Suspicious, she zeroed in on Alan and accused him of holding back in their duel, and he shot back fast, flustered, defensive, and unwilling to admit it. She demanded the truth behind the final strike that cracked her sword, and Alan froze, actually clueless about what had hit him and why it worked. Crushed by the sheer weight of his overwhelming power, she crumpled dramatically, and Alan had no choice but to step in and take responsibility. Alan panicked, terrified he'd done real damage, and demanded to know how he could make it right. The student council president cornered him and demanded his repayment by dragging him into her side as the student council clerk. Alan froze for a beat, then blurted out he'd stick with the practice and even pushed back, trying to dodge any extra duties from the swing club altogether. Suddenly, she insisted it wouldn't get in the way, and her political power came with a quiet warning that could wreck his future job prospects. She smiled sweet as sugar, swore the council prized strength above all else, and begged him to show up to the lunchtime meetings. Lee and Rose burst into the room, seething because they feared the student council could snatch Alan away. They claimed Alan as one of their own, and he locked down his spot as president with ruthless, unshakable determination. Their real worry hit hard when they noticed Alan always ate lunch with them, and he refused to give that habit up. The president threw out a compromise, and suddenly both girls could join the student council next to Alan. She sweet-talked the deal by dangling camping trips, snacks, and non-stop fun, so it felt impossible to say no. The president teased a beach resort getaway, dangling promises of swimsuit trouble and nights that never let up. Leah and Rose cracked under the heat. Overthinking themselves into a panic and overwhelmed with embarrassment, they threw in the towel fast. Alan stumbled back even more confused, staring at both girls, unnervingly calm, like they were already geared up to walk straight into the council. With pleading smiles all around and soft hands urging him closer, Alan was finally pushed to make his choice. Alan crumpled under defeat and sheer overwhelm, but the second he agreed to join the student council, the crowd erupted in loud cheers and wild celebration. When Alan finally stepped onto the council, his classmates practically screamed that total chaos was coming, warning him that the next wave of girl-related trouble would hit hard. The new student council kicks off its very first meeting with brand new members and a squad of ambitious leaders who mean business. Lilam and Tirth stepped up and introduced themselves, making it crystal clear they were ready to back the council for everything that's coming. Shiark Storia, the president, swings the doors open and greets everyone with a booming smile, and the others jump in right after, introducing themselves with non-stop friendly energy. She breaks down the vice president's missing spot and admits the truth. He's the one who shoulders the real workload every time. Panic erupts the moment she blurts that the vice president slipped into enemy territory. One wrong move and it could get them killed. After cracking jokes about the vice president, they all break into laughter, then agree to grab a bite and jump straight into summer plans. They spill the big reveal, Vanneria Island, a luxury paradise packed with sandy beaches, sizzling barbecue, and private villas you can't stop staring at. Alan blurts out that he's never seen the ocean, shocking everyone after growing up in the rural mountains. The whole vibe swings to exams, and the group starts spilling what they know. Some folks are fully prepared. Others look like they're one panic away from cracking under finals. They drag one girl in and grill her for skipping her studies, and Alan's confusion turns into pure panic the second her strange excuses start flying. Rose realizes her failing finals will wreck her chance at summer camp, and it hits hard, because all her time got locked into sword training, leaving zero room for studying. Everyone crowds around Rose to cram for the exams, but no matter how hard the group pushes, her confusion keeps exploding. The test results hit the screen, and Alan absolutely crushed them, scoring perfect marks in every single subject. Rose throws her arms up in triumph, just barely making it, and her friends explode in celebration, finally breathing easy. Once everyone was cleared, they ditched the airport and set a departure meeting at Zia's house instead. The crew finally reaches Shiark Story Mansion, the grand mansion, and they're left speechless at its jaw-dropping noble architecture. They finally learn Zai's family sits at the top, one of those arch-storias, holding political power and influence that spreads across multiple nations. She beams at them with open warmth, dressed casual, and once everyone's gathered for departure, the whole crew buzzes with excitement and smiles. She asks Alan what he thinks of her outfit, and he blurts out a nervous compliment, then sticks close, acting totally obedient. Just when everyone thought she was bluffing, she swings open the gates to her family's private jet, engines roaring, ready to blast straight to Vanneria. The jet surges off the runway without a hitch, yanking the whole crew into the sky and straight toward their island destination. They finally crash onto Vanneria Island, soaked in bright skies and warm air with pure buzzing excitement in the air. As Alan steps off the jet, the ocean sprawls in front of him like a brand new world. Overwhelmed, Alan stares out at the endless blue, and his mother's ocean words crash back into his mind. While everyone else readies the villa, she frantically shoves her messy room out of sight from her amused friends. She orders Alan's crew to hit the nearby beach shack for a look, while everyone else tears into the villa and cleans it up fast. They burst into a lively beach shop, and warm, friendly locals greet them while the whole place hums with tropical vibes. The shop's massive size blows them away, and it's obvious this seaside spot is thriving, packed, popular, and booming. While they were out exploring, they stumbled on this wild old-school game, watermelons, blindfolds, and instant laughs, that sent their curiosity through the roof. Out of nowhere, thugs ambushed them. Alan snapped into action, intercepted the weapon's swing, and took the hit meant for Laya, shielding her on instinct. Alan's stomach drops. There's no way this ends well. Almost 20 armed attackers crash into the shop at once, and chaos erupts instantly. The thugs lay out their plan to assassinate the royal, but Rose snaps into action and lands a swift, brutal strike. Rose screams for an escape. Alan and Lee scramble back together, and they sprint toward the shop's exit. Enemies surged into a hot pursuit, blades bared, desperate to slam the brakes on their escape and end the mission for good. Alan's crew crashes out too late, because the attackers are already set, sand spiraling up to trap them as they get surrounded. Trapped on every side, the thugs surge forward in a brutal rush, trying to smash the trio down with pure force. Alan, Rose, and Laya launch 3 lethal sword styles at once, each one setting up the next for a savage, perfectly timed counterattack. Their techniques crash together with brutal force, blasting shockwaves that whip through the battlefield, flinging enemies back with raw lightning, perfect accuracy, and unstoppable power. Defeat hits them hard, and the attackers crumple to the ground, dazed and shaking, like they can't even process losing to a bunch of students. Alan declares he's won, then snarls that the survivors better not strike back, because if they do, he'll unleash his full strength. The attackers scatter and bolt away from Alan, and he's left thinking the girl is royalty. So he snaps into action and calls the Holy Knights. Wounded and cornered, the enemy leader snaps and activates a forbidden item, even though his ally begs him to stop. He snatches the item, knowing if they come back empty-handed, death is waiting there for them. He clamps his teeth shut, and bam, catapults out immense power, flames blasting around him as everyone's left reeling by his sudden, wild transformation. Alan realizes too late that they all swallowed pills that unleash something uncontrollable. Then, in an instant, monstrous physical changes tear through their bodies. With those pills in their veins, the enemies transform and burst with wild energy, charging headfirst for a brutal showdown. Their unstable souls surge, and the power in their attires violently flares. Alan and Leia instantly know the transformation process has gone horribly wrong. Wang's enemy rips loose an earth-shaking blast, blasting sand into the sky like firework smoke, and Leia snaps into position, ready to shove back against that crushing force. Leia calls forth her soul attire, Dragon King Fafnir, and slams into the rushing enemies with a brutal, no-holds-barred counterattack. The enemies hit with unnatural speed and brutal force, and Alan can't even wrap his head around how their monstrous growth exploded overnight. Enemies surge straight at Leia. One of them snarls a direct command to kill the hidden princess. Leia snaps into action and fights back with brutal hegemonic power. One hard strike cuts clean through wave after wave of attackers. A dying enemy clutches Leia's leg and screams that her death will save them all. Then Leia hesitates. Before Leia can even react, a second wave of furious enemies crashes down on her, trying to drown her in sheer numbers. Alan lunges forward and throws himself in front of Leia, taking the incoming punch full force. Alan lunges in front of Lee and a wall of ice explodes outward, instant freeze, trapping every enemy dead in their tracks. Ice towers loom all around as Alan finally realizes someone had his back, and the enemy horde erupts into panic, trapped behind unbreakable frozen walls. Ice spears blast forward like missiles, tearing through the enemy's defenses as screams rip across the battlefield. A terrifying new figure shows up, grinning and mocking the enemy's weakness, while Alan clutches Leia, totally baffled because the rescue came out of nowhere. Alan whips his head toward the voice, and the second he recognizes it, shock hits him like lightning, instantly dragging every emotion back to the surface. Alan's eyes go wide when Shido suddenly shows up, like it's nothing, casually breaking the ice while gripping a massive sword. Shido gets snapped at by a girl from his own crew for wrecking the tropical vibe by pulling out ice. Alan spots a bunch of familiar faces, and before he can even blink, the whole Ice King Academy has basically shown up as one massive crowd. A cheerful girl grins and says they're here for the student council's summer training. Then Alan turns to Shido's role and reacts instantly. Friendly teasing kicks off, and the whole group erupts in laughter as Alan stumbles over his awkward protest about being called adorable by that girl. Alan watches Shido gently work his way into Ferris's space, and he can't shake the shock of how close they're suddenly acting. Out of nowhere, a metal pot rockets through the air. Alan and Leia jerk back in a full-on panic, totally caught off guard. Rhea, the student council chairwoman, bursts in loud and unstoppable, shocking everyone with her bold, high-energy entrance. Rhea snaps into the role of advisor, and the second she mentions Ferris is stuck at camp, Panic hits him like a ton of bricks. Tension spikes as Rhea and Ferris start tearing into each other, and Alan's excitement for the camp drains away in seconds. The Holy Knights finally burst into view, stunned that every enemy is already laid out, frozen solid in ice. Alan strides back in to fill everyone in, and the second he starts talking, Rhea and Ferris go to war behind the scenes. Pure chaos breaks loose. The Knights unmask the attackers on the spot, flash the solo crystal pills as proof, and slam down the fact that a secret organization planned the whole ambush. Alan replayed the pills' raw power in his head, and the one thing that wouldn't let him rest was this. Why did the attack single out Leah? A woman strides forward with a mysterious grin, and then she drops the bomb. Turn this coincidence into something that benefits everyone. With a confident grin, she declares, "Let's turn this chaos into a joint training camp." Alan geared up for a joint camp with Ice King Academy, fully bracing for total chaos and a brutal battle of the best. Even with camp all around him, Alan couldn't shut his mind off, because a recent mysterious, deadly attack kept stalking his thoughts. He remembered the moment Leia, the Princess of Visteria, got marked for attack by hostile forces closing in around her. Before any investigation could even start, the girls showed up in swimsuits, locked in and ready to crank up summer training. Startled by their sudden show-up, Alan froze on the spot. Like every cheerful smile tried to hide the danger lurking right past it. Alan tried to butter up the girls with a compliment, but his awkwardness hit like a wave. His chest tightened, panic surged, and sweat started pouring. One girl teased Alan while another snapped that he'd been staring, sending the overwhelmed Alan into a full-blown panic. Even with the tension crackling in the air, everyone huddled together, itching to start their training camp with pure, unstoppable energy. Rhea, the chaperone, bolted straight for the ocean, ditching her supervision the moment the chance hit. On the beach, a loud man named Kane barreled up to Alan, grinning like he'd found treasure, throwing exaggerated joy and pure devotion at him. Kane's grin burst across his face as he introduced himself, but his wildly offbeat energy threw everyone into instant unease. After getting crushed by Alan, Kane spiraled into a total mental breakdown behind bars, cracking under the pressure and the obsession until everything inside him shattered. Now he couldn't help it. He stared at Alan's iron will with disturbing awe, practically begging to be allowed to call him God. Chairwoman Rhea stormed back in, called everyone together, and declared that the training plans were finally locked in. She pitched the beach and themed games, but prideful instructors started bragging that their students would steamroll the competition. The first challenge kicked off. Alan and Leia stepped onto the sand to battle Shido and Kane in beach volleyball. The crowd erupted in cheers as both teams got ready, and the referee snapped the whistle to launch the match. When it came down to match point, Alan and Lyok locked in with perfect timing, hunting the last deciding move together. Shido lunged in, slammed Van Arbal aside, and tore a boom-filled magic charge spike straight across the court. Alan fired back with a cloudy Syracumulus skystyle, blasting a cloud-scored strike that sealed Thousand Blades' dramatic win. With volleyball finally over, the next event hit next beach flags, a high-speed scramble where every second counts. At the signal, Shido exploded forward with sheer speed, leaving his slower opponent flailing mid-sprint. Alan sprinted just to keep pace, stunned that Shido's raw power could rocket him forward like that. Shido burst across the finish line first, thumbing his chest like his talent was untouchable, while the rest scrambled behind him. Alan just stood there, silent as stone. Then his aura started surging, louder and stronger, like he'd been hiding secret training and was steadily climbing toward something huge. Alan finally admitted Shido was deadly strong, because the fight wasn't over and the score was still locked tight. That night, Alan slipped away for a moment by himself, going still and reflecting in quiet silence after the chaos of the day. Dinner crackled with energy, every bite hit perfectly, and the rivalry with the Ice King students burned into my memory like a fight I'd never forget. Alan sprinted back into the hallway, grinning hard, because training with the others felt like it could actually light his whole life up. Two girls beamed with pure joy as they welcomed Alan back, their warm smiles instantly turning the whole calm evening into something brighter. Alan clocked something off. Those girls were acting way too cheerful, and the whole vibe felt downright unsettling. Once Alan spotted the champagne truffles, it hit him hard. The whole group was drunk off their minds, acting like absolute kids. The girls dragged Alan in close and wouldn't let up, urging him to sit down and savor the night right between them. They clasped his hands with warmth, praising every move from his sword practice, then inched in so close it started to make his skin crawl. Smothered by their touches and drowning in their scents, Alan fought tooth and nail to stay calm while pure awkward chaos swirled around him. Alan went completely still when her chest pressed against him, his body froze and his voice vanished. Both girls clung to him for dear life, showering him with affection, right as the whole scene detonated into full-blown chaos. Seeing everything spiral out of control, Alan held his breath and silently prayed someone would step in. Luckily, the girls finally dozed off, and Alan exhaled in pure relief after that terrifying close call. Rose confessed she'd snuck the truffles too, but liquor never stood a chance. Family genes had her handling it like a pro. Alan stared as the others sank into deep sleep, then vowed to permanently kick champagne truffles out of every future event. He leaned in and demanded to know if Leah was okay, already sick with worry about Rose after that morning attack. Alan threw his full support behind Leia, and right then Rose admitted she'd been fighting to keep herself cheerful. Chairwoman Rhea stormed in and demanded Alan explain something crucial about that earlier surprise attack. Inside, she leaned in and warned that those attackers weren't random, they could be tied to deadly factions, the Empire or the Order. Rhea dropped the truth. Every one of the 20 captured attackers never made it out alive. Their bodies burned until they couldn't be recognized. Alan's eyes went wide when he realized they weren't the heroes at all. They were just pawns, used to see how strong the soul crystal pills really were. He pressed her for answers on why she only trusted him, but Rhea dodged the question like it was a trap. She pushed back hard, swearing it was the better choice, while he knew the truth all by himself, begging him to shut up and keep it secret. Even with the pressure cranked to max, the last day finally slammed into place, and both academies were still dead even. The instructors pushed everyone to grab every ounce of fun and soak up the final day of camp like it was the last chance on Earth. Alan felt that gut punch of camp ending way too soon, and he just wished he could squeeze in a little more time with his teammates. Ice King's female students marched up to Alan, praising his raw strength and staring at him like he was something they'd dreamed of. They checked out Alan's physique, then everything spiraled fast, crowding in and crushing him again like they couldn't stop. Crushed under their weight, Alan panicked hard and the déjà vu hit, like the same chaos was crashing back again. One girl shoved the rest aside, declaring Alan was hers to comfort, while the tension between them snapped tighter by the second. Both girls grabbed Alan and yanked him toward the water, buzzing with excitement to soak up every last second of the final day of swimming. They bobbed peacefully in the sea, kicking back in their tubes, while Alan drifted nearby with nerves buzzing like he couldn't relax. Suddenly, Shido ripped across the water with a monster splash, soaking everyone and yanking a girl straight into the waves. Water, then confusion erupted as the swimmers' whole scene went wild, and unexpected antics and pure silliness crashed into the chaos. The girls sprawled out on beach chairs, soaking up the sun's warmth and trading stories with kids from every school year. Nearby, people slapped on sandcastles or lounged in the shade, soaking up the calm, quiet beach vibes like they had all the time in the world. Later, the guests piled into a fancy villa, and a jaw-dropping barbecue feast was laid out like a victory parade. Juicy meat hissed on the grill while everyone dove into their seats, chowing down and trading laughs like it was the best moment of the day. Tension snapped into the air when Shido grabbed food from a girl, and the whole group around him jolted in shock. Just before the feast, a deadly fish was about to be served. Then a last-minute warning blew the cover wide open. Shido orders every last bite of seafood inspected, and shockingly, shows off he knows way too much about marine life. Raised in brutal conditions, Shido fought to survive, learning nature like a weapon and danger like a language. Even though Shido's got a sharp tongue, he cuts in fast and yanks Leia out of the way before she can accidentally bite into a deadly fish. The group finally clocks it. Shido's rough attitude is just a shield, because under it all is a sincere, rock-solid guy who protects others without even thinking. After all that wild chaos, the group finally let their guards down, chowed down on grilled food, and erupted in laughter. Beneath glittering stars, warm fires crackled as friends traded stories, and the night felt peaceful, until those conversations pulled everyone even closer. Leah asked Alan and Rose to join next year's camp, hoping it would carve out even more unforgettable shared memories. Everyone nodded along as fireworks lit up the sky, ready to come back and guard this rare, breath-stealing slice of happiness. The very next day, the rivalry snapped back to life. Two members lunged at each other, chasing the unfinished glory that still burned. They just dropped the announcement for the Sword Master Festival. Rival academies will clash in front of everyone, ready to prove who truly runs the battlefield. Alan grins and accepts the challenge like it's already won, while Shido says nothing and quietly sharpens his moves for the rematch. Shido snapped at Alan not to give up, and the wild part, he used Alan's name like he actually respected him. Everyone freezes at Shido's words, then bursts into laughter and teasing right as the rivals go their separate ways. As summer camp wraps up, goodbyes and big smiles sweep the air. Right then, a fresh rivalry ignites and the real battle begins. Rhea slips into a sharp formal outfit, getting ready to face a mysterious guest everyone swears is insanely important. A towering armored colossus strides in, and the whole group freezes as its slow, intimidating presence crushes the air. The armored guest steps out and bam, he's revealed as a confident young noble with a gaze that pins you in place. Without warning, the mysterious swordsman lunges at Alan and unleashes an aggressive, hegemonic-style attack. Alan launched forward with a savage grin, yelling like a storm, and the noble challenger smashed into him in a brutal burst of strength. Alan fought tooth and nail against the mysterious swordsman, but the moment the attack hit, sudden, savage, and relentless, his strength just crumpled under the pressure. The attacker clocks Leia as royalty and charges in swinging, going full showtime as he fiercely blocks Alan, shouting through the chaos. He boldly introduces himself as Claude Stroganoff, captain of the Vesteria Royal Guard, and the whole room goes silent in shock. Claude explodes at Rhea, demanding answers, seething because Alan's been too close to Leia, and getting ready to strike back. Rhea stays ice calm, then cuts right through the tension, telling everyone that Alan and Leia's relationship is way messier than they ever expected. Rhea drops a bombshell: Leia is Alan's lover at all. She's his slave, and the whole room instantly loses its mind. Alan knows Leia can try to deny it, but the whole crowd holds its breath while that charged tension keeps snapping higher between them. Blushing and trembling, Lee finally admits it's true, and Claude immediately crumples emotionally, stuck in pure disbelief. Claude faints like a showman, and suddenly everyone is scrambling to haul him to the infirmary. Rage and humiliation explode in Claude as he vows vengeance on Alan, promising to make him suffer in the worst way imaginable. Alan panics as Claude stomps off in blind rage, hurling threats and swearing he'll come back for revenge. Back in Vesteria, the furious king gets hit with bogus news about Leia's defilement, caught in a lie, and it all comes back to Alan. Claude claws for Alan's capture, convinced the only way to set things right is to punish whoever tainted the princess's royal name. King Gris Vesteria steps forward and swears divine vengeance, branding Alan as an enemy of the throne. She hits Arland, the capital, and feels the weight of politics pressing down, forcing her to think hard about going back home. She rushes in to apologize to Alan, knowing every royal secret he's tied to could put a target on his back. A trembling noble rushes up to them, blurting that the king is absolutely furious, and he wants them there right now. Believing her words will make sense, she steels herself to explain, totally blind to what's about to hit them next. Alan clocks the royal guard's hostility and realizes this so-called welcome is going to feel way colder than he ever expected. Vesteria Castle towered up like a fortress god, its massive walls crushing the horizon as the carriage rolled toward its gates. The guards swung open those ornate doors and called out that Her Highness was back, and Alan just stood there, stunned and staring. Beyond the gates, soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder in perfect formation, erupting with loud cheers as they welcomed their princess. As they pushed deeper into the halls, Alan caught sight of armored guards glaring hard, suspicion practically dripping from their eyes. Alan took in the massive halls, while Leia reminisced about her past with a sweet smile, yet the pressure in the air kept surging higher. Leia's face lights up as she remembers her childhood mischief, but a stern maid snaps at her like, "Don't you dare rile the king." Alan's stomach drops with dread. He spirals over royal protocol and can't stop imagining how one slip could spark an international disaster. Leia speaks to him warmly, urging Alan to stand tall and act like the honored guest he truly is in court. They stride into the grand throne room side by side, heading straight for the king who's looming there, dead silent and terrifying. From his throne, the king glares at them with razor-sharp fury, his silent judgment crashing down like weight. Alan finally meets King Gris Vesteria, and the moment he lays eyes on Leia, the king lights up, greeting her with shocking warmth and real affection. Alan stepped forward and introduced himself with full formality, feeling the king might be kinder than he'd expected. Alan stepped forward and introduced himself with full formality, feeling the king might be kinder than he'd expected. The moment Alan's name gets spoken, the king's mood detonates. He snaps into a rage and screams like he's about to explode. Game trusting Claude's sweet lies, the king turns on Alan, screams that he's been seducing Lee, and orders them separated right now. Alan protests, but the king rips into him, calling him a silver-tongued deceiver with wicked intent. Lee threw herself into Alan's defense, practically begging her father to judge him fairly and to finally hear him out. Still clinging to the lie, the king now sees Alan as a master manipulator who poisoned Lee's loyalty and broke straight into her heart. Lee fiercely fires back, showing off Alan's strength and courage, while Alan scrambles to calm the chaos before it spirals. Even after Leia praises Alan, the king immediately snaps to accusations of cheating, refusing to believe Alan's power could possibly be real. With no hesitation, the king challenges Alan head-on and demands a duel, because only a blade-to-blade victory will prove he's worthy of the title. The king calls for a brutal test, knocks down every chosen swordsman, and once Alan wins out, his full forgiveness is on the table. But if Alan slips up and loses, Lee's chance to study abroad gets cut off forever. Alan's jaw drops as he realizes Leah's fate now hangs on the result of this one brutal challenge. Lee explodes in anger, but her father stays stone cold, convinced his authority has to stand firm no matter what she says. The king grabs Alan's shoulder and warns him he can't win, but Leia clings to hope. She wants him to battle for both futures. Driven by pure adrenaline, Alan steps up without hesitation and dares the challenge to become Vysteria's next strongest. The king locks in Alan's first duel for the very next morning inside the Grand Colosseum. Even with everything rigged against him, Alan squares up to 3 elite swordsmen. No hesitation, no complaints. Seeing Alan's iron resolve, the king snaps into action and orders a guest room readied for him. Lee steps in to defend Alan when Claude starts disrespecting him, and pure fury burns as she calls out the mocking nickname Claude uses behind his back. Claude shuts Lee down cold, snatching her command out of the air as he refuses to make Alan some respect he won't give. He declares himself Alan's watchdog on the spot, straight up admitting he'll track every move like it's suspicious evidence. Lee fiercely shields Alan, swings her confidence into place, and declares his win, then slams the door right in Claude's face. Claude panics when Lee almost stays the night, and suddenly her nearby spot slams into reality. Those royal quarters are actually upstairs and he can't ignore it. The king erupts in pure rage, twisting Leah's visit into nightly invitations, like Alan himself is calling her over. Claude fumes while Leia strolls away like it's nothing, and Alan is left spiraling over his rapidly crumbling royal reputation. Alan stumbled back to his room, drained and fuming from the royal challenge chaos still swirling around him. Stress finally crushes Alan and he drops onto his bed, collapsing into the rarest kind of peace. In her room, Lee lets out a quiet smile, her eyes softening as she thinks about Alan. Alan lay awake, staring into the dark, hit with the gut punch of how lonely the night felt without Lee beside him like always. Alan's terrified he'll lose Lee forever, and the idea of separation clamps down on him like a silent, crushing panic. Resolved at last, he finally lets his guard drop, because tomorrow's duel might flip their entire fates. Nerves hit like lightning, and his burning urge to train won't let him close his eyes. Restless and laser-focused, Alan shoots out of bed and hits the practice room even though it's way past late. He tracks down Claude, steps up to the door, knocks softly and quietly wonders if he's awake, because whatever he's about to ask can't wait. Alan jolts awake, then spots Claude in the shower and quickly decides to come back later instead. Right as he whirls around, Claude suddenly pops into view, and Alan blurts out a greeting on pure instinct. To Claude's shock, he's fully exposed, and both of them just freeze in the most crushing, awkward silence. Alan panics the second he realizes Claude is a girl, and Claude's screams of embarrassment and rage explode right in his face. She lashes out at Alan, accusing him of sneaking in and twisting every detail, even as his panicked, honest explanation pleads for the truth. Alan squirmed and blurted out an apology, panicking over how to explain that he'd mistakenly thought Claude was a boy. Claude thrusts a dagger at him, shouting that he must atone by cutting his own life through seppuku. Alan panics when Claude declares that death is the only way to scrub away the shame. Time was running out, but Alan Boltz wasn't done. He refused to die over a ridiculous misunderstanding that started with nakedness. Fuming with rage, Claude vows revenge on the spot, convinced Alan is an unstoppable menace to every woman. The Grand Colosseum of the Vysteria Kingdom erupted with thunderous cheers the moment the tournament was announced. Alan sprinted through the stone corridors, getting an earful from his partner, still fuming and clearly not letting it go. They slipped into the weapons room, but anyone training outside was banned, because the rules demanded fair fights for everyone. Alan nodded, finally getting it. This rule was meant to level the playing field, even if someone started with a better weapon. As Alan wrestled with his choices, his companion needled him with a smug grin, hiding real worry behind arrogance and sharp little jabs. Alan tried to apologize, but Claude shut him down with icy fury, refusing to listen and refusing to forgive. Claude snapped with pure rage, roaring that Alan had to pay for humiliating him by exposing everything. Flustered out of his mind, Alan snatched a sword in a flash while Claude fumed, still clinging to that grudge like it owned him. Claude shoved Alan toward the admission gate and lobbed sharp taunts at him without a single hesitation. Alan, unshaken, slammed his decision down. This battle was a line he couldn't possibly afford to cross, because losing it wasn't an option. The Colosseum erupted as they hauled Alan out, wrongly accusing him of seducing Princess Leia. The crowd jeered Alan without mercy, roaring the king's claim like a battle cry, weak, disgraceful, and nothing but shame. Alan snapped his gaze upward, and the crowd's raw hatred crashed back like it was stolen straight from his academy days. He remembered how they mocked him, bashed him, and tossed him aside as a total failure, while everyone else gleefully soaked in his misery. Princess Lee's voice tore through the chaos, defiantly declaring her support for Alan from the stands, loud, proud, and impossible to ignore. With Lee in his corner, Alan felt the weight lift off his shoulders, like he'd finally realized he wasn't fighting those battles alone anymore. Lee snatched control back from the king's fury, boldly declaring, no matter what, she had the right to back whoever she wanted. Gallius the Strong and Romuald the Swift stepped into the arena as a fearsome duo, ready to clash. Alan froze at the rigged odds, while the king smirked and let a 2-on-1 fight happen like it was nothing. Those towering two swore they were teenagers, but their fully grown frames made Alan feel completely bamboozled. But Gallius and Rommel ripped that idea apart. This wasn't a duel at all, it was payback for dishonoring Princess Leia. Alan tightened his grip on the sword, eyes blazing, swearing he'd win the fight, come back victorious, and reunite with Princess Leia at home. At the king's signal, the match erupted, and Gallius came charging in first, smashing forward with raw speed and crushing force. Crowds erupted as Gallius unleashed his power, jeering at Alan for being weak, without realizing he was just staying cool, quietly waiting to strike. Alan snapped back with lightning counters, overpowering Gallius and turning every attack aside with jaw-dropping strength and total control. Romuald blasted his gale style, icy wind screaming through the air, but Alan moved like it was nothing, smothering every lightning-fast strike with ease. Alan's razor-perfect parries staggered both enemies, and their fear swelled fast as his relentless presence pressed in harder. In a blink, Alan smashed the mighty duo with one clean strike. Then the match was over. Elaine clung to the sweet, peaceful days with Leia, when they fought tooth and nail to defend the life they'd built together. Standing toe-to-toe with the furious king, Alan shot out a sarcastic apology, because he knew exactly he'd just blown royal expectations to pieces. Alan stood like a warrior, overflowing with confidence, while the king's command yanked Claude into the spotlight. Claude mocked Alan's progress like it meant nothing, and the real shock hit. Alan had made it this far. Now Claude was ready to unleash full force. The crowd absolutely exploded for Claude, the feared captain of Princess Leia's personal guard, now stepping onto the scene. Lee ripped into Alan about Claude's terrifying sword skills and that secret, hidden power, then shouted at him to stay on his guard. Lee blared her cheers for Alan at the top of her lungs, burning with belief that he would win. Claude pinned the blame on Alan, claiming he brainwashed Leia, and promised he'd make him pay for the betrayal. The final match kicked off, and Claude swore he'd expose Alan's real self to the whole world. Claude erupted with a brutal hegemonic-style strike, snapping Alan's guard with swordplay that looked eerily like Lee's own moves. Alan spun through the air, dodging on pure instinct, his every move sharp, swift, and impossible to predict, even when the pressure was crushing him. Claude gasped when Alan tore in with those lightning-fast, smooth strikes. He couldn't match a single one. Claude nodded at Alan's brutal defense, realizing she couldn't pry his focus off her that easily. She struck with lightning speed, chaining flawless transitions, her sword and footwork moving in perfect sync, like she had total control over every beat. Alan clocked Claude's precision on the spot, every move, every tight stance screaming discipline like it was carved into her bones. Claude blasted off her ultimate hegemonic-style annihilation, straight for the finish line, trying to end the duel in one brutal hit. Alan, rattled but unbroken, stared in awe at her sheer strength, knowing every grueling training session forged that iron resolve. Alan exploded into a surprise counter, bulldozing Claude back with raw power, and a momentum nobody saw coming. Claude froze, utterly baffled as Alan vanished. He scanned the field with frantic eyes while flames still hissed nearby. They collided with signature moves. Claude fired off his mirror technique, and Alan snapped his blade into the secret cherry blossom-style Sakura slash. The crowd buzzed like lightning. People couldn't believe it as they realized Claude might actually get knocked out by this quiet, unassuming dark horse. Even the king had to admit Alan's got real skill, and Claude, still rattled, finally conceded that his power wasn't some empty bluff. Still frustrated, Claude finally gave Alan his props, admitting there was no denying his swordsmanship. Claude clocked Alan's raw power and insane effort, then Alan dropped the bombshell. He trained for over 1 billion years. A brand new challenger swaggered up to Alan and sneered, saying his origin meant nothing, that he had zero talent, and that every move he made was straight-up pathetic. Rage flared in the opponent's eyes as he vowed to slash through Alan's sword path and stop his progress for good. Finally, Claude snapped his deadly biotroop technique into action. An explosive force detonated across the entire arena. As Alan barreled forward, Claude stayed perfectly calm, ready to fire off a secret technique without a single moment of doubt. She unveiled a soul-inspired outfit, pure talent pouring out in a blinding wave that overwhelmed Alan. 10 years back at Vestilia Castle, kids honed their sword skills while the guard kept a hawk-eyed watch over every swing. During training, young Claude stumbled and lost his footing, and Princess Leia came rushing in, her face packed with pure worry. Even as Claude hit the ground, he couldn't ignore Leia's raw strength, and Leia, standing tall, announced her dream with blazing pride: protecting the kingdom. Leia shot her hand out, urging Claude forward, Then Claude, burning with shame, swallowed his pride, convinced he didn't deserve to stand beside a princess. Claude swore loyalty on the spot, and Lee's kindness lit a fire in her. So she vowed to get stronger and stand between everyone she cared about and danger. Claude awoke her power with a fierce vow. She would rip apart anyone foolish enough to threaten Princess Leia's life. In the arena, Claude snapped on her only attire, boom, while her opponent braced in the spotlight, tight with tension, watching every move like a trap could spring any second. Claude sealed her soul into that fierce abiatroop fit and ripped summoned stones to the sky, calling forth stone birds. When her power surged, the whole crowd choked on a gasp. Her weapon lets her command stone birds from afar, and she turns mid to long range fights into total dominance. Sensing the danger, her opponent surged forward fast, desperate to slam the gap between them shut. Claude shoved the charge aside with zero trouble. Her birds snapped into defensive flight as she stayed cool and calmly swatted the attack back. Even with all that speed, Claude's stonebirds crushed past him. He barely managed to stay afloat as their brutal assault came in wave after wave. Claude snapped her fingers in the middle of the fight, and the birds detonated from a secret mechanism. Boom. The blast ripped through the arena floor and the crowd reeled, stunned not just by the power but by the ruthless strategy behind it. Smoke choked the field as the boy hacked, stumbled, and blurred his own vision, clueless about Claude's next move. Claude's crushing downward swing slammed her opponent into defense, driving him backward with pure, overpowering force. Mid-swing, the swordsman snapped back and unleashed his second style, **hazy moon **, slamming in to shatter Claude's control distance. Claude sneered at his move as clever but cheap, and both fighters froze on the spot, breathing hard over the shattered ground. He finally clocked it. Those slashes weren't just cuts, they turned into bombs, and she could barely juggle 3 stone birds at a time. Determined to finish it, Claude called in even more birds, swelling their swarm and squeezing their grip until her dominance was locked in. He froze in place, swamped by the rising swarm of birds, and doubt clung to his worn-out face. Claude unleashed a whirling storm of birds, seizing the battlefield with razor-sharp confidence and ruthless control. Explosions detonated all around him, and Claude's birds slammed into the air so fast he barely had time to twist away. Claude snapped her fingers again, and the blast slammed straight into him, blasting him off balance in midair. Another's blast slammed into him out of nowhere, flames tore through the air, and Claude snapped awake to the same shocking truth. He'd survived again. He barely made it through the blast, then snapped into the flying shadow technique, yanking the impact away from his legs. Claude exhaled with total confidence and proclaimed the duel over, her soul attire looming so powerfully over the battlefield that everything else felt helpless. She tore into his work, saying only people who wore the soul attire were worthy to serve Princess Leia. He admitted he was at a disadvantage, but he refused to stay down, hunting for a way to finally shut Claude down and stop those endless remote bomb barrages. Clenching his teeth, he pushed through the blasts, hell-bent on shrinking the distance and going toe-to-toe. Alan clung to his promise to save Leia, and with raw determination he geared up for one last do-or-die surge. Alan charged through the blazing wreckage, roaring with pure determination, shocking Claude and sprinting straight into striking range. Claude sneered that he was desperate, but he pushed on anyway, taking multiple blasts back-to-back without flinching. After surviving those tiny bombs, Alan locked eyes with the giant owl, and his attack slammed into Claude so hard it totally caught him off guard. Claude set off one final explosion to block him, but Alan barreled straight through it without so much as slowing down. Everyone swore Alan was done for. Then, out of the roaring flames, he staggered back up, scorched but alive, still on his feet. With nothing left but resolve, Alan burst out his 8th style, 8-span crow, smashing Claude with raw, unstoppable power. Their blades slammed together with a thunderous impact. Alan shoved through the pain, drove the fight forward, seized the advantage, and finally. Stunned, Claude blurted, "So you're invincible." Alan's smile cracked with pain, but he didn't break, burning on with pure spirit. Alan surged right into striking distance. Claude's explosions and sword reach couldn't touch him here. Alan fired off his 5th style, the World Render, ready to crush this duel with everything he had. A blinding flashbang hit him in the middle of his strike, but Claude was already ready, and he countered with jaw-dropping perfect timing. Disoriented, Alan staggered like he'd been punched by fate. Then Claude landed his blow with surgical precision, whispering for him not to take her counter personally. Alan dropped to one knee and Lee gasped in terror, praying, begging, that he'd somehow rise back up. Claude shot a quick glance to her side. Alan's punch landed, but it only kissed her waist, barely scratching her. Claude trembled in pure disbelief. Even her sword only managed a weak scratch, while Alan stayed eerily calm, turning her nerves into total panic. Claude stared at Alan and demanded to know if he was even human, because no matter how hard the blasts hit, his body wouldn't yield, and he didn't use a single solar tire. Claude slammed in again, spiraling her birds through the air, and Alan dug in, bracing like he was ready to strike back. Claude set loose an avian dance, but Alan barreled straight through on sheer will, roaring as he closed the distance. Alan braced through the blasts, then seized his opening. Either her power finally buckled, or he'd evolved just in time. Claude panicked as Alan fought back against everything. Then Claude charged again, betting it all on his raw sword technique. Alan couldn't shake the feeling that her relentless blows were still no match for his strength and stamina. Suddenly, his sword guard warped and melted right in front of him, freezing him mid-block as Claude slammed in another sneaky attack. Claude snapped her fingers, and boom, hidden effects kicked in the moment Alan made contact, leaving him utterly stunned. Alan's blade got eaten by rust, and when Claude's weapon spewed that dissolving powder, it crumbled. Then the last hidden trap finally snapped into view, revealing what he was really up against. Alan realized something was seriously off from the very start. His sword had been sabotaged, and powder was stuffed inside it like a trap waiting to explode. The king finally tore off the mask, exposing his treachery and laughing at Alan for believing he still had even a sliver of a chance. Alan's fury hit the king first, but Claude snapped back. She swore she had nothing to do with it. Then her shocking strike shattered the sword in one brutal hit. Alan suspected every sword had been sabotaged, claw marks, shame stains, and silent threats. Yet somehow he pushed through with tricks anyway and still ended up vowed to loyalty. Clutching his resolve, Claude geared up to swing for Leia's sake, even if Alan had no weapon at all. The crowd erupted as Alan crumpled to the ground. Sure, the duel was declared over, but he still wouldn't quit or surrender. Bloodied but unbroken, Alan stood his ground. Losing his sword couldn't crush his resolve. Harsh battles slammed back into Alan's mind, and since he had no talent to fall back on, he fought on with pure determination and an ironclad will he'd never break. Even with desperate pleas ringing in his ears, Alan stepped up anyway, choosing resolve over retreat, standing in cold, silent defiance. Blue still grinned, and Alan finally told Leia the truth. He didn't want anything fancy, he just wanted them together. Alan finally said what he'd truly wanted all along: staying with Leia and training swordcraft side by side forever. Leia choked up with emotion and shot back with the same fire, telling Alan she'd never, ever let him go. Spurred on by love, Alan steadied his breath, ready to throw down again. No weapons, no mercy, set on reclaiming his future barehanded. His opponent looked him in the eyes and admitted it. Alan's growth was real, praising him not just as a swordsman, but as the kind of man you can't help but respect. With Alan's grit lighting the fuse, his opponent squared up for a real fight, swearing he'd pull out every last ounce of strength this time. Their clash exploded across the arena, and both warriors surged forward with every last ounce of power they had left. Alan spun out of the whirling blade just as his opponent started chanting a deadly secret sword technique. With a crackling roar, the supreme dragon strike exploded forward, fierce, unstoppable, and dead set on crushing Alan's exposed chest. Alan cranked his speed past breaking point, slicing through the gap even while he was outmatched in both power and reach. A terrifying power burst to life inside him. Then he unleashed one last, explosive counter with his bare hands. Claude slammed his massive explosion technique, blasting the battlefield open and leaving everyone in shock. Both crumpled from sheer exhaustion, and Alan snapped, questioning why Claude would dare trigger it on herself. Breathing hard, Claude finally lowered the match, swallowed his pride, and handed Alan an unexpected win that felt downright honorable. The whole crowd froze in shock, and Leia erupted in pure joy, overwhelmed by Alan's win. Alan Rodal stood tall, bleeding but undefeated, and declared himself the champion of the special duel against Claude Stroganoff. A few hours after the duel, the king clutches his head, rattled to the core and seething with frustration. Inside the throne room, awkward silence crashes over everyone as they all wait, breath held, for the king to finally speak. Alan storms out of the infirmary unscathed, baffled about why Claude got crushed, because he's totally fine and that makes no sense. Stunned out of his mind, the king throws confusion aside and scrambles to fix everything, before Alan's strange double injuries get any worse. Alan starts to clear up the misunderstanding, but the king snaps him shut, refusing to hear a word. Leia steps forward like a spark and demands justice, pushing the king to finally stop and listen to Alan's explanation. The king finally sees what Alan's made of, and with a loud decree, crowns him as Vesteria's next strongest fighter. Right out of nowhere, the king actually approves Alan and Leia's romance, and the whole room freezes in shock. Claude clocks Leia's lie. She's been sneaking around the master-slave bond by acting like she's dating the king. The king explodes with fury, slamming down a warning. Alan must keep their bond spotless because he outlaws anything physical with Leia. The king looms over Alan, declares total war, and warns him point-blank, don't even think about romancing his daughter. Claude gets fresh orders. The king shuts everything down and dismisses them both, then sets their return to Lingard in motion. Rage swallowed the king whole. He vows revenge, and he pins it all on Alan, even blaming him for his own guard's failure. The king slams down his demand for answers about Claude's defeat, certain something wildly out of the ordinary happened in that duel. So Claude finally admits it. He triggered his own self-destruct mid-fight because he realized that pushing the attack any further would have ended in his death for sure. Claude reveals that Alan's spirit core flickered to life mid-fight, briefly birthing a terrifying, monstrous white-haired presence. Shocked, the king snaps for a power estimate, sensing Claude's fear wasn't just nerves. It was real battle hesitation. Claude steps in and bluntly says it's on par with a fully awakened Fafnir, not the sealed one, shattering the king with pure disbelief. Claude dropped to his knees and admitted it. Alan's power breaks the rules, and he froze from nothing but pure fear. He's picturing Alan's spirit core smashing past even Fafnir, the ancient dragon king that nations still fear. Claude drops the truth. Rhea really did mislead the king about Lee and Alan's romance. Once the king saw through Rhea's puppet strings, he realized she had Alan deliver the message for her. In a full-on panic, the king barks orders to his knights and dumps his duties on them, because he's got something personal to face. He can't shake the feeling that Alan is linked to destruction itself, and this nightmare is way worse than he ever imagined. He lets out a shaky laugh and bullies his own thoughts, insisting he's just overthinking Alan's terrifying potential. During summer break, the chaos refuses to quit. Alan is wiped out, while the king tears into everyone on the spot for their lewd behavior. Lee clocks Alan's shaken look, totally baffled. Like, why did her father snap so hard over something as simple as romance? They sit there replaying Claude's moves. Lee finally admits the lies and Alan forgives her on the spot, no hesitation at all. Lee blurts, "Let's pretend we're a couple, so her dad won't start getting suspicious." Alan nervously nods and agrees, but neither of them knows how to play couple, and the whole moment turns awkward fast. Lee shyly then corners Alan and asks him out on a date, claiming it's practice for acting like they're truly lovers. They meander down Arlon's loud main street, soaking up the chaos like carefree teens with nothing to fear. Lee practically drags Alan to a food stall, grinning so hard you'd think she'd just dodged a transfer. Locals spot Leia right away, beam at her with open warmth, and gush about how she once ruled the town like royalty. The whole street lights up as Princess Leia returns home, and suddenly their casual date explodes into a public celebration that grabs everyone's attention. Alan scans the roaring crowd and suddenly gets it. Leia isn't just adored by royalty, everyone in town loves her. Alan mistook a local for Lee's boyfriend, and instantly threw him into an awkward situation with a question that hit like a spotlight. Leia beams as she confirms it, and Alan is instantly stunned. Then chaos erupts into cheers, flashing cameras, and excited whispers about a royal marriage. The vendors go wild, flooding you with free food and blessings, because Princess Leia is finally dating and everyone's celebrating hard. He stepped in to block the crowd respectfully, guarding the couple's space so nobody would ruin their long-awaited romantic moment. A cheerful vendor waves them goodbye with a big grin, cheering them on as they dive into Vesteria together. Alan frets that the world might clock them as a couple, while Leia keeps pushing through with stubborn optimism. They gripe about the king's dirty games while stuffing their faces with sweet treats, using sugary comfort to hide the rage that's boiling underneath. Leia's rage and her sudden love for ice cream collide in the funniest way, and she and the others start plotting an exit before things get even worse. Next up, Vesteria's National Museum, a grand, storied landmark packed with royal history. Alan's jaw drops at the museum's insane architecture, and Lee zips ahead, eager to pull him right through the entrance. It's Alan's very first trip to the museum, and Leia can barely contain her excitement as she starts guiding him through every twist and wonder inside. Lee fires up her explanation of the artwork like a full-blown professor, and her dramatic tour guide act keeps Alan hooked the whole time. Alan and Lee dive into exhibit after exhibit, and while Alan can't stop admiring the sights, Lee lights up every corner with fiery explanations. And somehow her knowledge goes way deeper than anyone expects. Alan's eyes lock onto a single display, and Lee leans in, whispering that it's packed with the untold history of Vesteria's past. Alan and Lee stare in awe at a mysterious mural that nobody can read, sitting there with no explanation and no clue where it came from. They stare at the mystery, hooked by what it hides, yet chilled by the ghost of its past. After they finished roaming the museum, Lee practically bursts with excitement and tells him about the special spot she wants to hit next. She blurts out that their next stop is the Hill of Hope, and promises Alan he's gonna love every second of it. When the sun dips low, they start walking again. Suddenly, the whole world softens into calm, warm intimacy. Even with fatigue clawing at him, Alan keeps charging up the long path behind Leia. She stays razor-focused, completely unshaken. Climbing to the top, Leia can't hold back her excitement as she blasts Alan with the stunning city view she's been dying to show him. The glittering nightscape sprawls beneath them, stealing their breath and draping the whole peaceful moment in pure magical quiet. They lean in and quietly soak it all in, fully realizing just how breathtaking the city looks from up here. Lee thanks Alan with real sincerity, because his strength kept them together even while the pressure from the outside tried to tear them apart. Alan sinks into his exhaustion, but the second Lee smiles, it all feels worth it. Lee suddenly snaps out asking about her father, and Alan fumbles hard, trying to describe the king without setting her off. Alan shoots back that the king's way too overprotective, but you can still see it. He loves Leia with his whole heart, even if his extreme actions say otherwise. When the tension finally loosens, Lee slips open like a secret, ready to spill something brutally personal. She finally tells him the truth. Her mom died right after giving birth, and the only proof she's ever had is a stack of photographs that keep fading with every year. Alan stays dead silent, visibly shaken by what he's just heard. Shock and hard-earned questions flash in his eyes. He finds out the king vowed to protect Leia after her mother died, and that promise flips him into overprotective mode. The king poured overwhelming love into Leia, trying to make up for the affection he lacked, and for what the queen never gave. Alien Leia blurts out an apology, saying her father's sabotage wasn't hatred, it was love, and Alan leans in, reassuring her with pure understanding. Leia falls quiet, heart full of relief after telling the truth, while Alan listens in silence, steady and strong, carrying her heavy feelings with her. Alan finally cracks open, and when he reveals his father died young, Leia drops silent, because she realizes she's been carrying the same kind of heartbreak. He tells everyone his mom raised him solo, and Leia's eyes light up as she smiles, soak in the moment, amazed at how strong she really was. They talk about hitting his childhood home, and Lee can't stop asking to finally meet the mom who raised him. Standing side by side in total silence, they soak up a calm moment of rock-solid trust beneath the evening sky. Leia grabs Alan and begs him to make a wish with her, steering him straight toward the mysterious Hill of Hope. Lee drags Alan to a mythical tree said to grant the deepest, heartfelt wishes beneath its ancient branches. They step forward as one, hands clasped tight, and get ready to pray, staring straight up at the massive sacred tree. Both of them shut their eyes and quietly pour out their wishes, sincere, trembling, and brimming with hope. As they march off, Leia presses Alan about his wish. He dodges the question like it's poison, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. Leia drops a sly hint that she begged for romance, and Alan just grins like he made the exact same wish. Leia blurts out, wondering if their wish really landed, her whole heart soaring as she prays Alan wished he'd stay with her. Meanwhile, a sinister crew gears up for their next job, stalking whatever they're calling the Sparkle. A heated argument explodes between them, yet a sinister new job binds them together, one that's hunting someone who matters a whole lot. They've set their sights on Leia Vesteria, the princess they brand as the Black and White Princess. Their leader erupts into a wild, maniacal laugh, buzzing with anticipation for the power that's about to hit them, while their mission, abduct Lie of Hysteria ***, kicks into full gear. The second semester kicks off, and Alan and Lee rush back to school, grinning like they're about to reunite with all their friends. Alan soaks in the calm as he walks beside Lee, finally breathing easy after all those brutal battles they just survived. Classmates greeted Alan with big smiles, pointing out how much stronger he'd gotten, like they could already feel another brutal semester closing in. Rose blows up at them, seething with frustration because they ditched her during the Vesteria incident. Alan soothes Rose, but Leah's clumsy words about going to visit her family almost spark Rose's simmering fury all over again. After a whole month of waiting, Alan finally gets back with his classmates, and the moment he sees everyone safe and laughing, pure relief hits him like a wave. Chairwoman Rhea strides in, and just like that, homeroom officially kicks off, along with all the announcements for the new semester. The teachers light up, praising the students' energy, and they swear they're setting the bar high for the semester about to begin. Chairwoman Rhea drops a bombshell announcement, everyone listen up. The Swordmaster Festival kicks off 1 month from today. She lays it all out. This festival matters across the whole country, sword academies clash, and the winners don't just take trophies, they earn fame, recognition, and a shot at their future careers. Every academy has to send exactly 5 students. One of them must be a first year, no excuses, no exceptions. Inside 1,000 Blades, only the first-year attorney gets to fight it out, and the winner's the one who'll name the eligible first-year representative. That announcement detonates pure hype. Students can't wait to jump into the Wild Academy Wide Sword Fighting Tournament and prove they're the best. Joining the first-year tournament is totally optional, and it's kicking off in just 1 week. Every student in Class 1 yanks their hand up in front of everyone, eyes blazing with fierce ambition and a soul-on-fire competitive spirit. Homeroom ends and the teacher hammers in one last push. Train hard on your own, grind through those tire lessons, and get ready for sword practice right now. A mysterious student sits in quiet thought, and a whole month has slipped by since that brutal encounter. Alan storms back to the Hermit's training grounds and squares up to the old master, only for him to mock Alan all over again. He locks in his plan: crush the Hermit, win his soul attire, and level up his power for good. The duel kicks off. Alan rockets a flying shadow, but the Hermit sneers, calling his attack weak and dull. Alan flips the script with a sudden style switch. His 8th technique snaps out midair and leaves the Hermit completely off balance. Right there, Alan snaps out 8-span Crow with explosive force, smashing down and tearing the battlefield apart on impact. Steam curls off his skin as Alan gasps, blown away by the raw power he just unleashed and the scorching heat blasting out of him. The Hermit pops to his feet grinning, taunts Alan's exhaustion, and dares him to stop half-fighting and really go all in. Alan gets caught off guard as the Hermit slams his blade with crushing pressure, and terror surges forward like a wave. The Hermit brutally slams Alan into the dirt, sending shockwaves roaring through the rocky battlefield and shattering it apart. Alan coughs. Blood surges with the truth. This Hermit gets stronger the more he improves, so now he's got to brace for even brutal power. The Hermit sneers at Alan's weakness, and the only thing holding him back from going full monster is a mysterious petrification curse that traps him mid-attack. Against all odds, Alan throws off a quick strike that just barely nicks the Hermit, who can't help but admit the improvement is real and surprising. At the academy, other students are throwing down in brutal duels. Then one match ends in a flash, and the whole crowd goes silent, stunned. Alan stares into the grind of his never-ending fight, growing tougher with every clash, while that monster stays one step ahead, always waiting. Determined as ever, Alan readies himself again, while Rose slips into her soul attire, activating it with calm, razor-focused grace. Her technique knocks the breath out of the nearby students. Her petals whip and spiral as her sword aura erupts with brutal, overwhelming power. Alan spots the eerie shimmer around Rose's cherry blossoms. Each time she lands her soul technique, it flares up like it's answering every strike. Their training finally wraps up. Chairwoman Rhea slams out the announcement that it's time for lunch break, then the afternoon soul attire classes kick off later. Alan freezes, baffled by the cherry blossom petals swirling around him, then snaps back and follows the girls straight to the student council. As they head down the path, the whole group can't stop worrying. What if ditching summer break plans blows up in their faces? Inside the dark student council room, they burst in, then freeze when they spot a mysterious figure slumped over the table. The student council president rises on shaky legs, trembling as she admits she has something urgent she has to confess. With tears streaming down her face, the president pleads for help, helpless against a burden she can't even see. The president steadies herself and begs for help, but Alan freezes, caught between curiosity and fear over what she's really up to. She spills the truth. A mountain of paperwork piled up because the vice president vanished after summer break, and nobody can explain why. Most student council members ducked out the moment they'd left, and she got crushed under the workload, desperate for anyone to step in and help. Alan grills her about her promises. The girls slam her for dodging everything, and the president still drops to his knees begging for support. She bursts into tears, begs Alan like her world depends on it, and even hurls insults, because he's her final, last hope. Alan knows turning her down will spark even more trouble, but her non-stop antics keep grinding everyone's patience down to nothing. With defeat crushing him, Alan nods and agrees to help. Then he shouts the plan to everyone, and the whole group jumps in to volunteer and fight together. Even with paperwork duty out of the way, Alan trains like crazy on his own, grinding day and night to get ready for his very first-year soul attire tournament. He trains like his life depends on it, but with the tournament breathing down his neck, he's still stuck in the dark. His power hasn't awakened yet. Friends surround him like a sea of faces, and Alan strides right into the crowd with iron resolve. Sure, he's poured every last drop of himself into this preparation. Alan strides in with total confidence, feeling completely refreshed. No soul attire on him, but his focus is razor-sharp and he's ready to throw down. He crashes back into Lei and Rose's arms, both of them standing their ground, grim and fully armed as his tournament rivals close in. Both girls step right up and dare him head-on, craving revenge for what he beat them with before, desperate to prove they've finally gotten stronger. Alan grins warmly, and their sincerity lights him up. His rival's honest energy fills him with real, undeniable joy. The opening ceremony kicks off as Alan stands shoulder to shoulder with stubborn first-years, loudly promising fair competition with pride and pure excitement. The tournament lights blaze on, and Alan and his friends plunge into a roaring crowd of eager participants, all shouting at once. Chairwoman Rhea lights up the stadium, roaring that the first-year tourney won't be a game. It's a battlefield where honor is forged and growth starts. She reminds them that most fighters are already rocking specialized gear that guarantees these battles will be brutal. Thunder erupts as the crowd goes wild. Right then, the first-year tournament officially kicks off, and the whole arena instantly buzzes with nerves and pure anticipation. With tension snapping in the air, the chairwoman readies a random draw right then and there to set the very first match. Ray's Volgan balls up his courage and dares Alan during the class match selections, and suddenly the whole room erupts with buzz. Alan instantly spots Ray's, the Class 1B troublemaker who once crashed into their classroom out of nowhere. The chairwoman slams the duel into place, and Alan takes the challenge with a cool head, because he says no true swordsman turns down a fair fight. Cheers explode as students react. Alan's reputation for dragging chaos into every room only gets louder among his peers. Spectators whisper about Alan and Ray's wild pasts, sensing a match about to explode when two unpredictable forces crash head-on. Ray smirks at Alan, and with total confidence declares that the crowd is already hungry to watch him get destroyed in their upcoming duel. Rage lit the fuse. Ray's roars that brutal training starts now and swears revenge for their last humiliating clash. Alan can't make sense of Ray's grudge, because he was shoved into their last fight without even wanting it. The instant the match kicks off, both fighters whip out their swords, then explode forward as the roaring student crowd cheers them on. Ray's raises 3 skeletal dragons from the dead, blasting raw necromancy so brutal that Alan gets overwhelmed in an instant. Ray's taunts Alan with full-on confidence, bragging that his upgraded summons hit harder and turn way more dangerous than they used to. He unleashes his ultimate technique, *skeleton gluttony **, and the undead monsters slam into the battlefield, ravenous and terrifying. The fused skeletal beast erupts in a violent roar, following Ray's command as it slams Alan with overwhelming, crushing force. Alan calmly studied the merged monster, then set his sights on a blade move he called the *5th style, World Render **. Alan swings with one ruthless strike, and the massive beast explodes, bones raining across the entire arena. Even with Alan's raw power, Ray's stays defiant and detonates yet another explosive surprise attack. Ray's slams the fight as personal, fueled by pure hatred and roaring rage, not any fair contest. As the arena shakes, a nasty explosion bursts up out of nowhere, and spectators start hurling accusations at Ray's, claiming he cheated. Alan rockets through the smoke mid-blast and slams Ray's before he even gets a chance to react. With a single crushing strike, Alan flips the whole situation and leaves Ray's staring at the truth. The unlucky one was him all along. Alan tells Ray's, "I've already survived enough blasts to shrug off your desperate trap." He tells Ray's straight to his face, "No cheap trick will ever beat real strength and earned experience." The duel crashes to a close. Alan is declared the winner, and he did it the impossible way, fighting without weapons and still walking out on top. Spectators can't help but stare at Alan's grit, because everyone knows his old training with Vestarian explosions is the reason he's still standing strong. Among the classmates, tension spikes as they lean in and trade predictions about the matchups they'll face against Alan in the upcoming rounds. Confident as ever, Rose Valencia smirks and declares she'd crush Alan in a heartbeat. Her bold claim spikes chills up Alan's spine, and the others start laughing nervously at the tension hanging in the air. The chairwoman plunges her hand into the box and pulls out names one by one, ready to slam the next official duel matchup onto the board. Rose Valencia is chosen as Class 1A's representative, setting the stage for the second battle to kick off. 6 months back, the sword fighting festival wrapped up, and then one battered fighter crumpled, crashing into the infirmary. She slowly clawed her way back into consciousness in the medical room, dazed and confused, staring at everything like it didn't make sense. She spotted Rhea, the visitor everyone feared, Last Note's Black Fist, a legendary warrior with real clout. The girl was still reeling, haunted by her loss, and by how Alan Rodal steamrolled her with pure crushing power in that brutal duel. Even after losing, Rhea didn't crumble. She walked up with a calm smile and dangled a mysterious new opportunity you'd be crazy to ignore. Rhea bowed with perfect formality and invited Rose to step into the legendary Thousand Blade Academy. Now Rose, still a student, burst into the class tournament match with a savage opening attack that instantly set the heat soaring. Her opponent just stood there, eyes locked on her, plotting a razor-precise counter, then preparing to snap into action the second her speed hit. Rose snapped out her secret move, waning crescent ***, and slammed her opponent into pure panic as they scrambled to dodge under crushing pressure. She used his position like a weapon, read his counter before it landed, and struck first, locking in a crushing win with pure, overwhelming skill. Still, Rose unleashed her secret cherry blossom blade technique, mirroring Sakura's slash, and drove it straight into Suma with a crushing, decisive hit. The whole match was over in a flash. Rose unleashed one razor-precise, crushing attack and immediately got crowned the second winner. Suma couldn't help but notice how much Rose had leveled up since the sword fighting festival. Her speed was sharper, her skill cleaner, and it truly blew him away. Just 4 students were left standing, locked in for the semis, and the tournament's real battles were finally kicking off. The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying behind their favorites and roaring at the fighter's grit as the tournament pushed him to prove his strength. The announcer just dropped the semi-final lottery, and with it came the promise of ruthless, do-or-die matchups on the horizon. The bracket threw Rose against Alan, and while that fight brewed, Tessa stood ready to take on Laya in the semi-finals. Alan and Rose strode forward with fearless confidence, staring each other down as the fierce semi-final burned on the horizon. Rose tipped her head and admitted it. Then she vowed to test how much she'd grown since their last duel, taking Alan on after 6 long months. Both grinned and locked hands hard, vowing they'd go all in and fight with every ounce of power in this match. The semi-final battle ignited the moment Alan and Rose slammed their swords together, determination blazing in every strike from the very first clash. Rose's speed skyrocketed. She snapped out the Sakura flash, catching Alan off guard with lightning-fast moves so precise they felt unreal. Alan lunged for a counterattack, but Rose clocked every move and stayed one step ahead. Rose unleashed Night and crushed Sakura and Alan in close, but Alan dug in, fighting back with pure willpower. No way he'd go down that easily. Both fighters slammed into each other with raw fury, trading hard hits while shouting respect, admitting they've both leveled up since their last showdown. Rose grinned mid-battle, Alan's nod lit a fire in her chest, and she charged back with savage fury and fresh determination. Her relentless barrage shoved Alan on the back foot, unleashing brutal speed, endless strikes, and razor-sharp precision that never once let up. 4 Rose snapped, lightning Sakura surged, her blade crackling as she shoved Alan back into a desperate defensive retreat. Alan barely scraped through defeat, catching Rose off guard by snapping back with perfect timing and skills she never saw coming. Alan retaliated with a burst of flying shadows, and his lightning-fast technique shoved Rose backward, leaving her reeling at just how strong he was. Alan studied Rose's attack rhythm, bracing himself as she snapped into another hidden blade technique. Rose unleashed her deadliest Murray-Skara slash, and Alan answered back with raw, unshakable determination, blocking her hard. Alan crushed Rose with her own technique, stunning the whole crowd and leaving her visibly rattled. Breathless, Rose finally admitted it. Alan's swordsmanship was untouchable, his strength undeniable, and his skills sharpening fast. Later, when they asked her again to jump in, Rose shot back a firm no, shocking everyone with how fast she shut it down. Rose slammed down the Academy invitation and swore her only mission was to outshine the swordsman Alan Rodall. Rhea stayed cool and calm as she dropped the bombshell, real news that could flip Rose's whole determination on its head. Rose's eyes went wide when Rhea dropped the bombshell that Alan was about to enroll at Thousand Blade Academy. Torn up inside, Rose still stood her ground and enrolled herself, ready to train harder and take down Alan for good. When Rose's spirit met Alan again, it flared with raw fury. She swore she'd never lose that duel. So Alan realized Rose's summoning was deadly. He slammed the brakes on it fast, because if he didn't, they wouldn't make it out alive. Rose roared back with another crushing attack, pure speed and brute force, shoving Alan into non-stop defensive moves. With razor focus, Rose unleashed her ultimate technique, Winter, while Sakura burst forth, summoning a colossal, blinding cherry blossom tree. Spectators stared in awe, realizing Rose's single outfit wasn't just beautiful. It carried a force no one could match. Rose pushed herself to stay focused, but frustration hit hard. She even felt a flash of shame after admiring the other fighter's outfit during their duel. The crowd stared at Rose's power, begging her to unleash the full magic behind her cherry blossoms. Rose called on her family's legacy, summoning a power that would crush everything in its path, while Alan braced himself for impact. Rose flung out Sakura Blizzard, a savage burst of petal slashes, only for Alan to meet it head-on with his 8th style. Rose drove forward with pure grit. Her blade snapped into theirs, and the clash rang out like a war drum as she struck harder and refused to back down. Rose snapped Knight Sakura on again, unleashing her signature move in a last-ditch assault on Alan. Alan slammed into Rose's non-stop assault, immediately realizing her insane strength and iron will. Rose snapped her Sakura flash chain into motion, hammering Alan with rapid strikes that shoved him closer and closer to the breaking point. Her boosted speed and total control took over the fight, and Alan had to scramble just to keep up with her flawless, perfected techniques. Alan dug into Winter Sakura's past and realized that the cherry blossom tree supercharged Rose's power like a massive power-up. Alan dug in his heels and decided severing the tree's energy link was the only way he'd win. Alan locked onto the cherry blossom tree and went for it, because he was sure that smashing the source would wipe out Rose's advantage for good. The tree's durability blew his mind. No matter how hard he swung, even his strongest strikes left zero visible damage. Rose unveiled that Winter Sakura wasn't just a sword. It was a whole world trapped inside, sealed to a bound concept so tightly that destroying it felt nearly impossible. She slammed back with another secret technique, ripping out immense power and blasting Alan back before he could breathe. Rose unleashes Sakura Spiral, a savage storm of petals that slams Alan back into a frantic, all-out defense. Rose flashed back on every brutal struggle, training non-stop, grinding her focus into one single goal: beat Alan no matter what. She admitted Alan's presence supercharged her, turning her own imagined battles into fuel that kept pushing her forward, fight after fight. Alan smacked down her confidence, then locked in his 8th-style secret technique with iron determination. Mirror Sakura, Slash, and 8 hit their ultimate techniques hard, and Span Crow collided with them in a brutal, world-shaking clash that tore everything apart with sheer force. Rose was stunned by Alan's sheer refusal to break. His strength didn't just surprise her, it crushed the idea of human limits and kept going past normal endurance. Rose shoved the attack harder and harder, sure Alan was running on fumes, because she was set on landing the knockout before he could recover. Alan clocked Winter Sakura's sudden bite, and it hit him. Winter Sakura was pushing herself harder than she ever let on. He figured Winter Sakura's power wouldn't last, just minutes before it crumbled and left her collapsing completely. Rose snapped, admitting her keen instincts were right, and that her technique had reached its limit. Then she geared up for one last, desperate strike. With everything she had left, she swung her absolute strongest strike, determined to end the duel on the spot. Rose hunched her focus, then exploded forward with the Scarlet Sakura Slash. Pure desperation turned into a devastating strike. Alan shot back to her challenge, calling up the 5th style, and the world render snapped into place for their final, no-turning-back clash. Spectators stared in stunned silence, pulse pounding as they realized this duel wasn't just a sword fight, it was something way bigger. Tension snapped through the arena as both fighters squared up, their raging energies colliding in a burst of explosive force. The ground blew apart under their feet, and the impact boomed through the whole academy like thunder. Their swords slammed together in one last, brutal strike, both of them emptying every last ounce of power in a single, heart-stopping moment. Crushed with exhaustion, Alan braced Rose with his arm, and together they staggered off the battlefield, leaning hard on his shoulder. Rose admitted she was fed up. She was crushed by yet another loss, even after pouring every ounce of herself into it. She swallowed her pride and admitted she'd been outmatched. Alan's power was still way beyond anything she could reach right now. With determination blazing in her eyes, Rose swore she'd keep training, telling them their rivalry wasn't even close to over. Rose jabbed her finger with iron confidence, swearing she'd crush Alan in their rematch. Soon, no doubt about it. Alan steadied her with a calm voice, and when he saw her spirit still standing after that brutal, draining duel, pure relief hit him. Rose pressed Alan hard. He couldn't let himself lose to anyone else before their next showdown. Exhausted to the bone, she teetered on the edge of collapse. Then Alan caught her, stunned by the way her vulnerable face still refused to quit. As the students replay the brutal duel in their minds, they watch repairs rip through the wrecked arena, and that temporarily shuts the battles down. Tessa straps in like she means it, refusing to pull her punches, while her rival grins and steps up, all confidence and ready to take the challenge. Meanwhile, Alan scrubs his face in the sink, wrung out from the fight but finally able to breathe again. He stares at his body, and then, like a miracle, every wound from that duel is gone, right after one night. Puzzled, Alan starts to suspect his impossible recovery isn't a fluke. It's tied to some mysterious power that figure handed him. Alan can't shake the truth. His strength feels wrong, and then it clicks. That freak rapid recovery only started once another power pinned him down. Alan decides to ask later, starts to head out, and then the bathroom suddenly erupts with loud noise and shakes. In the arena, Lee blasts out crushing power that leaves everyone staring in shock, while Alan barrels straight toward the chaos. The announcer roars, "Lee victorious," and her unstoppable strength crushes Alan's hopes. He's left staring in shock at the final, decisive outcome. The crowd explodes into cheers, praising both fighters. As Princess Lea's crushing, unstoppable win leaves everyone fired up and inspired. Alan storms back into the arena, stunned to learn Leah crushed Tessa, and relieved when he realizes his injuries have fully healed. The instructor begs Leia to rest before finals, but Leia snaps back. She's fighting right now, packed with pure, unshakable determination. Pumped up and unstoppable, Leia blazes that she's ready to challenge Alan right now, and her raw excitement fills the whole room. Still reeling but fired up, Alan swallows his shock, agrees to her demand, and readies himself for the brutal fight about to explode. Both fighters clutched their swords with total confidence as the instructor grinned, soaking up their youthful fire and raw energy. The announcer blasts into the arena, roaring that it all comes down to the last duel, Alan Rodol versus Leia Visteria. 4 months after enrolling, Alan looks back on the ride, Every brutal challenge, every real friendship, and the way Thousand Blade forged him into someone new. He looks back on a school life that finally feels complete, grateful for every chance and lesson he's earned ever since he met Leia. Leia stands tall and declares her determination, swearing she'll win this long-awaited showdown against Alan. Alan stands his ground and shoots back with confidence. He's got zero plans to back down, and he's raring to clash in the decisive battle. Fueled by all that support, Alan steps into the arena, clutching onto those words of trust that harden his resolve. The referee snaps her hand up high, and just like that, the long-awaited final match explodes into motion. Leia surges forward, slamming in with ruthless strikes, and her blazing power rattles the ground as she kicks off the attack. With fire in her eyes, Lee calls up her deadliest technique and unleashes the crushing power of Dragon King Fafnir. Flames whip through the air as Leia unleashes draconic fury, and her speed and ferocity smash past what she showed the last time. Leia explodes with destructive energy, and Alan has to dig in, bracing himself as a brutal wave of power crashes down on him. Alan snapped into action and hurled a flying shadow straight at her crushing black dragon breath, igniting a brutal clash. The impact rattles the whole arena. Alan gets shoved back hard as Leia's attack slams in with terrifying, unstoppable force. Alan clocks Lee's speed and raw power, and realizes she's become way deadlier than she was in their last fight. Determined, Alan shifts into battle mode. He plans his next move because beating Leia means one thing: he has to crush the distance since she owns the long-range fight. Alan hunts for an opening, but Leia dances through every exchange flawlessly. No pause, no crack, just pure control. He straight up admits Lee's strength, refuses to let her call the shots, and gears up to strike back with brutal force. Lee surges with immense power, taunting Alan that he's never seen what she can truly do, as she unleashes devastating dark energy that crushes everything in its path. With a savage scream, Lee detonates her ultimate Black Dragon Blast, wiping out the entire battlefield in one unstoppable wave. Alan braces to dodge, then he clocks it. The attack is huge, but it's moving slower than he expects, just begging for a perfect escape. Alan barely dodges the devastating blast, and it hits him in the gut. Lee's destructive technique wasn't a threat, it was a full-on kill switch meant to end everything. He lifts his blade high, braving the storm with grit, refusing to crumble under her crushing power. Flames claw at his skin and his lungs scream with pain, but his spirit won't give up, no matter how brutal it gets. Alan lunges ahead and grabs the opening to hit her out of nowhere, while Lee, sure she's already won, doesn't see it coming. Lee locks eyes with him and admits it. She's blown away that he walked out of every past threat unscathed, and now he's still standing after her flames. Lee drops down like a storm, her ironclad hegemonic hard strike smashing straight into Alan's defense. Their swords slam together with a deafening crash, rattling the whole arena as neither fighter backs down for even a second. Alan gets slammed backward, stunned by Leia's brutal power, and in the middle of the fight he can only gasp at how insanely strong she is. Battle, he steadies himself, admits she's grown past him, and still refuses to back down or quit the fight. Lee relentlessly presses forward, unleashing hegemonic-style multi-thrusts that hammer down in an unending storm of crushing, piercing strikes. Alan clocks Leia instantly. This relentless prodigy isn't just talented, she's a brutal, high-stakes rival for anyone ordinary. Even while he admits her brilliance, Alan's drive ignites. He refuses to let this hardworking genius outshine him, and he's locked in on beating her. He declares loud and clear that he'll shatter the wall of talent, because he's done staying powerless. Leia let out a thunderous roar, declared her matchers, and smashed in with everything she had, locked in to snatch a decisive win. Alan braces himself, eyes locked on the target, and digs in, ready to fight like there's nothing left to lose. Leia gets blindsided when Alan triggers a mysterious transformation, and the whole battlefield freezes in awe. His body crackles with raw energy, his hair whips to white as a sword ignites, blazing with pure, unchained spirit power. Spectators froze in shock, staring at that sudden surge of power, because Alan's new strength hit them like a punch they couldn't wrap their heads around. Alan can't believe it. Some deep, nostalgic power is surging up inside him, and he has no clue where it's coming from. He steps in and reassures everyone, "I'm still Alan, even if he's been remade," because he crushed his spirit core completely. Alan's raw strength stuns everyone watching. Then they remember the legendary monster and realize it still can't compete. Lee stared at his feet, stunned, so he'd actually beaten her even without any soul attire, and now she was calling him a monster. Still, she flashes a fierce smile and swears fighting Alan is worth every hit, then drives herself deeper into the battle. Lee gritted her teeth, called her ultimate technique, and snapped Fafnir's soul loose. Then dragon flames swallowed her whole. A violent power surge erupts. Her transformation remakes the whole battlefield, while flames whip upward and spiral out of control as Alan throws himself into a brace. Lee fully transforms, dragon flame erupts around her and sheer, overwhelming power blasts outward. Honored by that moment, Alan plants his feet, feels the crushing weight coming down and refuses to go down, ready to take her unleashed might head-on. Both warriors square up, eyes blazing, and roar that round 2 is officially back on, renewed grit and no backing down. Alan got crushed in the most humiliating way. He couldn't even process how some kid with no soul attire managed to beat him. He blamed his downfall on pure carelessness, then locked in hard, telling himself victory was guaranteed as long as he fought for real. But watching Alan dig in with pure determination, he finally got it. Alan's strength wasn't just stronger, it crushed every careless assumption he'd made. Blinded by his own excuses, he swore off weakness for good and marched toward Alan with fresh, unshakable strength. With fire in his eyes, he snapped, "Again, Alan," and demanded round 2 to prove he was a rival worth taking seriously. Their clash snapped back to life with explosive fury, steel biting steel, sparks flying because neither one would give an inch. Steel flashed and strikes detonated one after another as both fighters roared with pure grit, their blades smashing together in an unstoppable whirlwind. Their arms crashed together in a brutal fight, neither side backing off as every swing tested raw strength, stamina, and pure refusal to give in. He clocked Alan's power and realized it matched his own enhanced form. Then disbelief hit hard, pride straining as reality refused to bend. With desperation roaring in his chest, he unleashed the Black Dragon Breath, an earth-shaking strike meant to smash Alan into submission, no escape. Alan's eyes went wide when she blasted Black Dragon Breath straight out, and in that moment he realized she'd stepped past normal soul attire. She slammed her transformation as done, crowing that Fafnir's power had forged her into the Dragon King himself. With pure, unstoppable confidence, she called up devastating power like it was nothing, showing abilities that crushed any normal human limits with zero effort. 3 monstrous Black Dragon Breaths erupted at once, barreling straight toward Alan and daring him to survive their unstoppable doom. Undaunted, Alan thrust onward, carving his way through the darkness and proving again and again that nothing could shake his resolve. Alan snapped into motion with insane speed, blasting through her defenses and crushing her as her mighty white dragon scales failed to hold. Alan's 8 couldn't stand. Crow's non-stop technique launched her upward, then slammed her back down with brutal force. Gasping for air, she confessed her strength was slipping fast, fully realizing how ruthless that overpowered rush had drained her. Alan calmly pressed her, asking how long she could keep up as her body buckled under the weight of those destructive powers. Determined, she pushed through the pain and decided she'd end the fight fast, before her strength finally ran out for good. She tore open the sky with a monstrous vortex of destructive power, rattling the entire arena like it was about to split in two. Dark flames claw across the battlefield, their searing heat threatening to burn up everything standing in her way. With the final strike looming, she declared the duel would be decided by this single crushing blow. No more, no less. Alan locked in his spirit, gripping his resolve as he prepared to unleash his deadliest attack. He remembered every bit of his training and unleashed a perfected technique that used to be impossible. Now he was sure he could pull it off. Alan thanked Leia and made it clear she wasn't just someone he met. She was the rival who kept driving him to levels he never thought he could reach. He tore into his 6th style, smashing his headfirst strike straight into her crushing, overwhelming supreme dragon breath. Their ultimate techniques slammed together with a violent crash, blasting a shockwave that rattled the entire battlefield. Both of them screamed like their lives depended on it, unleashing every last ounce of strength in that final make-or-break showdown. Lee took the full impact and crumpled on the spot, dead from exhaustion, while Alan stood there, grinning in victory. A mysterious fighter slammed in out of nowhere, roaring that this raging fight had spiraled way past control, and it had to stop now. She unleashed her swordless technique, and the crowd froze as speed and precision poured out like pure, unstoppable mastery. Alan burst forward, determination blazing in his chest, and drove his shattered body past the breaking point just to keep going. Seeing Alan tear across the scene at that wild speed, she couldn't help but wonder, did desperation finally awaken the hidden power in him? Alan sucked in every last ounce of strength and unleashed a brutal final strike, swinging for the win to end the chaos for good. Alan's overwhelming strike tore forward on its own, barreling toward Leia and whatever stood in its path. Sensing the danger closing in, Alan dragged his battered body up to the edge and poured out every last drop of strength he had left. With a desperate roar, he tore past his limits and unleashed power that had never been seen before. A devastating blast tore through the battlefield, burning everything to ruin while laughter echoed in the distance. Battered to the brink and running on fumes, Alan survived, and he couldn't believe it, his arm was still there after that brutal power. Lee crumpled into unconsciousness, sealing Alan's win, and her fierce stubbornness still burned in everyone's memory. The crowd exploded into cheers, shouting Alan Rotel's name as the first-year tournament champion. Student council members snapped up the last festival slots, and Alan got dragged into the spotlight as the total unexpected pick. From her bed, Arcstoria stared down Alan's crushing power and vowed to build a countermeasure. Friends rushed into Alan's place to check his injuries, and while they hovered, he couldn't stop reflecting on Lee's raw strength and how far she'd grown. Rose steadied everyone with a confident smile, saying she was healing up fast. She just needed rest before she'd be back at full power. She beamed at Alan and fired off a warm congratulations, praising his championship win and proving, once again, that she'd always believed in his strength. Alan admitted that the fight nearly broke him, but Rose still lit him up with praise for his undeniable championship-level performance. Lee fidgeted, then admitted it. Ever since that brutal battle, her spirit core had been snapping with restless power. Waking up in the infirmary, Lee snapped her eyes open to Alan sitting right beside her, and the relief hit her so hard she could finally breathe again, knowing she'd made it through. Alan couldn't stop worrying as Lee's condition worsened, realizing his win had been bought with a brutal price she had to pay. Even with disappointment clawing at her, Lee broke into a smile and swore she'd given it her all, no regrets, not in this defeat. Alan admitted the duel was razor close. He barely scraped out the win, but he still walked away proud because facing Lee like that is real strength. The girls teased Alan, scolding him hard and demanding he take responsibility for how ruthlessly he shoved them to fight and push through. Caught in a storm of playful complaints, Alan floundered, stuck, and didn't know how to answer their sudden, teasing demands. Owen stayed right by Alan's side as the girls teased him to death, then fired him up and pushed him straight into the Sword Master Festival win. Lee finally clocked the brutal injury on his arm, and she couldn't wrap her head around it since she'd never gone that hard herself. Alan shrugged off his injury, insisting it was nothing but battle fatigue after 3 straight fights. Suspicion hung in the air. Lee snapped that he was lying and pushed Alan so hard he crumpled into nervous excuses. Rose cut through their teasing and snapped everyone to silence, her voice slicing through the infirmary's buzzing chaos. Ria's brain couldn't keep up with Alan's sudden power spike. She demanded to know if he'd truly regained control of the spirit core. Old Hermit reappeared, grinning because his meddling was carving a smooth, mysterious route. Ria snapped at him, seething with fury, and demanded answers, blaming the Hermit for pressing that cursed 100-million-year button. The Hermit stared at the unstable energy and watched the transformation slow down, because it still needed time to finally settle. Raria lunged in blazing speed and stabbed him through, but the Hermit just laughed, like he'd only shown the first piece and more plans were about to hit. The Hermit vanished into nothing, slipping away with a cryptic goodbye and a chilling vow that he'd be back. Ria slammed onto the ground in pure frustration, seething because he couldn't stop his escape. She snapped to the truth. This wasn't just some small problem, and she rushed to warn Daria that something far worse was closing in. After the tournament, Alan stormed out of the dorm, only for something completely unexpected to hit, leaving Laya stunned. He scanned the whole plaza until he spotted the student council president waving like crazy, beckoning him over with a big, warm grin. They traded quick greetings like it was nothing, both eyeing each other's looks, and for once they met outside the academy in proper uniform. Alan couldn't stop replaying that sudden invitation. She wanted to thank him face to face for the help he gave. Instead of grabbing a quick ice cream, she demanded they spend the entire day together, soaking up every second and enjoying each other's company. Lee eavesdropped on the whole scene, her heart pounding as she watched something unbelievable explode right in front of her eyes. She clocked it instantly. Alan's outing had the exact vibe of a date, and the moment she noticed his missing sword, her suspicions snapped into place. Soon after, Rose spotted Lee freaking out, stayed ice calm, and confronted her straight on about that weird behavior. Lee froze in shock and demanded why Rose was here, and Rose just shrugged like it was nothing. She was hunting down the most popular ice cream. Lee fought to swallow what she saw, then rushed after him, refusing to let Alan get away without exposing his real plan. Lee and Rose crammed themselves into ridiculous disguises, then secretly shadow Alan, determined to follow him without her ever noticing. They sprinted after the two, only to realize too late that a suspicious watcher was already perched on the rooftops. The enemy tore through the city, hunting the elusive black and white princess, and coming up empty-handed. Her patience snapped and the enemy hissed a threat. He'd burn the whole city to smoke her out. Meanwhile, Alan and she dove into a packed, famous restaurant, completely blind to the danger closing in. Leah and Rose slipped into the crowd, wearing nature like a disguise, while Alan stayed cool, confident she'd never spot them. They trailed right behind, clocking the two slide into a restaurant. Then they quietly crept to the windows to spy on them. Inside, she jumped in to help Alan eat because of his injury, and it totally caught him off guard. Alan politely refused, working with his left hand like it was his only lifeline, while Leia watched from outside, jealousy burning hotter with every second. The day dragged on with more shopping, and Leia and Rose relentlessly trailed them until night finally swallowed the streets. After a brutal day, Alan and she walked side by side, laughing about how much they'd actually enjoyed it. Alan fumbled for the right words, and then she abruptly froze, turning straight toward him. Her gaze softened and Alan froze, because he had no idea what she was about to say. Tension surged as she leaned in and opened her mouth to ask Alan the kind of question that could change everything. She suddenly offered Alan a chance to work for the government, and it left him stunned to the core. Leia and Rose panicked and totally misread what I meant. Then an enemy ambushed them out of nowhere. The masked man pulled back his cloak and with ruthless confidence declared that Lee wasn't just anyone. She was the Princess of Vesteria. He introduced himself as Zach Bombard, then snapped his powerful soul attire into place, radiating raw, terrifying strength. His attack erupted into a roaring inferno, jolting Alan and the girl beside him out of their breath. Chaos erupted as flames roared outward, and Alan shoved Zai to sprint out of the deadly scene. Zach sneered at the dragon's name, laughing like he owned the world as flames roared around Alan, she, Lee, and Rose. Alan roared for answers with shaking fury, while Zach shrugged and told him right there that he joined the Obsidian Order for his own reasons. She grabbed Alan and forced him to evacuate the civilians, because his injured arm meant he couldn't fight effectively anymore. Alan grudgingly gave in, then shoved the fight onto Zai, who stepped up with one mission: shield the townspeople no matter what. Zach finally laid bare his real plan: snatch Princess Leia, while brushing off the damage being done today like it didn't matter. Today, she marched straight up to Zach, and when the truth hit, she realized his whole mission was meant to crush Leia, all because the Obsidian Order ordered it. Zach bragged through clenched teeth, saying every mission only pushed him closer to shining like pure sunlight. She shut down his dreams with a cold snap, saying his time was over just as the reinforcements came charging in. Zach got hemmed in by holy knights, and an order snapped through the air: surrender right now and drop his weapon. She took charge and thanked the knights, swearing she'd lead no matter what, while Zach was spiraling out of control over Black Fist. First, Zach ranted like a maniac, buzzing with the thought of going toe-to-toe with Ray Lesnaut, his obsession surging higher by the second. She shut him down coldly, saw there was nothing left to talk about, and braced herself for the clash she could already feel coming. Zach unleashed his brutal blazing circle technique, scorching a deadly ring that shoved she and the knights into full-on defense. Meanwhile, Alan shoved himself through the chaos, hauling civilians to safety, refusing to let his injury stop him from protecting every innocent soul. Alan then stumbled upon a fallen knight, barely clinging to life, only to realize the danger was exploding even faster. Zach laughed at the knight's weakness, demanding it find its sparkle, while Alan couldn't understand why everything had just fallen apart. Alan crumbled in despair, flashing back to that joyful day, until Zach's ruthless destruction and violence tore everything to pieces. Rage flared in Alan's chest as he lunged forward, refusing to let Zach steal a single thing precious from him. Their swords slammed together with brutal force, and Alan's protective rage burned hot as he fought to shield Leia at any cost. Zach slammed up his blazing shield and smirked. Alan's attack looked tiny, like it barely even registered. Zach snapped into a furious strike, raw power slamming Alan back into a desperate last-ditch defense. With a blazing death lance, Zach drove straight through Alan, and flames swallowed him whole as agony tore through his body. Alan screamed as his body turned to fire, shocked by how Zach's flames absolutely crushed anything he'd ever survived before. Even as agony burned through him, Alan clenched his teeth and refused to drop. He fought tooth and nail against Zach's crushing power. Gravely wounded, Alan shot a defiant glare, swore the fight wasn't over, and refused to surrender no matter what. Alan roared, clenched his resolve, gathered every ounce of power, and lunged to end Zach's rampage right now. Zach snapped up a blazing shield, smirking at Alan's bravery and tearing into him for not having real strength. Alan, bruised and bleeding, clenched his teeth and refused to give up, rage roaring through him for the friends who'd been hurt. Alan dug down deep, burning with sheer willpower, and launched a brutal counterattack that slammed Zach with dark, destructive energy. Zach got impaled by Alan's raging attack, stunned as that sudden surge of raw power slammed into him. Alan burst out with impossible strength, slamming into Zach with a gut punch. Zach couldn't believe where that terrifying power came from. Alan froze when black energy crawled over his body, his mind flashing back to that brutal run-in with dark booms. Zach snapped back to his feet, flames roaring around him, and he couldn't stop grinning as he clocked Alan's wild new power. He erupted into wild laughter, swearing he saw Alan glowing with sparkling light, and he was itching to crush it. Zach strutted in like he owned the place, bragging that he was an Obsidian Order warrior, then demanded Alan's name back, no questions, no mercy. Alan shot out his name while Zach practically snarled, demanding Alan unleash that terrifying darkness power one more time. Then Zach guessed Alan's power was all tied to his soul attire, and he pushed him to prove it again and again. Alan blindsided Zack by admitting he couldn't pull off the whole soul attire thing, and the confusion kept climbing fast. Zack broke down 3 ways to get soul attire: talk your way in, pressure them into giving up, or hunt for some secret third route. Alan doubted himself, convinced his own spirit core was too overpowered, while Zack insisted Grit could still pull it off. The hooded subordinate bristles with irritation and snaps back at Zack, frustration spilling out instantly. Zack erupts in rage, screaming at Tor that Alan like this doesn't come around often enough. Wounded but still standing tall, Alan clenches his fists and braces himself for the battle coming next. Tor falters under Zack's scorching stare, suddenly realizing his own blunders have pushed his boss straight into rage. Alan, Zack, and Thor feel the pressure skyrocket as the fight barrels toward its final explosive climax. Alan spots the black-clad woman and realizes she's from the Obsidian Order. Then his whole body jolts with shock at seeing her here. The woman yells at Zack to fall back, because once those black fists show up, it's death for all of them. Zack snaps, still itching to keep fighting Alan, but he can't ignore her warning about Black Fist. Side by side, they make a clean break, shutting Alan out as an undying monster they refuse to waste another second on. Alan crumples to the ground, bleeding like crazy, staring at the spreading pool of red, terrified it's all really his. Alone, Zack riddles the retreat with laughter. Alan's left bruised but breathing, and somehow that wild, unexpected grit of his completely floors him. Alan crumples hard into the wall, his strength giving out mid-breath, shouting Lee's name, then darkness swallows him. Alan jolted awake inside a dark, ice-cold void, choking on air and fighting to move as confusion swallowed him whole. A shadowy figure sneers at Alan, dragging him back to the moment his beloved was ripped away in front of him. Alan shrieks as echoing agony slams into him, and the next second he jolts awake, soaked in sweat, shaking like crazy. He jolts upright from that wild nightmare, staring in confusion like, what just happened? Before his strength gives out and he crumples into unconsciousness. In the chairman's office, a woman greets Alan with a warm smile and promises him, "You're safe." Alan snaps to a stop in pure shock when the enemy behind it all slams back into his mind, violent and impossible to ignore. He snatches the woman's shoulders, desperate for any clue, and demands to know, is Leia okay? Alan clings to life, collapsing in agony, and demands answers about Leia, ignoring the warnings that his injuries are fatal. Alan pats down his own body and realizes his recovery is healing faster than it should, boosted in a way he can't explain. Even with everyone protesting, Alan storms for the door. He won't wait a second, while Leia is still trapped in the enemy's clutches. Alan clenched his fists and swore that if he stayed behind now, he'd never forgive himself. She tells you Leia's been captured for over half a day now, and if she tries to bolt free this late, the odds are brutal. Alan confirms the enemy is still in the country, and he's dead sure they've got specific plans for Leia. Altholea's still breathing, but her clock is ticking. She's got no more than 24 hours left. 2 main threats snap into focus: Zack the Flame and Toril the arcane bounty sorcerer. She agrees to help Alan, fully knowing he won't rest until Leia is safely out. Alan yanks on his clothes, explodes down the hall, and is fully locked in, ready to act right now. He blasts through the academy gates, heart slamming in his chest, and blurts out Lee's name as he sprints. Elsewhere, Lee snaps awake in chains, injured, disoriented, and staring at a cold, unfamiliar cell that feels like it's swallowing her whole. Then her captor storms back in with a smug grin, and it clicks. He's one of the masterminds behind her abduction. Leia taunts her captors through the agony, then pushes harder, demanding why they're so obsessed with keeping young girls trapped. She fires back for answers, demanding to know, do they want ransom, or are they hiding some darker motive? One captor finally rips the mask off. Turns out their real goal is locked inside Leia, buried under classified intel no one was supposed to find. A scientist bursts in with syringes and tools, primed to start a brutal information extraction procedure. Leia hurls herself into action, kicking her captor away so hard they can't even get near her with the injection. The enemy snarls at Leia, saying she's walking around only because they still need her, and if her usefulness runs out, death is right on the table. Blood-dark veils get pulled together as they ready them for analysis, and they're sure they've grabbed enough. Impatient as sin, the hooded figure snarls for faster results. Refusing to sit through delays, they demand answers right now. The man hurls a mocking plate of food at her, but she snaps it off, staying defiant even as exhaustion and pain tear at her. Lee grips hope with both hands, whispering to herself that Alan will show up, and in that quiet vow, she steels herself to survive every last thing. A messenger bursts into the room, barely holding himself up, and demands immediate updates on Alan's exact status. Despite massive searches and endless resources, not a single clue about Leia's location ever surfaced. Alan's desperation spikes. He's terrified Leia is suffering, and he can't do a damn thing about it. The woman teases that one person could know the enemy's hideout, But then she hesitates, like she's weighing every word. "You untrustworthy mess." Alan still insists on meeting her anyway, because to him any slim chance is worth the risk. She finally spits out the name of the target, Rise Doralheim, the ex-tycoon and the former head of Fox Finance. A noble woman crawling with dark powers strikes fear everywhere. She's the demon known as the Fox of the Underworld. And yep, she's Felix's older sister, so you can bet her massive intel web is already zeroing in on the Black Knight Order. Alan drops a bombshell. He spills that he and Rise already crossed paths before, and he's betting Rise still has one last favor owed to him. His hopeful climb is exactly what he needs. He's betting on the kindness she showed him before, even with that terrifying reputation hanging over her. Alan may think she's kind, but everyone else fears Rise. Because her ruthlessness is so brutal the government won't even get too close. She's notorious for betraying trust, but Alan keeps his mouth shut, still convinced she's got a real good side buried deep. The director flat out admits Rise has never broken a promise, so Alan gets the green light to cash in on that favor. Out of nowhere, Rose bursts onto the scene injured, still refusing to step back, and demands they let her join the mission. Alan freezes in shock she's alive, but Rose won't let it end there, pushing to team up and help save Laya. Rose snaps that she won't be anyone's burden. She'll fight with everything she's got, unlike the way it went down during Zack's ambush. She's haunted by failing to protect Laya, and the thought of doing nothing now feels like a stain she can't wash off, especially not as a swordswoman. Alan and the teacher take her up on it, admitting their side can't afford to lose a single capable fighter. Rose pours out her heart, and Alan finally snaps into agreement. He gets exactly what she's feeling and how stubbornly determined she is to help. With everyone nodding in sync, the leader snaps the order, "Scatter now." The mission to Dresdia is about to kick off. The crew finally hits Dresdia and screeches to a stop right outside the colossal Rise Doralheim's mansion. As they sprint up to the gate, guards slam them back. Entry is off limits, even for someone as familiar as Felix. The second the group steps in, armed soldiers close in around them, convinced they're just another hostile incursion. Alan begs them to stay peaceful, but every past incident has already wrecked their trust with the security forces. A scarred man steps in front of them and he shuts down Alan. Rise like, "You only see people when you've got an appointment. No exceptions." Felix barges up to the police, yells for them to open the door, and when it's still not fast enough, he snaps and slaps the guard across the face, hard. The guard laughs at her attempts, but Felix's grin tells you she's about to snap back way harder. Alan panics, claims Felix erupts with raw energy, threatening to smash diplomacy before negotiations even start. Then boom, someone's voice snaps to attention, because it hears Alan apologizing for the misunderstanding and pressing him to confirm his identity. Their VIP pass meant one thing. Rise's staff had strict orders to grab Alan and bring him in, no waiting, no delays. Alan tells Rose he's heading out by himself, and she snaps back to stay sharp, stay ready, and don't let your guard down. He clamps his sword in both hands, swearing he'll march straight into the threat. No hesitation, no retreat. Alan steps into a surreal palace, and the moment he crosses the threshold, he knows this place isn't from his world, like it's been ripped straight out of another dimension. A servant guides him straight into a glittering room, and a woman rushes toward him with shock on her face. Alan reveals that the Black Knights snatched Lee right off the board, and they're still pulling strings inside national borders. Ryesen sips her tea like it's nothing, quietly confirming she already knows exactly where the enemy is. No doubt, no panic, not even a hint of fear. Alan jolts in disbelief and blurts, "Is that really true?" She stares him down and swears, dead serious, that she's never lying. Desperate, Alan begged to cash in his favor, right now, just to get the secret information she was clutching. She shot him a harsh question. Why would he help others with his power when he could have used it for himself and raked in personal gains? She dangles wealth, fame, and raw power in front of him, promising elite ranks and legendary gear the moment he falls for it. Alan gently turns down Ryzen's offer, because saving Rhea means everything to him right now. She suddenly blushes hard, blurts out that she prefers Alan over Shido, and wraps her arms around him without a single ounce of restraint. She slides a pre-made map into his hands, and every enemy hideout is stamped with sharp red X's. Alan thanks her with full sincerity, then bolts out. Reese yells at him to back her up and show up for her company later. Later, once Alan storms out, Ryzen smirks like he already knows exactly how that innocent side of his is about to get twisted. Alan storms back, shoves the map into Rose's hands, and confirms that Rice's intel lines up, because the enemy hideouts are finally revealed. The crew huddles over the map, clocks the travel time, and interrogates those strange hidden buildings out in the middle of nowhere. With no better option, they throw their faith onto Ryesen and start gearing up to leave right away. Alan, Rose, and their companion rocket ahead at full speed, refusing to waste a second as they race to rescue Rhea. Their faces set in pure fury, the team rockets across the rooftops, sprinting with panic in their hearts to reach Rhea and save her life. The whole team tore through the forest, and a distant blast ripped through the air like a warning. Their target was right there. Feeling the danger in her bones, the blonde girl blurted a warning to Alan, and the second he heard it, panic and focus snapped into place. They finally crashed into a waterfall, the exact spot the map promised, tucked deep in nature's wild grip. Later, Alan's confusion spiked as he scanned the map one more time. Nothing, no artifact in sight, and the clock was already slipping away. As she leaned closer, she spotted it. Behind the roaring waterfall, a secret structure was tucked away out of sight. The woman nodded and confirmed the hidden spot was dead on, praising Rise Intel Network for its terrifying accuracy. Somewhere else, a prisoner hung in chains, staring into the void as she counted the days since they locked her away. Exhaustion crushed her as she slumped in the restraints, her strength draining away after 10 brutal hours of non-stop magical suppression. Close by, Zach Bombard stood watch, calm as stone, grinning in confidence that not a single person could slip past him. Zach grumbled, growing bored, not noticing someone creeping up on him from the corridor's dark shadows. A masked man slipped into the prison and calmly called out to the chained girl, like he owned the silence. He laughed at her fate, then dropped the bombshell. She was getting shipped to the capital for immediate disposal. He grinned like a villain and teased what was coming, savoring her pain right up until the moment they took her life. Trapped and unable to slip away, she fought back hard. She surged against his advances and snapped a brutal kick across the cell. He burst into wild laughter, captivated by her fearless spirit, even as her strength started to crumble. Even with pain tearing through her, she snapped back with a brutal, burning strike that stunned her tormentor. Elsewhere, flames burst to life as a swordsman surged in for a deadly surprise strike on the enemy researchers. The lab erupted in chaos. Panic hit everyone, staff scattered in every direction, and black flames ripped straight through the ceiling. Zach Bombard stormed up in pure rage, then unleashed his full power, because someone ruined his wine and absolutely wrecked his mood. He cursed the traitor to high heaven, screaming that if they hurt a woman who was tied up, then they had zero right to call themselves comrades. Chaos exploded when the team started yelling over the burning fire and the wreckage of their most critical research. Zach waved it off, his eyes locked on where Alan had disappeared, not on the lab's burned-out wreckage. Even locked up tight, that girl swore Alan would find her, no matter how perfectly they tried to hide her. With fierce resolve in her voice, she screamed Alan's name, trusting him completely to crush whatever came next. Other agents fumed at the chaos around them, blaming Zach's recklessness for every bit of extra work piling up. Tension snapped tight when Zach mocked the girl's plight, and everyone else stared at his wild, stressed-out behavior like it was spiraling out of control. Zach blared that Alan was a once-in-a-lifetime hero. His brilliance would ignite millions one day. Outside, a swordswoman snapped her blade into motion, unleashing a devastating technique that split the air and carved the ground with razor-sharp precision. Her strike tore the ground open, blasting shockwaves all the way down into the secret facility below. Prisoners and guards both snapped still, eyes wide as the sudden blast tore through everything. Then they bolted forward, bracing for whatever deadly threat was coming next. First, the alarm blared, 3 intruders crashed into the facility, and Zach practically grinned as the whole place erupted into chaos. Alan's crew tore into the underground structure, stunned that it had managed to stay hidden for this long. The group snapped to it. Magic had twisted their senses, and now they couldn't even spot the facility's hidden entrance. Mutated soldiers surged in to stop them cold, fighting for freedom by slaughtering the intruders with deadly spirit power and crystal enhancements. Their enemies' only armor looked rock solid again, like it was somehow tied straight back to what happened earlier. The swordswoman smashed through the wall and detonated a surprise strike, ripping apart the enemy's formation mid-move. Alan roared for everyone to fall back, because the danger hit harder than it ever looked at first. A brutal showdown exploded to life as both armies slammed into each other, trading scorching spells and brutal neck-to-neck brawls that shook the ground. Enemy soldiers shrieked and barreled forward like a raging tide. Alan and Rose got the order to retreat right now. Alan exploded into the chaos, swearing he'd end it and shield everyone standing behind him. The girls were left speechless. Alan's strength had surged past anything they'd ever seen before. She figured Alan's insane power had to come from what he learned during that wild rebirth inside the void. Alan pushed everyone to sprint. If they didn't reach Rhea before it was too late, they'd lose everything. Rose got blindsided by an ambush. Some cloaked enemy surged out of nowhere and struck with a brutal surprise attack. With a flash, the swordswoman intercepted the strike at blinding speed, saving Rose and landing an instant, brutal injury on the attacker. She stared at the enemy's body structure after her strike punched through and shattered his semi-liquid form like it was nothing. A cloaked woman came barreling in, sneering at her opponent, calling him simple-minded for stumbling into such an obvious trap. The swordwoman exploded forward, slammed into the attacker mid-dash, and blasted her back through a storm of rubble. The enemy smirked, drew a blade steeped in dark magic, and practically purred that everything was finally perfectly set. With a snarl of power, she slammed mimic art into place, twisting her body into a grotesque monster. Yet somehow it made her strength hit like thunder. The mimic user rammed their blade into her opponent, and with every hit her strength vanished as she grinned, twisted, satisfied, and deadly pleased. Rose and Alan finally cracked it. Once the enemy got tagged, they could steal and copy the abilities of whoever Rose cut down. Rose and Alan slammed into the battle together, their synchronized strikes driving the mimic back like a tidal wave. They slipped back to regroup while the mimic jabbed at them, grinning like her copy was stronger than all of them combined. She surged in for another strike, and Steel screamed as the mimic locked horns with her original in a vicious life-or-death duel. Blades slammed together and magic detonated in midair, and in the middle of it all, the real one watched with laser-sharp focus. Even though the clone moved with surgical precision, the original fought back with crushing confidence. She knew her real power would outshine mere mimicry. With a ferocious roar, she burst forward and smashed her copy down across the battlefield like a meteor. The mimic pulled a hit-and-run stunt, letting her copy soak up the damage while she hunted down the perfect weak spot. Suddenly, a surprise attacker slammed into her with a vicious sneak attack, blasting her flying across the scene attack counterblow. A battle-hardened female swordsman unleashes a razor-precise strike, and every move she makes screams years of ruthless training. She tightens her grip on the blade, confidence blazing as her power surges higher and higher. Gearing up for the moment everything turns violent. Alan sprints down the corridor as she comes crashing from above, launching into a brutal mid-fight chase. Lee bolts into a sprint, desperately hunting for someone, and Alan races after her, eyes flicking over every road ahead. They burst into a hallway packed with rooms. The clock's already running out and Leah might be trapped in there. Alan and Laya kick into a wrecked room, and the warped tile color screams that danger is lurking just beneath the surface. Leah catches the stench of foul blood and death hanging in the air, and it freaks both of them out. A wall of crazed, uniformed swordsmen suddenly surges forward, screaming at the top of their lungs with pure, murderous intent. Alan and Laya brace up. Every enemy hits like it's wrong for this world, and there's zero time to think. Outnumbered and outmatched, they snap back at once. Steel collides with steel in brutal clashes as they carve a path straight through the endless enemy flood. Alan and Leah get boxed in from every side. Then they snap off huge wide-range attacks to shove the enemies back. A colossal blast erupts between them, and in the chaos, Lee and Alan get completely cut off. No sight, no signal, just the battlefield swallowing them whole. Alan fights on by himself, weaving through strikes and snapping back with brutal counterattacks, until the enemies start calling him a demon threat. Lee is completely overwhelmed. She barrels through the chaos, hunting for Alan while she fights off wave after wave of incoming enemies. When that call hits, Lee launches through the air like a comet, slicing down every foe that dares cross her path. Alan snaps out his secret sword technique, carving clean lines through wave after wave of enemies with brutal precision and lightning speed. Several enemies drop instantly, then fresh dark-robed figures materialize and without a word, lock into yet another deadly formation. Alan and Laya gasp for breath, but the enemy keeps pouring in. No matter how hard they fight, the odds keep getting darker. They realize the real monsters are still lurking deeper inside, and Alan starts hunting for a plan fast, because exhaustion is creeping up on them. Lee slams a powerful skill into gear. Her blade lights up with raw energy, and she dashes forward to smash through the barrier. Lee lunges to stop Alan in his tracks, insisting she'll take the danger head-on, and shoves him forward anyway. Leah felt a monster-level power pulsing under the floor, then zeroed in on the source. Maybe the missing Leah had something to do with it. Leah plows through the enemies, shouting at Alan to sprint straight ahead. No doubts, no breaks. Leah slams back with ferocious fury, declaring her sword style the deadliest, and refusing to let defeat take her. She tears loose a massive tornado attack, smashing the enemy's defenses and crushing any chance Alan has to push forward. Leah's tornado crashes down and mows through the last wave, and she yells at Alan to sprint straight through the open path. With fury in her heart, Laya whips around to face the last enemies and swears she won't go down. Alan spots an elevator and instantly feels it could drop him even deeper, so he sprints over and slams the controls to start it. Alan rockets off the platform the moment it drops, diving into the open shaft and plunging deeper into the unknown. He touches down carefully, crushing his sword in his grip, and that weird light up ahead shoots straight into his gut like a trap waiting to spring. Alan tiptoed into the room, eyes sharp on a fallen body, and the air felt so tense it practically pressed down on his chest. A menacing figure barrels toward them with zero mercy, jaw clenched, body worn out, yet still charging straight into a no-nonsense showdown. He braces himself, hand locked tight on his sword, just as the enemy rockets toward him with brutal full force. The man crunched those mysterious stones, and power surged through his body like a lightning storm, ready to smash straight into the fight that was about to explode. Alan demanded answers about the enemy's plan, and the man stayed stone-calm as he pointed out Liar's location deep below their feet. The enemy sneered that Alan would now be forced to battle the deadliest foe from the past, and that promise lit the air with pure, furious fire. Bathed in raging flames, Alan's enemy snapped into action, unleashing a brutal technique meant to wipe him out in an instant. Alan's fiery attack smashed in hard, yet he refused to go down, shocking the enemy with pure grit and relentless determination. Alan tore through the blaze, driving straight for his opponent's weak spot the moment the weapon came loose. The enemy swung back with brutal force, driving Alan step by step, while another ally hung back at a distance, watching like a hawk. Alan's teeth clenched as their blades slammed together, the sheer force of the push nearly crushing him. The enemy jeered at Alan's raw power, sensing the sheer brute force behind every hit, then scoffed, insisting his technique was too unrefined to truly land. The enemy erupted with blazing fury, blasting a destructive fire technique so close it might as well have been at point-blank range. The enemy's flaming spear whipped forward like a blazing comet, and Alan had to scramble to block it, barely holding back its devastating slash. Alan snapped into action, whipping his blade in a brutal arc to launch a devastating flying strike straight at his opponent. Shock jolted Alan when he saw the enemy's counterattack hit with brutal, unexpected force, smashing right through his defense and leaving him completely overwhelmed. The enemy sneered at Alan's technique, saying his strikes didn't have the real punch to beat him. Both warriors fired off their moves at the exact same time, and the impact exploded between them so hard the whole battlefield started to quake. Alan steadied his stance, letting his sword flare with light as exhaustion clawed at him, yet he still launched into a desperate counterattack. Wounded but unbroken, Alan squared up to the enemy as they strode forward with total confidence, even while his shallow wounds burned. The enemy clocked Alan's polished stance in an instant, realizing there was real power hiding under that ordinary face. The truth about his past spilled out. Then the enemy confessed that before the betrayal, he'd been a holy knight. He laid it out straight. He joined the Black Knights because even so-called holy knights will drop their honor when it suits them. Flames licked the enemy's sides as he snarled at Alan to show his real power, craving that pure, radiant brilliance. The enemy spat out a blazing, fiery fox, flames sculpted into shape and charged with a deadly assault, forcing Alan deep into dangerous territory. Alan snapped to it. This power looked exactly like another foe's, and he knew that if the fight dragged on, he'd be crushed. Finally, they slammed heads together, and Alan's sword tore into a storm of blazing attacks while fire swirled and roared on every strike. Cackling like a villain, the enemy swore he'd crank the fire up even higher, pushing his power to the next level. As the enemy closed in, a blazing fox spirit surged through the battlefield, and it struck Alan straight in the heat of it. Flames wrapped around Alan like living chains, and as he fought to break free, the enemy slammed down again with another crushing strike. Struggling through it all, Alan roared with pure grit, swinging wildly to fend off the fiery beasts creeping in. Alan realized his mistake too late. He was battered, trapped, and the enemy kept pressing in with non-stop brutal attacks. With fox flames biting at the edges, the enemy finally admitted the truth. He was only there to pull attention while the real threat crushed everything in his path. Alan tore into the battlefield with a forbidden sword technique, slicing through the blazing assault while his sharp counters kept landing like clockwork. The enemy struck back with brutal fury, unleashing a blazing fire slash that looked like it would crush Alan for good. Alan barely saved himself, his arms locked up as the strike slammed into him with crushing force. Alan snapped his footwork into place, yanked the momentum back, and slammed in a counterstrike against that non-stop blaze. When the smoke cleared, the enemy burst into praise for Alan's stubborn resilience, shaken that he survived the brutal, destructive onslaught that should have erased him. Alan planted his feet, clocked how cocky the enemy was, and got ready to unleash the perfect reversal strike. The enemy detonated a massive inferno, blasting the arena with pure, overwhelming destruction. Alan clocks the opening instantly, then pours raw power into a dual sword technique and slashes straight through it. The battlefield erupted in a deafening clash, catching the enemy off guard as Alan's counter sliced straight through the flames. With fierce determination burning in his chest, Alan slammed another attack forward, his blade roaring through the air in a crushing strike. The enemy hurled another blazing spear technique. Alan snapped into action and fired back with pure determination. Alan roared, hit his fifth sword stance, and snapped off a bone-crushing strike, Boundary Severance. The enemy snapped back instantly, blasting a blazing circular shield that swallowed the whole battlefield in one scorching wave. Alan got slammed by a brutal blast. Flames raged over his battered body, but he clung to life, grimacing through every painful second. Stunned, the enemy finally admitted Alan's toughness, because even after those brutal attacks, he was still standing. The enemy clocked Alan's grit in an instant, stunned that his flames only managed to tag him with minor burns. Alan finally admitted it. His body had always been built like a tank, shrugging off damage way more than anyone would have expected. The enemy demanded Alan spill his hidden darkness, practically screaming at him to wake up a stronger power. To tear him apart, the enemy threatened to execute Liar right in front of Alan's eyes, leaving him no room to breathe. He laid it out plain. Alan could crush him fast and end it, or watch his companion get ripped away. Alan shot back with a defiant promise. He'd save Liar no matter what, and he wasn't about to let the enemy's threats win. The enemy sneered at his resolve, calling it nothing but empty bravado, worthless next to real strength. Flames roared up as the enemy geared for one last brutal strike, trying to smash through Alan's defiance for good. Alan clocked the opponent's threats as pure bluff, but if he lost right here, Liar was still done for. No other choice left. Alan braced himself and prepared to unleash the forbidden dark power that was already lurking inside him. A blazing explosion tore through the battlefield, but Alan planted his feet and refused to back down. Alan clenched his teeth and surged with a steel-hard resolve, even as his battered, burning body screamed in protest. Memories of Liar slammed into his heart, lighting the fire in his soul and reminding him he couldn't back down now. He had to fight. The enemy clocked Alan's sudden shift in power and leaned in, all curiosity and intrigue as his aura changed in an instant. Calling it Alan's last shot, the enemy geared up to smash his new resolve to pieces. Explosions blast across the battlefield as Alan barrels forward, smashing head-on into his terrifyingly powerful opponent. The enemy snaps back instantly, crashing into Alan with a brutal hit that leaves him dazed, scrambling to get his feet under him. A brutal impact slams Alan hard into the dirt, his strength cracking as the relentless pressure keeps crushing him down. The enemy yanks Alan's head in his grip, taunting every one of his failed tries, then shoves him down into the dirt with brutal, no-mercy force. Bruised to the bone but still standing, Alan swears he won't stop fighting until he masters his soul gear, no matter what. The enemy spits out insults at Alan's weakness, strides forward with unshakable confidence and vows to crush him. No mercy, no escape. Alan finally gets what those words mean. Then he steels himself as dark energy swells in the air, ominous and unstoppable. At last, he squares up, jaw set, and dares his enemy to go all in, because he's ready to prove once and for all that his will is the real deal. Shadows lash around Alan's body, tearing into him with brutal force and dumping him straight into pure, crushing agony. Darkness crashes in like a storm, voices roar inside his head, and his whole body shakes as that sinister power slams him into submission. A shadowy entity cornered Alan and taunted him, sneering at his cries of resolve while crushing him under unstoppable pressure. It dares him to doubt himself, insisting every win he's ever had was just stolen power, not grit or determination. Alan looks back on the times darkness saved his life, and it hits him hard. When things went desperate, he didn't just find the dark, he leaned on it. The entity demands total resolve, say yes, and if Alan fully surrenders himself to the darkness, it'll hand him ultimate power. Alan refuses to bow, blazing with defiance as he shouts that he'll win on his own will. Alan gritted his teeth and fought the entity's grip, shouting for its power as he swore he'd turn that darkness into something he could control. He vows to snatch spiritual core strength for himself, crush Zack, and save Rhea. Power explodes violently all over Alan's body, and his real resolve burns bright as the darkness crashes in. He vows to seize victory right now, burning to reclaim that daily joy with his friends by his side. A chilling presence sneers at his defiance, giddy with amusement at his fearless words, even as danger closes in. Alan's power surges again. He's done backing down to the crushing darkness, and he refuses to let control slip. His transformation hits the enemy like a lightning strike. Dark energy explodes out of him, blasting across the battlefield and making everything shake with pure terror. With the radiance blazing, the foe throws a wild celebration, and they finally admit Alan's awakening is real, something they've waited for forever. Alan steadies himself, eyes wide, fighting to tell what's real as he realizes the battle might have snapped back into the real world. The enemy smirks and hands Alan a dose of darkness, just enough for now, then warns him, don't let unmatched power swallow you whole. Alan calls forth a colossal black blade, and a storm of dark flames whirls around it like it's alive. Gasping, he freezes, staring at the blade as the truth hits. It's a pitch-black sword forged from pure despair. The weapon's power detonates, rattling the earth while Alan clamps down on it, getting crushed by sheer force. He feels that blade's sinister presence, like pure malice, has forged itself into steel. Alan feels his life force slipping away, and the weapon's power roars way past anything he can control. Alan stares himself down, swears the next strike will decide it all, and lets determination blaze brighter in his chest. But his opponent keeps stacking immense energy, charging up a brutal attack meant to slam into Alan's final blow. Rage and thrill surge through the enemy as they demand Alan prove his ultimate brilliance right here, right now, because this moment decides everything. A raging blaze explodes upward as the enemy unleashes a crushing technique, swallowing the entire battlefield in roaring flames. Alan bellows in defiance and unleashes his ultimate sword technique, throwing every last ounce of strength into that crushing strike. Alan's dark slash screamed across the battlefield, its brutal power tearing everything apart in its path. A roaring wave slams into explosive force, blasting stone to pieces and hurling deadly fragments into the air like nothing can stop them. Flames explode as both powers slam into each other, and the shockwave rattles the whole battlefield into pure chaos. Shockwaves ripped through everything, clawing open the ground and scattering wreckage across a shattered arena. The enemy braces in pure disbelief, barely managing to survive Alan's crushing attack, shocked by how much power he's packing. The enemy rips into a furious counterattack, spitting praise for Alan's strength while laughing like pure chaos has taken over. He drops in with unstoppable force, and his attack rips the battlefield to shreds like it's nothing. That unleashed strike tears the land apart, blasting the area with massive destruction that spreads as far as the eye can see. Meanwhile, an ally tears through the ruins, scoops up his unconscious comrade and sprints him out of the blast zone. The injured guy jolts awake, totally confused. Then his ally talks him through it and promises him there's no time to waste. Students trade stunned looks as they talk about Alan's collapse, because he really did take down overwhelming numbers all by himself, right before he finally loses consciousness. Close by, Thor crumples unconscious in a crater while his comrades admit he's got zero training and nowhere near enough power to stand a chance. While Alan keeps fighting Zack, panic spikes, because everyone knows that Zack isn't just strong, he's a monster nobody can beat. Allie braces to drop in, gripping themselves tight, ready for impact as they fight through the chaos to reach Alan. They stumble onto a wrecked battlefield, stunned at the sheer devastation from Alan's fight. Everyone spots the black blade and instantly knows it's Alan's, proof he's tapped into a brand new kind of power. Alan's body is stronger than ever, and it instantly freaks out his allies. They're left wondering if anyone can stop him now. Bone-tired but grinning, Alan rushes up to his teacher and Rose, practically bursting with relief that they're safe. They pored over the black sword and locked it in. This was one of Alan's only equipment manifestations, and it was real. Alan stared at his bruises, clenched his teeth, and promised he'd train harder than ever, while his teacher nodded, stunned by the terrifying power he could become. Alan bursts out of training, his body trembling with raw power, and his unstoppable presence hits like a storm, leaving everyone stunned by the impossible determination in his eyes. He stares at his scarred hands and realizes he's got a new power, stronger than ever, right at the edge of unlocking soul manifestation. The crew spots a giant hole in the ground. Alan doesn't even hesitate. He locks in on the mission to save Rhea, trapped and waiting down there. Then boom, the ground convulses, officials scramble into panic, and they bolt to snatch the vital documents before the chaos engulfs everything. Scientists scramble and scream for containment as the ancient Dragon King awakens, and their fragile plans suddenly look doomed. The terrified scientist rockets out with stolen research, convinced that if he can hand over the prototype, survival is locked in. Out of nowhere, a woman lunges in front of him and demands he spill where her student, Rhea Visteria, is hiding. Terrified, he reluctantly points them toward the room, forcing himself to admit Rhea is locked in there. Alan and his crew step into that eerie chamber, and the dread in the air thickens until it feels like it's creeping into their bones. An investigation uncovers research on spiritual crystals, and this case might already have a fully sealed, dangerously powerful sample waiting inside. Scientists scramble to reclaim control, but the moment they try, armed resistance slams into them and chaos detonates. Rhea rips free from containment, scarred all over but roaring with rage, and her brutal presence knocks enemies clean off their feet. With grit in her eyes, she charges ahead and vows she'll reunite with Alan, even as panicked attackers swarm around her. Alan spots Rhea breaking through the crowd, yells her name, and then, when their eyes finally lock, relief crashes over him like a wave. Suddenly, a dark, ominous power roars to life behind Rhea, putting Rhea and Alan in the crosshairs of a brand new threat. Alan threw himself in front of Rhea and took the sudden hit head-on, shielding her the whole time. Rhea wails in pure despair, gripping Alan tight as terror swallows every thought about keeping him safe. Shaking with fear, she blurts out her terror. Then the moment he shows up, relief hits. Alan hurries in, already apologizing for being late. Through tear-streaked cheeks, Rhea admits she truly believed Alan would always race in and save her. Exhausted from forced soul manifestation, Rhea reassures Alan she's alright, leaning into him for support. Rose bursts onto the scene mid-reunion, slams the moment to a halt, and chews them out for getting too emotional while danger closes in. Their mentor studied the scene, clocked their exhaustion, and still couldn't believe they pulled through all those brutal threats. She lavishes praise on Alan's grit to rescue Rhea, and makes it crystal clear that their survival only happened because they fought as a team. She fires Alan up, boosting his confidence, reminding him how lethal their trio is. Then she moves in to wrap everything up for good. Burdened by what's coming tomorrow, she waves them off to rest, then vows she'll meet them at school. In the forest's eerie hush, a shadowy figure finally steps out, sneering at the weak survivors like they're nothing. Battered and drenched in blood, the survivor barely stirs. He admits he's alive, but his body won't let him move freely. His opponent jeers at the shattered protective armor, scoffing like it can't possibly stand against anything. The enemy sneers at Alan's allies, laughs in their faces, and spits out questions about what they're even worth, then mocks their failed struggle like it means nothing. He spits mocking words as he backs away, fully admitting there's no chance, because this transcendent monster is just on a whole other level. The enemy retreats, and clones swarm the battlefield behind them. Just a reminder that soul manifestation never sticks to one road. Survivors argue over hauling their wounded comrades, but even as exhaustion and pain crush them, they still vow, "We're getting home," and they refuse to stop. Then they finally stumble into safety, hit the ground in one exhausted heap, battered by what they just survived, but still breathing, still together. All three came back alive, and the fellow students sprinted over, grinning with pure relief like they'd just dodged death themselves. They reassure everyone, because panic is running wild over Rhea's kidnapping and Alan's sudden disappearance, like they might never make it back. Friends burst out welcoming Alan back with open arms, spilling out relief and thanks, then cracking jokes about food like it's the best thing they've ever survived. After that, a little celebration erupts and students cheer like crazy. But Alan can't shake the uneasy weight that still clings to him from the recent battles. After chores, Alan finally gets ready to sleep, but his mind won't shut off. Those past events keep clawing at him. He replays that brutal enemy clash in his mind, and once you've seen horrors like that, he realizes normal is a lie. Meanwhile, Rhea sinks into the bath to breathe and finally unwind, but exhaustion still clings to her skin, and the sting of captivity still haunts her every memory. Rhea stands under the shower's spray, stares at the bruises, and quietly panics. Will these scars ever fade? Blindsided by her memories, she sinks to her knees in the water, silently swallowing the crushing weight of trauma. Afterward, she smooths her clothes and steels herself, gripping her duty as princess, keeping every crack in her heart hidden from everyone else. Alan steps in gently, sees how hard she's been hit, and tells her she doesn't have to carry it all by herself. She should share the weight instead of suffering in silence. With a warm, genuine smile, Alan leans in and tells Rhea, "I'll always listen," promising he'll be right there the moment trouble hits. Alan slips away to bathe, and Rhea quietly spirals with gratitude, overwhelmed to the point her heart aches with his kindness. Rhea hesitates, then tugs Alan's shirt and pleads for one tiny favor before they finally go to sleep. They lie side by side, fingers locked, whispering good night like a secret promise, both hearts soothed by the comfort of the other's presence. Rhea's cheeks flood with heat as embarrassment crashes over her, panicking that Alan might notice how childlike those words sounded. Still, with Alan's warm hand in hers, her fears crumbled away, leaving calm in their place and affection blooming fast. Alan lies awake with his heart pounding, staring into the dark, unable to sleep as he grips Rhea's delicate hand like it's his only anchor. He can't help but marvel as her soft touch hits his skin, his nervous sweat breaking out while tension crashes into his thoughts. With a shaky breath, he whispers that he might let go, then freezes, because she's already asleep tucked beside him in quiet peace. Seeing Rhea finally settle down in peace, Alan exhales with relief. She found comfort at last, and safety is finally winning. Alan smiles softly, murmurs goodnight, and she clings to that quiet moment, grateful she made it, loving the calm presence right there beside him. After saving Rhea, Alan bursts back to the academy, cheered on the whole way by his bubbly, high-energy instructor. In class, everyone looked wrecked. After yesterday's grueling rescue mission, their morale was in the dirt. The teacher rips into them for showing zero energy, and Alan just sits there in silence, replaying everyone's sleep-deprived haze. Even with exhaustion crashing down on him, Alan clings to the power he pulled yesterday and steels himself for today's training. Grinning like he's hiding a secret, Alan can't help but wonder just how far this brand new strength will push him when the truly terrifying opponents finally show up. The moment she hears about Soul and the armament class, that confident girl lights up like a spark, hungry for the combat session coming right up. She teases the training like it's a joke, And while Alan and her drowsy classmate barely perk up, it's met with nothing but light amusement. In a pitch-black dimension, Alan storms forward to face a mysterious opponent, and the guy mocks his lightning-fast growth with pure arrogance. The enemy snaps that Alan only borrowed power yesterday, and now today he demands Alan show up with his full strength, right here, right now. Power surges tear through the air as the enemy sneers at Alan, taunting him not to let his charity boost make him arrogant. Alan mocks the enemy's attitude, but the opponent feels his growth and snaps, ready to crank things up even higher. With explosive power roaring around him, the enemy throws caution aside and tries to crush Alan with brute force and relentless violence. Alan gets shoved back hard as the enemy's aura explodes forward, rattling the ground with terrifying force. Alan suddenly realizes the enemy's darkness is crushing his own, and he had no clue he was actually helping that monster recharge its strength. Alan lunges to summon his black sword, but nothing answers. His energy is still drained from the last fight. Alan challenges spiritual energy, but his opponent unleashes a brutal burst of overwhelming power that crushes his doubts. Alan doesn't back down. He barrels in with everything he's got, crashing into the fight at point-blank range to launch a sudden counterstrike. He darts in like a blur, throwing his enemy off for a split second. Then bam, a brutal punch slams into his gut and doubles him over. Sent crashing through the air, Alan snaps back midair and unleashes a razor-precise strike straight at his opponent. Even after he defended himself, Alan's body still buckled under the enemy's crushing attack. Crushed under the enemy's brute force, Alan scrambles to find a way to beat that raw, unstoppable power. Refusing to let go of Alan Rower's back, he dug in with grim determination, refusing to get knocked down before it could even happen. Alan surges forward and smashes in with a heavy hit, blasting the enemy backward with a violent burst of force. The enemy's strike gets totally shut down, and Alan's smart shadow trick blindsides them like a sneak punch. Rage flared through Alan, then the enemy snapped back with a savage counterattack, smashing him into the ground. Bruised and blood-soaked, Alan rises to his feet, floating upright as he laughs week after week, because he survived that brutal enemy assault. After that brutal battle, Alan finally gets it. He can tame the darkness itself and unlock power even stronger than before. Back at school, the instructor leans in, stares Alan down, and grills him on his understanding of spirit energy. The students kick off sword training, but their teacher suddenly feels it. So many of them are hitting a wall before they even realize it. The teacher scraps the lesson plan at the last second and rips into a full-on lecture about the nature of spirit energy. The teacher lays it out. Spiritual energy is pure mental power, burned up the moment you unleash your soul armaments in a fight. She says spirit energy gets stronger with training, but even humans run out of time, and that caps how far it can truly grow. After the theory lesson, they herd the students into a special arena where their spiritual energy gets measured. No mercy and no distractions. The instructor slams the spiritual measurement circle to life, plants himself dead center, and starts walking you through the inner focus technique. She blasts out her power in one jaw-dropping display, sending the whole class into stunned silence with an explosive surge of energy. The students burst into amazement as Leia shuts down her demonstration, then casually explains that red glow like it's no big deal. She lays out the spirit energy ranking system by color, starting with the weakest red and climbing all the way to the strongest purple. During testing, Tessa's blue light blasts across the room, and even the average students can't help but impress, showing off legit solid spirit power levels. Rose blazed with a sickening bright blue light, and the whole class froze, because her spirit force was way stronger than anyone expected. Rhea stands tall, proudly blazing with a green aura, while Alan fidgets nervously, sure he's about to face the weakest purple level. A confident student strides forward to start, silently praying they can hit at least blue level. Suddenly, his spirit energy explodes outward, roaring into a gigantic, untamable pillar of raw power that engulfs him. Rage and power rip through the platform, shattering the air as the students freeze, watching his spiritual output hit them firsthand. The whole class froze in shock, staring with their mouths hanging open at the insane intensity they just witnessed. The boy freezes in place, eyes bulging, because he just realized he's blown past everyone's expectations, especially his own. Alan panics. His overwhelming spirit energy might have cracked that expensive magic circle for good. The instructor is stunned. This system can't even read his energy output because it blasts past the normal limits it can measure. She's convinced Alan's ridiculous spirit power doesn't come from the system at all. It's rooted in his own personal core. Blushing hard, Alan panics and blurts out apologies, terrified they'll kick him out, or worse, trap him in non-stop magical debt labor. The instructor grabbed his panic and told him the incident wasn't his fault. No punishment, no repayment, not a single thing. The student pressed for answers about Alan's power, especially that eerie black light that no one had ever explained before. Leia admits Alan's spirit power crushes everyone in the room, even her, because she's never seen energy like that before. The whole class freezes when Leia declares that Alan's spirit capacity blows past even the national military's top standards. Leia fires back at Alan, urging him to own his pride, because only a handful of swordsmen in history have ever wielded spirit energy on that level. Alan stares in disbelief at how far he's come. Once talentless to him, now the teacher he worships is praising him. Alan breaks down in tears of gratitude, while Leia beams like she's finally hit the jackpot, because he's praised her for his massive spiritual potential. Leia bursts in with a brutal new training plan, pushing her mental limits to unlock even more power through her spirit, all while driving hardening exercises and ironclad discipline into every day. As soon as class ends, Leia steps up and orders everyone to regroup at the gymnasium later for more training. Alan asks for a private word about his training methods, and Leia agrees on the spot, no hesitation at all. She suggests they head straight to the chairman's office, so they can talk in private and go deeper into the training. The instructor snapped the order, the students sprang into action, and Alan, calm as a blade, locked onto his inner spirit power. Alan's body erupted with raw energy, blasting through the magical formation like it was nothing. The floor blew apart under his feet, and Alan stayed frozen in place as everyone stared, stunned by the explosion. The whole class just froze in disbelief, eyes bulging as confusion turned into real, creeping worry. Alan froze in shock, realizing he might have pushed it too far, and now he had no clue how to pull the situation back from the brink. Alan pictures blowing through with unstoppable power, just like his teacher's plan lays out every training step toward victory. Curious as ever, Alan leans in and nervously asks if Leia's father is still nursing a grudge over what happened back then. Even after everything, his teacher admits it's just plain weird, yet that powerful man still hasn't said a single word. Alan swallows the uncertainty and finally gets it. He can't steer everyone's feelings or guess how the future will swing. Fists clenched, Alan swears he'll get stronger and stop disasters like that from ever striking again. Alan pulls off a clever cardboard trick on the instructor, buying himself precious minutes to secretly train even longer, alone. The instructor curses the day he taught Alan those reckless methods, because the instant he sees how extreme spiritual training can go, he realizes it's a straight-up danger zone. Alan's abnormal mental strength steals his nerve again and again, as he charges monsters straight into impossible odds, refusing to crack. Alan's power surges, and that's when the mysterious 13 divine knights lock onto him, bringing a terrifying new threat right to the doorstep. If Alan dominates the Sword Festival, those sharp comparisons to elite schools could ignite serious political trouble. Rhea spirals over her worst mistake, convinced that every bit of what Alan turned into is her fault. While Rhea tried to rein in Alan's power, she accidentally loosened her grip and watched him rise before he could learn real control. Alan carved every harbor into existence with an unreal, inhuman power, something so far beyond anyone's wildest guesses that it didn't feel possible. Then Rhea bursts into joy, reuniting with Alan and Rose. She's finally breathing easy because they all made it through safely. She drops a sincere apology for the whole mess, the incident, the invasion, then takes the blame completely for everything that went down. Alan and Rose get hailed as heroes for saving Rhea and stopping an international crisis from spiraling out of control. Rhea vows tougher border security, so nothing, not even the tiniest threat, slips through again. Now that the tension finally fades, the crew swings right back to normal student life and locks in their next meeting. Over lunch, they start grilling the Sword Festival lineup, and every choice lands hard on the student council's next big decision. Rhea hands Alan the opening match, betting everything on him to seize the momentum from the first second. The team huddles up to nail the match lineup, while Iris snaps rolls into place, mapping positions and locking down who's taking command. They laugh it off, but every joke about the missing members and the recruitment that fell through screams the same thing. They're fighting tooth and nail just to finish the roster. Even with the missing pieces, Rhea is convinced this team has the Academy's deadliest power, stronger than anything we've seen in years. Even after the threats hit, Emperor Academy, Flame Academy, and Ice Academy started flexing too, each packing top-tier talent. That mysterious child prodigy from Shirohyaku Academy suddenly turns into a terrifying problem, one that Alan and the others can't ignore. They're whispering that Idra Luxamaria, this first-year prodigy, is already the strongest in her whole grade. She supposedly sliced through 100 elite swordswomen and tore right through Shirohyaku Academy's brutal Hellmaid trials. Shirohyaku Academy locked away Idra's power, gearing her up for a crushing make-or-break hit at the Sword Festival. The whole team is laughing it off, terrified to even think about facing Idra, because her power feels downright unstoppable. Alan can't stop staring, stunned and totally thrown off by her insane strength, Yet the moment he feels that challenge looming, excitement ignites in him. In Shiro Hayaku's academy courtyard, Luxamaria explodes forward, driving into a brutal fight against wave after wave of student sword fighters. With blinding speed and sharp precision, she drops multiple opponents in a blink, overwhelming them with rapid, unstoppable strikes. Luxamaria scans the area with ice-cold focus, then snaps into action to smash the next wave of challengers head-on. More elite students rush in, but the moment they step forward you can feel it. Their numbers are just stalling the inevitable. She charges in and detonates a devastating magical blast. Luxamaria simply vaporizes her enemies, showing off a terrifying, overwhelming power. Luxamaria unleashes a brutal magical barrage, and with a single devastating blast, it wipes out dozens of enemies in an instant. She carves through the battlefield with razor-precise moves, calmly letting out a steady breath as she destroys every opponent in her path. An observer straight up confirms she's perfectly fine, praising her flawless, fully controlled performance like it couldn't possibly go wrong. Totally reminded about the Sword Festival meeting, Luxamaria just waves it off like it's nothing, showing zero urgency. He cinched his boots tight, hoisted his sword onto his back, and threw one last goodbye before charging out the door. He barely got any sleep, buzzing with pure excitement, because today was the Sword King Festival, the day his long-awaited challenge finally arrived. She pushed him to go all out, and he swore he'd spot her the moment the crowd went wild. As he reached the academy gates, he couldn't help wondering, were the senior participants already inside waiting? Inside, his rivals stood tall and fearless, all set to clash, because the real fight was finally about to ignite. The girls lit up the moment he showed up, and right then, boom, today's Sword King Festival was finally ready to kick off. They huddled over the desk, slamming their ideas together into a plan, chaos flying everywhere, but their focus stayed locked on. She saw her name finally light up on the team list, and pure excitement erupted through her like fireworks. The Sword Festival ripped through 3 brutal rounds. Only the truly mentally unbreakable could endure the grind and live. She had the plan nailed down. Grab the first match, then fight like you mean it. Everyone else has to stack up 2 straight wins. They screamed together, bursting with pure energy, already set on winning, no excuses, just determination. Their battle cries slammed through the massive national arena as the tournament was about to kick off. Across the entrance, a squad of legendary swordsmen stood shoulder to shoulder, each one radiating battle-honed power and fearless confidence earned through years of brutal training. The arena crowd swelled as elite competitors flooded in, and every team clutched their registration cards like they were lifelines. Even with all that size, this massive crowd was just a small slice of what came next. The real test was still waiting. Only the top 2 schools in each group earned their way to the next round. He steadied his breath and fought the urge to get swallowed by that crushing, intense atmosphere. The Sword Festival kicked off with a bang, grand formal speeches opening the ceremony in style. With wild, over-the-top drama, the host riled the fighters up and demanded they spill beautiful blood and weep noble tears. Their very first opponent was locked in. Jenner Fei Academy, renowned for brutality even when the matches were just getting started. She steadied the whole team with unshakable confidence because the real threat wasn't raw power at all. It was something darker underneath. The second match kicked off with Chidori Academy squaring off against Jinafei Academy, and the tension between both squads snapped tight in the air. Alan got a blast of support from his team, and the closer the pressure squeezed in, the tighter he braced himself, ready to clash. The rival school's crowd erupted in pure hate, screaming to wipe out the losers and drive them out of the city. Alan's opponent strode into the arena as Garo Yundra, the genius swordsman who had awakened his power back when he was only 10. Alan stood tall while the system read his file out loud. No faction, no special ability, at least not yet. The opposing crowd drowned him in jeers, branding him as a joke among Chidori's chosen fighters. Players but his teammates erupted into cheers, yelling his name like it was a whole wall of support behind him. He smiled because he finally felt it. He wasn't alone anymore, and these weren't just friends, they were allies he could truly trust. Even as the heckling rained down, the opposing seniors clammed up. Something about the whole situation felt dangerously off. Garumact Alan dismissed him outright, sure he posed zero real danger. Alan challenged that belief, insisting sword matches must always be fought with absolute seriousness. Garo seethed with rage, his arrogance getting ripped apart. Then he yanked his sword free like death itself was coming. Coach Alan's energy flared. He was fully locked in to make Garo go down using every ounce of his absolute strength. Garo hesitated. Alan's stance looked way more serious than he'd ever guessed, and it felt stronger than anything he'd prepared for. The announcer slammed the mic and confirmed it. Chidori Academy versus Jinner Fei Academy was finally kicking off right now. At the signal, Alan rocketed forward so fast he smashed the distance in an instant. He hit first, full force and razor accurate, catching his opponent off guard with a tidal wave of momentum. The whole crowd sucked in a breath, while even his allies and his enemies stared with wide eyes at the incoming explosive clash. Elaine's strike ripped through like thunder, and Garou got blasted skyward, slamming down with a brutal, world-shaking impact. Garou got blasted through the air, frozen in shock, unable to even process how one single hit ended him. The arena rang with pure victory. Alan Stuttall's Chidori Academy had just clinched the very first match. The crowd erupted with pride for Alan's raw power, while Garou's humiliating defeat left everyone stunned. Alan's skin went clammy with panic, and he realized he may have totally overplayed his hand by accident. Now everyone's calling Alan the unstoppable dark horse, but he accidentally ignites chaos among his classmates. Nobody saw Alan's win coming. Now everyone's calling him the tournament's dark horse. People kept staring at how much Alan had grown since last year, but his real power still stayed a total mystery. Alan's teammates were blown away by what he pulled off, and while the hype kept rolling, Lirim stood ready, calm, focused, and itching for the next duel. Her opponent was Dante, this hulking wall of a man, built on iron defense and pure intimidation that made you feel small the moment he stepped in. Even with that towering size, Lyra sneered that he was weak, setting the fuse for their clash. The second match kicked off. Liam surged forward first, daring her opponent's arrogance to shut up. She slammed into the attack with blinding speed, stunned the whole crowd, and sent Dante reeling backward. Lirim tore into the fight with a scorching explosive sword style. Bakukuri, Feifei Kika, and chrysanthemum bursts exploding through the chaos. Dante got slammed back as his massive blade weighed him down under the brutal force of Lirim's strikes. She dropped low, screamed her rule no distractions, and sliced clean under his guard. Rilim surges ahead like a storm, smashing her foe with explosive sword strikes that steamroll them with raw speed, relentless grit, and pure force. Her natural muscle control lets her soak up one crushing hit and snap into rapid follow-ups, then glide right into quick, upward attacks. She unleashes Bakenryu's ultimate move, Senrenka, spinning up a ferocious storm of multi-directional sword slashes that tears everything apart. Her opponent crumples to the ground, fully defeated, while Rilim grins like she owns the moment, declaring Thousand Blade Academy's win in front of everyone. Even with critics snapping at her technique, Rilim stands her ground, because she makes it clear that in the end, it's the win that truly matters. The next match gets announced, and Tara steadies herself, her calm, quiet presence cutting through the chaos as everyone else buzzes with excitement. On the battlefield, Lissarlak, the werewolf fighter, stands her ground, barking taunts with blazing confidence as raw power surges through her. She boasts about her sword skills, certain her lightning-fast, tricky movements are impossible to spot. Tyrus calmly steadies her blade, all confidence blazing in every precise, adaptive move, even with that eerie silence. Lissarlak charges in hard, snaps her fox-style technique on, and vanishes into a blur of slashes. Lissarlak unleashes a dazzling 3-hit combo, betting everything on speed and misdirection to drown Terra's before he can react. Her third hidden strike slams straight for Terrace's blind spot, set to end the match with one single blow. Steel screams across the stadium floor, the lights blaze at the exact hit, and for a breath, both fighters are left utterly stunned. Terrace snaps into action, clocking the attack pattern in seconds. The strike is shallow, empty of intent, and way too weak to kill. She smirks with cold disdain, calling out the deception in seconds, even with her eyes still half-lidded. Lissarlak needles Tyrus' reaction, then surges forward like a storm, swinging for a real no-holds-barred finishing blow. But Tyrus counters with lightning speed, smashing her midsection before Lissarlak's blade even gets a chance to hit. Tyrus reigns supreme as Lissarlak crumples to her knees, shattered by the Iramaki K's technique. Tyrus reigns supreme as Lissarlak crumples to her knees, shattered by the Iramaki K's technique. Spectators can't stop praising Terrace for its razor-sharp perception, lightning mobility, and pinpoint precision. Then it blasts out a thrust so powerful it smashes past normal reaction speed. Dawson Blade Academy crushed its way through the first match of Group A, winning 3 straight battles in a row and overpowering everyone like they didn't belong. Alan tore through brutal matches, wiping out his opponents at full speed and climbing straight toward the finals. No real fight to slow him down. The Sword King tournament reaches its final boss. Thousand Blade Academy clashes with Astrology Academy in the decisive last match. The match was moments away. When both teams lined up for that long-awaited final, the crowd exploded with cheers. The judges sent a blunt warning. If you lock in first or second, you'll decide whether your team's headed for heaven or hell in tomorrow's intergroup face-off. After that, Alan's crew understood the danger and swore they'd tear through the fight, because locking down second place was their only shot at surviving. Alan strode forward like he owned the arena, and with that undefeated streak, he wasn't just the tournament's surprise pick. He was the unstoppable dark horse crushing every expectation. His opponent, Sven Rosrick, stepped forward and introduced himself with polished calm, the kind of warrior honed in rare traditional sword arts. They traded respectful bows before the fight, and you could feel it. This was about to be a fair, honorable battle of raw strength. Ziven unleashed his psychic power, one touch, and he ripped open the hidden memories of their most painful past. He threw out a heartfelt apology for barging in, and still couldn't believe Alan took that kind of cruelty, and refused to let it snap his fighting spirit. Alan smiled at Sven and thanked him, completely clueless that their handshake would ignite visions of unbearable torment and demonic suffering. Ven's mind got slammed by gut-wrenching visions, an ugly nightmare world crawling with grotesque monsters and pure agony. Shaking violently, Sven crumpled onto his knees, eyes bulging as those brutal memories slammed into him and left him utterly unable to make sense of it. Terrified out of his mind, Sven sprinted away from Alan, shrieking that a monster was coming, until panic swallowed his thoughts whole. Witnesses froze in disbelief as Sven burst out in shambles, raving like he'd lost control, and chaos clung to everyone he left behind. Ven's teammates stared in shock, because that handshake just proved he'd seen something no human should ever be able to understand. The announcer slammed Alan as the winner by default the moment Sven bolted, leaving their match to get called off. Alan couldn't stop wondering if Sven caught the clock, saw the loop world, and slipped into that brutal realm, because only a handful ever walked out unbroken. Jeering classmates called Alan out, claiming he only got his easy win by pulling tricks, dangling bribes, or backing it up with threats. Even those friendly girls cornered slyly and smirked, asking if he'd pulled dirty tricks, while Alan shot back that he hadn't done a thing. The masked warrior unleashed a dark hypnosis spell, and froze his own ally on the spot with a brutal wave of terrifying magic. Still drained to the bone, Thyrus dropped to his knees, then apologized anyway and struck with total conviction, cutting down his opponent and sealing a nail-biting mid-tier win. Thyrus crumpled with relief, her teammate catching her mid-fall and praising her, hard-won, earned, and truly fought for. Thyrus was too drained to keep going, so he shoved the baton into Shia's hands, knowing her final hit would end it. Shia Arkstria, an elite swordswoman, strode in with razor-sharp poise, swinging in flawless defense like she'd planned every move. Captain Ashankel of Astrology Academy strode into a peaceful battleground, where a calm warrior was tearing through the elusive Cloud Veil style. Ashankel stared at Shia, scratching his head. How could someone so deadly skilled be stuck with nothing but a vice-captain's rank? They traded distant words like sparks in the dark, because losing wasn't on the table, no matter who held the titles or the rank. The duel erupted, Shia and Ashankel surged ahead at once, blades in hand, and a lethal pressure snapped through the whole arena. Ashankel struck first, blasting out twin techniques, Violet Mirage Moon and the Mist of Concealed Sins, until Sheda's vision went haywire. She studied the fog in quiet focus, no poison anywhere, then tightened her stance, ready to strike the deception that was closing in. Ashanka burst out of the clone ambush mist, swallowed by thick, swirling fog and deadly silence. Ashankel praised Shia's lightning-fast reaction, shocked she could block his sudden surprise even from that far away. With the whole battlefield under his command, Ashanko tore into his enemies with non-stop assaults, fog clones flying everywhere while spatial tricks threw them off guard. He raged on and crowned himself the Phantom Fog Demon, setting out to drown Shia in non-stop illusions and punishing strikes. Spectators strained in terror, staring at the fog that swallowed every sight, yet they could feel it. Shia was facing real danger. Shia planted her feet and carved through the mist with relentless strikes, grinding her balance back one step at a time. Feeling Shia's movement stall mid-surge, Ashanka exploded forward and unleashed a sudden finish, Cloud Veil style, Cloud Strike. Ashanka drove through the fog at full speed, that perfect angle in his sights, ready to finish the fight in one shot. But then Shia slipped in behind him mid-attack, snapping the momentum back with surgical precision and total awareness. Shia finally spilled her secret. Her water-based soul gear boosted her fog vision past anything a normal human could ever do. Ashankel swallowed his pride and finally conceded. Shia's control and razor-precise moves had beaten him in every single subtle motion. With the final win sealed tight, Thousand Blade Academy claimed official first place in Group A. The crowd erupted in pure chaos, screaming that this tournament was the golden era, Thousand Blades, reborn. As the team finally stepped off the field, pride surged through them, because their journey was only getting started. Shia swore that tomorrow's matches would yank out even louder cheers, because their incredible performance had only just started. From the stands, a mysterious noble girl watched in silence, her eyes locked on the departing team like she was already hooked. Idra snapped at Sylvia for vanishing, worry clawing at her chest, and told her to warn the others before she just wanders off. Even when the pressure slammed down, their playful teammates kept taunting each other, laughing, fighting, and pushing their pride and unity forward. Sylvia leaned in and asked if they could reshuffle tomorrow's match lineup. She was aiming to flip the order and snag a strategic edge. Alan got launched by something off-screen, And after that long competition, his energy just crumpled fast. Back in the dorm, Alan crumpled onto his bed with a huge smile, thanking Ria for pushing him until today's performance went perfectly. He stretched out with a grin, savoring every second of the day, already dreaming about tearing into even tougher swordsmen tomorrow. Ria returned with warm bathwater, only to find Alan already collapsed on the futon, out cold. She flashed a smile, but the moment she realized people had pegged Alan as the dark horse, unease tightened in her chest. Each fighter sat alone in the quiet, chewing, resting, or getting ready, mentally gearing up for the battles about to explode. As the night stretched on, the main stage of the Sword King Festival finally roared to life. The arena detonated with noise, as the announcer screamed that the legendary Sword King tournament was finally beginning. The stadium floor split open, and two challengers strode into the silent arena, each footstep booming like a countdown in the dark. Young elite swordsmen, handpicked by the kingdom, burst onto the scene, each one packed with raw talent, iron resolve, and a burning ambition to prove themselves. The strongest fighters stepped forward, and every look on their faces screamed one thing: they were ready to rip the Sword King title right out of his hands. With a sudden surge of energy, every fighter snapped into power and locked in, ready to unleash brutal combat. The air buzzed with tension as fighters stared in awe at the Empire's most prestigious swordsmanship festival, and the whole arena felt like it was about to explode. Then Princess Wendy of the Lingard Empire arrived in full royal glory, lighting up the battlefield as she rallied the young swordsmen with her presence. Her arrival stopped everyone in their tracks, spectators and contestants alike, and it made one thing crystal clear: this tournament wasn't just big, it was nationally legendary and packed with elite caliber. The announcer dropped the rules. Round 1 was a lottery, and fate would pick who battles whom. Each box was stacked with the top academies' names. Pulling one name meant you were officially locked in to form the match pairings for the battle. The first draw dropped Chioku Academy into the spotlight, and everyone's jaws hit the floor when they realized they'd shown up for the tournament way earlier than anyone expected. Then Roka Academy just forfeited, and Chioku Academy walked straight into an uncontested win. Everyone in the stands swore Roka burned themselves out in the preliminaries, just like weaker or underprepared teams always do. The announcer made it crystal clear: only Roka had withdrawn, and from here on out, the future matches would go full force with no more automatic wins. Next up, top-tier Ice King Academy clashed with the underdog challenger, Phantom Blade Academy, and everyone knew this one was about to get brutal. As the first match kicked off, the academies that weren't in the lineup were suddenly told to take their seats in the special section. Gamika strode up to Sid with bold confidence, but Sid shot him down coldly, instantly turning the air between them razor tense. A rattled teammate snapped with fury, shouting that Sid pulled off the impossible, unsheathing his sword mid-challenge and stealing the win. Sid of Ice King Academy burst onto the scene like a prodigy swordsman, pure skill in his hands, but raging behavioral problems right behind his eyes. Phantom Blade starter Zardril copied Sid's flawless prelim record to the letter, and instantly the top frontrunners turned their fire into a brutal rivalry. Before the match even began, Zardril flashed a smug grin and declared he'd win, then bragged that his assassination-focused soul technique was all he'd ever need. But before Zardril could even blink, Sid exploded forward and slammed a bone-crushing kick into his shocked face. Spectators stared in pure shock as Ardril's body blasted through the arena like a wrecking ball after the hit. Sid stood tall in victory, declaring that fists suited him better than fancy techniques, then totally dominated, shocking the whole crowd. The announcer slammed the results. Sid's win was an unstoppable one-hit kill nobody has ever seen in tournament history. Even after Sid's win, the rest of Ice King Academy got swarmed, beaten down fast, and crumpled in defeat. Sid slammed his opponent down hard, but even that win couldn't stop his team from falling apart. Tears streamed down her face as his injured teammate apologized. She'd poured her heart into the duel, but she still couldn't win. Their team got knocked out way too soon, and the crowd sat there stunned as Ice King crumpled out of nowhere in round 1. Rival teams erupted in mocking laughter, roasting Ice King Academy's older members for crashing so hard. A Phantom Blade swordsman smirked at Sid and dared him to change sides, praising his power even after he'd been beaten. Sid's fury exploded the moment he heard his comrades get insulted by those rival swordsmen, and it felt like the flames were leaping right out of him. He surged forward on pure instinct, then started hammering the mocker the moment those brutal, demeaning words lit the fuse. An all-out brawl erupted as both fighters slammed into each other, trading crushing punches like pure rage had taken over the ring. Sid tore loose a colossal burst of energy, howling with raw fury like a lone ice wolf gone feral. The Phantom Blade fighter erupted with venomous energy, slashing like a striking serpent with a poison-soaked blade. Sid casually swatted aside the long-range blow with a clean counter, then surged forward like a storm and hit back hard. Their blades slammed together in midair, unleashing a violent burst of power as two brutal warriors tore into each other, fueled by pure, unrelenting rage. The Phantom Fighter taunted Sid, bragging like a champion veteran, and then ordered him to die. Their brutal duel shattered the tournament and turned the arena into pure, screaming chaos. Sid hurled an ice-binding lance, but the Phantom Swordsman snapped back with a crushing dark vortex that swallowed everything. Sid didn't flinch, so the Phantom Warrior snapped back again, unleashing the Snake Wave and hurling monstrous venomous energy at him. Sid shot back with Heavenly Ice, an exploding ice pillar that tore the battlefield apart with sheer magical force. An icy blast slammed into the stage and swept everything away, yet his opponent barely managed to skid out of its path. With pure fury blazing in his eyes, Sid slammed through the wreckage, lining up a ruthless finishing strike. Sid detonated a brutal kick, smashing the enemy to the ground before he could even finish his charge. Big shocked the observers as Sid's speed skyrocketed, his icy aura blazing even harder mid-fight. Sid surged again, blasting out raw power so brutal it made everyone realize his strength was even bigger than they'd ever guessed. The Phantom Blade Fighter got slammed hard, spinning out of control and couldn't survive Sid's relentless barrage. With righteous fury blazing, Sid set up his final move and roared that he was going to get revenge for Ice King Academy humiliating him. The defeated opponent begged for mercy, but Sid's rage drowned out every plea from the crowd. Sid tore into the attack, ice wolves erupted, blasting lethal cold energy in the wild shape of a howling beast. Right before impact, a gravitational technique snapped into action, trapping Sid inside a hidden crushing pressure seal. A magic formation snapped into place and slammed dense barriers around Sid just as he tried to strike again. Together, the sealing spell surged into full force, locking Sid's power tight so nothing irreversible or lethal could ever snap back. The Knights seized Sid on the spot for tournament rule breaking, then slammed him inside a cube of gravity restraints. A bunch of mages battered the cube into place, jeering that he was disgusting as they boxed him in with enchanted spears and shimmering barriers. Sid's rage ignites like a storm. He slams into the cubes and blasts their walls apart with a violent surge of raw power. He strides through the rubble, shrugs off the magic like it's nothing, and vows revenge for being falsely accused. Sid locks eyes with a cold glare and threatens them straight up. He makes it clear he'll kill anyone who dares to provoke him. The Knights just stand there in shock, staring at Sid as his raw power obliterates their magic without mercy. A calm woman steps in and cuts Sid off mid-swing, fixing him with composed authority as she gently but sharply calls out his overreaction. Sid huffs in frustration, then backs off, still obedient, while she calmly presses him with one simple question: why won't he listen? From a distance, everyone watching could only gasp, because even 4 elite knights couldn't hold Sid back from sheer crushing power. Sid gets scolded again while everyone else panics, terrified Rilum could be erased in a single instant. A noblewoman steps in and tells everyone Sid won't get crushed by harsh punishment, because his political ties and powerful allies keep him protected. Even while everything spirals into chaos, officials shout for everyone to stay locked in, because this tournament has to roll forward, no delays. Students traded jokes about who they might face, all hoping they'd dodge the elite monster, Shirayuri Women's Academy. With a grin, one shrugs off the odds and laughs, because in their mind, it's impossible to get paired with Shirayuri. Seconds tick by, then the final result drops, and their team is locked in for the second match against Shirayuri. At Shirayuri Academy, their team bursts onto the scene led by Allied Ace Lily, backed up on both sides by Muscle and Mayhem. Their ranks are packed with undefeated monsters, known for sealing every battle with a flawless 3-win streak. One student steps up with fearless swagger and declares Shirayuri aren't a threat at all, then insults them as unworthy opponents for their school. But the moment he locks eyes with them, especially Adrelix Maria's, Anna slides into his chest like a quiet punch. Next, her calm presence crackles with power. Just standing there, she already screams, "I'm on another level." The referee blows the whistle, everyone snaps into position, and Sid realizes with a jolt that he still can't face Eider yet. Sid spots the tension snap through the teams, everyone's lost and staring. Then Idra strides right up with unstoppable confidence. With a fierce grin, Idra jabs a finger at Sid and boldly declares, "I want to fight you face to face." Sid is left speechless at her request, while Idra stays icy calm, unshaken by all the chaos around her. The arena explodes with shock. Nobody saw it coming when the commanding ace demanded a duel like that. A confident female knight strides forward and dares Alan to duel her on the spot, straight up declaring she wants to face him right now. The duel's news rockets through the crowd, and spectators start buzzing. What's her real play, hidden motives, or a razor-sharp strategy? Even after warnings, she doubles down, says the fight plan is for real, digs in her heels with pure determination and refuses to back down. She can't explain it, but her gut screams at her to take Alan on no matter the cost. Yet another woman goes wide-eyed as Alan's attention keeps escalating, realizing he's nothing like a normal student. Alan lunges at her duel offer without hesitation, his heart pounding, because this rare shot to measure his strength against hers is pure adrenaline. Even with the crowd protesting, she flashes a confident smile, declares the duel over, and makes it clear the rules aren't stopping her. A shocking higher power steps in and backs the duel, out in the open, publicly praising Alan and Idra's insanely exciting fight. The crowd goes wild, and one woman suddenly realizes the whole arena has flipped. Alan's got the advantage now. Lorna leans in and tells her ally, calm as can be, that whatever happens, their victory is locked in for sure. The organizers waste no time and officially accept Idra's sudden challenge, crediting her fearless demand, and thanking Alan for going along with it. To spike the crowd's hype, the duel gets pushed back, and right away, the leaders roll out a fresh opening match packed with symbolism. The next showdown is locked in. Two student council presidents meet face-to-face, Sylvia and Shurkstria. Spectators can't believe it. Two elite noble daughters are about to collide first in this jaw-dropping, high-stakes showdown. Students trade hushed whispers about their ancient noble bloodline, arguing whether they're just close or secretly tied together by blood. Leia, the teacher, suddenly pops back into the room, gets grilled about why she vanished, and everyone's stunned by how the participant order flipped overnight. Leia breaks down the switch, and right after that, Alan rockets into the vice captain's spot, leaving her stunned that he grabbed Idra's full serious attention. She admits Idra is elite, but she insists that getting knocked out early by Alan could actually work in her favor. Sylvia and Shurkstria collide in the arena and trade careful, polite greetings, each one calmly brushing off the other's family power like it doesn't matter. Shurkstria can't hide her admiration for Sylvia. She's genuinely honored to finally clash blades with someone she still looks up to. Sylvia snaps to attention and reminds herself, this isn't just casual sparring, it's a public duel where family names could be lost. She flares her spirit force and blasts out a warning. If she doesn't give it everything, pain will follow. Shurkstria throws down her declaration with fearless confidence, swearing her resolve towers over everyone else. Then the match officially kicks off. Shurkstria calls forth water spirits, and boom, magic surges through her as her blade lifts high, crowned by the Queen of Aqua. Sylvia snaps back with brutal dark vines, and in an instant her true shape blooms. She's the terrifying Queen of Thorns, the Zorn Empress. Shurkstria's blade gleams flawless and see-through, and the crowd can't stop staring at how perfectly she holds her stance. Sylvia snaps into motion and blasts off a thorn bullet, an instant, magic-charged projectile that shoots from her dark vines like a strike out of the shadows. Shurkstria moves like lightning, carving straight through the volley with razor-precise timing and flawless blade control. Even with her defense, a projectile clips Shurkstria's head, just enough to rattle her, and Sylvia snaps, ordering her to deflect it the right way. Shurkstria crouched low, eyes locked on Sylvia, then launched a scorching thorn projectile that shattered her guard in one explosive hit. Sylvia surges forward once more, blasting a fresh storm of thorn bullets at breakneck speed, her resolve rock solid. Shurkstria snaps her hands and summons Aquagarden ***, a roaring wall of water that swells into a huge protective bubble around her. Inside the swirling liquid sphere, Shurkstria braces herself and readies her next move as the defense locks into place around her. Sylvia stares as the arena swallows with water, and it hits her. Shurkstria is warping the battlefield and the defenses at the exact same time. Shurkstria bursts up beside Sylvia, tearing through the water at breakneck speed, and Sylvia barely catches it in time to block. Shurkstria snaps into a lightning-fast sword technique, Swamery, cutting down on Sylvia so fast she can't even react. Sylvia nods and tells Shurkstria, sure, you're agile, but I've already built countermeasures for your kind of graceful moves. Flashback pulls the curtain back on Sylvia's ruthless rivalry. Shurkstria has always been the one stepping forward, talented and victorious since childhood. Sylvia calls down thorny roots from the sky, hovering in place as she zeroes in and unleashes a massive magical blast from midair. Shurkstria gapes in terror as the water she summoned gets instantly gulped down by Sylvia's falling spell. Sylvia shoots thorny vines around Shurkstria's legs, yanking her into a binding zone where she's trapped and can't move. With the thorn dress activated and bind level 1 locked in, Sylvia braces herself and winds up to unleash a straight-up magical strike. Sylvia rockets forward, drops her stance, and launches a mid-air surprise strike meant to catch her opponent off guard. Shurkstria just barely snaps into action, blocking Sylvia's brutal leap with lightning-fast reflexes and precise blade strikes. Sylvia's attack lands with a thunderous hit, slamming Shurkstria backward and dragging her into a desperate retreat. Sylvia's spinning kick snaps in clean, right on target, and the crowd can't stop wondering if this is finally the hit that decides everything. Shurkstria snaps back onto her feet, stunned by Sylvia's blitzing speed and crushing strength, realizing her spirit gear is nothing but straight-up offense. Sylvia grins as she tightens the bind even harder. She's telling everyone she hasn't unleashed her full power yet. Flashbacks hit, and we see her childhood training where Shurkstria always chased Sylvia's kindness and leadership, even when the duel drills got brutal. Sylvia's jaw drops at Shurkstria's words, because she's always seen her as some untouchable rival. Arkstria strides into the arena, laser-focused on stopping Forstria from steamrolling the school's duel rankings. Firstria slams on bind level 2, snapping Arkstria in place with razor-sharp tendrils, then rockets her sword straight forward. Archtree barrels into a brutal duel-style showdown, steel blazing as both fighters slam together in a blinding clash of blades. Archtria slipped out of the strike, spun back like a cyclone, and drove a perfectly clean punch straight into Forstria's open side. Arkstria surges with raw elemental power, then blasts off Aqua Trick, steamrolling Stria's defense with breakneck speed and razor-sharp magic precision. A brutal shockwave blasts between them as Archtree barrels forward and Aquatrick vanishes into a tight, circular counterattack. Foristria bursts out of the smoke and slams in a feral strike that almost blindsides Archstria. Arkstria rockets back into frame, throwing herself in front and snarling through the block as Forstria shrieks, blasting magic into her raging sword style. Foristria rants about fate and revenge, then whips Arkstria down with a brutal, spinning, enhanced vertical slash. In a flashback, Forstria gets cornered, blackmailed, and threatened, until she's forced to hurt Arkstria just to save herself from an even crueler future. Foristria slams her blade down with raw fury, smashing Arkstria's defenses as she's forced to block under crushing pressure. Arkstria's defense shatters. Her body rockets through the air, frozen in shock, and magical burst residue swirls around her like deadly smoke. Foristria slams the final word, insisting that Archstria's feelings and ideals can't ever beat her family's legacy. Bloodied and gasping, Archstria crumples to the ground, but her eyes blaze with a fresh spark of life. With a smug smirk, Arkstria announces that deep down, Forstria never really hated her at all. Friends watch Archstria and Forstria slam into each other, stunned, and wondering if their ferocious rivalry is fueled by something way deeper. Foristria sank into her own thoughts, while Archstria acted childish, honest, but still so tangled and unpredictable that you could never quite read what she was feeling. Archstria's wild unpredictability and honest sincerity make her weirdly magnetic, annoying as hell, but impossible to look away from. Forestria admits it. Archstria's fighting spirit burns so bright, you can't help but spot it, and you definitely can't help but respect her. Even with a fearless smile on her face, Arkstria knows the wounds are still there. She's outmatched, but she refuses to quit. Arkstria lifts her chin, locks onto her friend's faith, and smiles like a promise, refusing to fall not for them and not for what they believe. Forestria rockets forward with terrifying precision, unleashing the Rose style's devastating flower thrust and landing a killing strike. Archstria stays ice calm, eyes racing as she hunts the perfect counter to Forstria's crushing finishing blow. She dodges with razor timing, snapping the attack out of the air, and keeping her cool like a quiet wind that crushes brute force. Foristria stalls in midair, staring in shock as Archstria twists the moment, because something subtle and deadly has just flipped the whole game. Foristria senses something's wrong. Archstria's attacks turn wild and unpredictable, like she's reading every move before it lands. Foristria still remembers that old battle, and when she feels Arkstria's senses now, she realizes the upgrade is massive. Arkstria senses watery elemental traces in her soul gear, and suddenly her combat instincts crank up to full power. With that unfair sensory edge, Arkstria blasts out a furious combo of strikes, and Forstria can't even react. Arkstria crashes in with a brutal strike, eyes locked ahead, and you can feel it. This is the moment everything finally tips. Forestria stumbles back, and before she can even steady herself, Archstria, stands cracked but lightning fast, snatches the opening and launches an aqua blade on the spot. She slams in with Aqua Slash, blasting a cataclysmic wave that rips through the battlefield ahead. Foristria steels herself, but that roaring, swelling wave of magic water crashes in like it's going to drown the world. Trapped and furious, Forstria finally rips open the secret power she'd been praying she'd never have to unleash. Rage and desperation crash through Forstria as she slams on the Thorn Crown, a soul weapon powered by the pain she's driving into her own body. Foristria snaps out the Thorn Whip, an explosive soul strike that rockets straight for Archstria's defenses, violently surging with raw power. She labels it ugly power for a twisted, desperate soul, someone who's finally done holding back. Still reeling from her betrayal, Forstria remembers the moment she turned her back on Archstria's friendship, because protecting her family came first. Archstria rockets through the roaring torrent, powered by pure clarity, ironclad conviction, and unstoppable momentum. Water surges like a raging river as the aqua slash slices through the air, not just as raw power, but as proof that his inner strength won't ever crack. Arcstria, grinning through bruises, declares Sylphia the noblest, most beautiful soul she's ever laid eyes on. She unleashes her last hidden move, Sway Mario Ugi, an ultimate water-style sword technique that cuts through everything. Forestria slams down a magical seal to hold the line, but Archstria's crystal-clear strike cuts straight through its center. After that, Archstria whips out the final slash with pure grace and crushing power, and with one clean strike, every doubt is wiped out instantly. Forestria crumbles to the ground. Her weapon explodes into shards, not from injury, but because her emotions finally break free and the truth clicks. Years ago, a young Archstria showed up shaking with nerves, and Sylphia stepped in to guide her around. Shy as a kitten but dead serious, she blurted out that Archstria, could she please call Sylphia her big sister? Sylphia beamed warmly, and with a quiet nod, their bond ignited on that innocent day. Back in the present, Forestria crumples in defeat as Archstria is crowned the duel's winner. Archstria flashes a triumphant smile, not chasing glory, but savoring the sisterhood they shared and the bond they'll never stop honoring. Shiai crushed her opponent, but the magic war drained her dry, and just moments after the fight, she crumpled to the ground. Cradled in bed, bruised and broken, the girl stared up in pain and wished she'd never gotten herself wiped out. Worse, she dragged shame all over her name. She finally saw the truth. Her fear of failure had turned her into a hollow void, and now she was standing there staring Shea down face first. Even though she lost, this wild calm washed over her, like the weight inside her finally vanished. Tears surged to her eyes as her sincerity finally hit. She didn't mock her or pity her, she showed real respect. Sylvia threw out an apology to her team, but they brushed it off, reassured her, and vowed to keep fighting right on. Shiai leaned in and spoke to Sylvia with real warmth, then walked away with heartfelt gratitude and a promise of a rematch someday. She sprinted back to her teammates, and they bombarded her with praise, then grilled her, making sure she really hadn't been hurt at all. With a sharper, steadier voice, she warned everyone that the final battle against the elite academy swordsmen was about to begin. With their hearts fired up and eyes locked in, the whole group lifted each other's spirits, ready to crush it and win no matter how brutal the odds got. The tournament kicked back off with everyone on edge, because that top-ranked academy got blindsided and lost their very first match. She threw a victory party for the team, but their eyes were locked on Lilim, because they needed her to keep the winning streak alive. Confident footsteps clacked, and then someone snapped, "Lilim's explosive power is the real deal, don't underestimate it." Lilim burst into the arena, overflowing with fire, shouting her resolve as her opponents just smirked like nothing could touch them. Lorna sneered at Lilim's height and looks, then smirked and promised she'd crush her with pure elegance and razor-sharp sword grace. Lorna scoffed at Lilim's look, swore she was taking revenge for what happened to her, and called it a one-sided punishment. Fueled by the taunt, Lilim blared back at them, fists clenched and ready to launch into the next brutal showdown. Lilim charged in like a missile, blasting her explosive burst clay technique to grab the upper hand before the fight even had time to heat up. Lorna sneered at Lilim's magic armor and squared up, ready to smash back with her own flashy soul technique. Lorna hit the stage with pure drama and unleashed her signature move, Siren's Voice ****. It blasted through the arena, blasting magic everywhere and rattling the whole place. Lorna blasted a blinding spell that wrecked Lilim's sight, and she had to snap into action fast while disorienting magic crushed her senses. Lilim clashed back with brutal force, carving straight through the distortion using a whirlwind-style technique that left the crowd in stunned silence. Lorna burst into the chaos mid-battle, threw her name out like a dramatic stage entrance, and thanked everyone like she was performing under concert lights. The crowd blew up with cheers, and suddenly everyone realized Lorna was no side character. She was a wildly popular idol, basically the town's favorite sword dancer. Lilim demanded everyone take it seriously, but Lorna snapped back that this match was her stage, and Lilim was right in the spotlight with her. Suddenly, Lilim's balance snapped. Some weird magic fogged her senses and yanked her stability out from under her. Struggling to keep her mind sharp, Lilim got slammed by surging magic, while Lorna's relentless hype and non-stop commentary rolled over her. While the documentary rolled on, Lorna snapped into song mid-fight, launching attacks as she put on a bizarre idol-themed magic show to throw Lilim completely off. Spotting the opening, Lorna exploded forward with total confidence, snatching Lilim while she was still off guard and lining up the final finishing blow. Lorna snapped into her sword dance technique, darting forward with razor-precise spins, while Lil huddled up, defending herself from every strike. The crowd erupted as Lilim took Lorna's whirlwind assault, fighting tooth and nail to claw back her mental clarity. Rage blazing in her chest, Lilim unleashed her explosive ultimate, burst rain, hurling debris and scorching chaos across the arena. Massive detonations blasted on impact, catching Lorna off guard and blasting her idol outfit with searing flames. Lilim stood there triumphant, and her explosive clay proved it again and again, while the crowd erupted at her brutally unique, earth-shattering style. Lorna snapped with frustration, yet couldn't hide the thrill. Lilium's brutal blast shredded her flashy sword routine to pieces. Lorna slammed her sonic power down, wiping out Lilim's explosions and scrambling the sound waves Lilim needed to weaken her opponents. Lorna fumed and burned up inside, weaving through fire and choking smoke while the power difference crushed her every step. Lilim seized the opening and surged ahead with brutal strength, driving Lorna back into a desperate defensive retreat. Lorna snapped a surprise mid-air slash and soared through the scorching blasts, aiming straight for Lilim's left wide-open side. Laughing at the top of her lungs, Lorna hailed Lilim's reckless bravery, then bolted straight into the blast, until the laced battlefield swallowed them again. Both girls collided hard, trading blow for blow as they yelled out battle plans, determined to keep the crowd's momentum roaring. Lilim fired a laser-accurate blast straight into Lorna's chest, ripping her backward on a surge of raw explosive force. With one final shout, Lilim unleashed her ultimate attack, the overwhelming Burst King Bomb. The moment it hit, a massive explosion tore through everything, so violent it even left Lilim herself completely stunned. Across the arena, the crowd erupted in terrified screams, as the blast detonated into a blazing flash that swallowed everything in its path. Lorna stared in pure horror as Lilim's last explosion fumbled, and slammed straight into her, swallowing her whole in the blast. Lilim's self-destruction sealed Lorna's shocking win, and when the dust settled, she stood there stunned, too confused to even speak. Observers caught the truth. Lorna's unstable ultrasonic wave accidentally backfired and forced Lilim's explosion to burst inward, burning itself out. Lorna's sister bolted over to check on her, standing up for her honor and brushing off every backstage tease. Meanwhile, the crowd burst into laughter, because even when disaster struck, Lilim's wild, chaotic energy still screamed, "That's so her." The next match kicks off. This one's a must-win showdown, right in the middle of the clash, pitting Chidori Academy against Shurayuri Academy. When Terna's lore finally flares up again, right after the tournament gets shut down, her destructive powers snap back to life, and the world starts calling her the Asterisk Angel of Ruin Asterisk. Even though Terna's holding back this year, a storm of doubt still churns. Will she really lock that devastating power away for good or snap and unleash it again? The middle match kicks off. Tariska rockets in, psychic energy blazing, and slams into Terna to pin him down with sheer, crushing force. Caught off guard, Terna snaps her guard up just as Tariska's sudden strike barrels straight at her defenses. Tyrna snaps into action and whips her blade aside, turning the moment into the legendary Valley Winds technique. Spectators watch Tyrna surge forward without stopping, so fast she slipped past every defense like it wasn't even there. Commentators are freaking out. She racks up the win without even firing up her soul gear or using any special enhancements. Even though Tyrna hadn't touched her soul gear all year, the Academy still picked her as their representative. Tirana stands her ground and takes hit after hit. Then she studies each strike in real time, parries with razor-perfect control, and leaves everyone stunned just with her blade alone. Tirana flashes a confident smile and tells her opponent not to stress. She won't touch soul gear at all. Tyra snaps into action, unleashing her technique and weaving psychic thread into the air, something everyone had mocked as puny and useless until now. Spectators watch her weave thread with spirit power, but the limits of what she can grab keep her from going all out. So the thread slams into the ground, cracking stone wide open, and that tiny-looking line proves it's ridiculously strong. Tyrus zeroes in on the freshly repaired floor, spots the structural weak point, and cranks up the full destructive power of her thread. Tyrus charges in like a hurricane, screaming that she'll use every dirty trick in the book if it means winning. Their swords slam together point first on Tyrus' psychic thread, and Tyrina held her ground with laser-sharp timing and a perfectly controlled stance. Tyrina slips out of the danger with pure elegance, swapping her grip mid-move and unleashing a sharp strike while she's still spinning, thanks to her secret dance technique. Still haunted by the soul gear accident that wrecked her life, Tyrna finally admits she's been terrified of its power ever since. Tyrus lunges in the middle of her confession and rage flashes. This frustrating land won't let power burst out, the same power she'd unleash without even thinking. Tyrus twists her thread in midair, yanking her stretched arm back into position so she can roar back into a proper fighting stance. She lunges back in again, all momentum and fury, driving Terrana away with blistering speed and razor-sharp spirit gear technique. Tyrus hits the ground hard, battered and bruised but grinning wide. He gave everything he had to chase an honorable showdown. Tyrna finally admits she's terrified of tactics this brutal, wondering how anyone else can stand it with that kind of fearless resolve. Tyrus blurts that she hates pain, yet somehow winning the sword festival still steals her dreams too, just like everyone else. Tyrna locks into a silent stare, her chest tight with emotion, watching Tyrus' rock-solid resolve as he charges forward without fear. She replays her hesitation in her head, realizing Tyrus never once backed away. He charges straight into the pain and fears head-on. Both girls crash straight into each other for one last, brutal head-on clash, steel screaming, spirits roaring, and nothing but total intent. Tyrna sweeps forward on her own, stunning everyone in her path, fueled by a brand-new determination she'd never shown until now. She finally snaps, half measures won't cut it. Tyrna throws everything she's got into the fight, no limits left, no holding back. Tyrna slams on her full soul gear, unleashing a catastrophic roar as she vows to crush the weakness hiding inside her. Terrified to her bones, she steels herself to guard the people she loves and carry her academy's pride into battle. She tears open the sky with Apocalypse Aria, an ultimate strike so brutal she's ready to turn into a full-on monster if it means taking them down. A blinding explosion rips through the arena, blasting the audience and officials alike with shockwaves so violent they can barely comprehend it. Spectators go stone still, stunned by the power that explodes out of nowhere. No one thought this terrifying transformation would come with such iron resolve. Tyrna lets out a shaking breath, drained to the bone as her soul gear retracts, and a plume of smoke climbs from the wreckage. She surveys the wrecked battlefield and slams her verdict, match over, while Tyrus lies still, swallowed by debris. Tyrna grins through the pain, murmuring with pure joy, because she just kept her promise to her sister and to herself. Suddenly, Tyrus surges back to her feet, bruised, trembling, but unbroken, sword held high even as her injuries scream. Tyrna goes rigid with shock. Tyrus is still standing, defiant, like he refuses to go down even after taking her ultimate attack. Tyrus threw herself behind scattered rubble to block the blast, but when it was over, her body went limp and she couldn't move anymore. With defeat crushing him, Tyrus drops hard and collapses flat as the announcer roars. Tyrna is declared the winner of that brutal duel. Rione's teammate erupted in a cheer as shock hit everyone. She'd finally faced her fear and powered up the soul gear. And with this win declared a must, the leaders hand the torch to the rest of the team, saying, "Now we trust you to carry us into the next stage of the tournament." A mysterious girl stands locked in place, eyes glued to the brutal showdown, and inspiration hits her like lightning. A fresh challenger feels a dark presence in the air. Then an unknown swordsman catches her curiosity, and she instantly braces to take him on. Tyrus lies in the infirmary while her classmates rush in to check on her, grateful she made it through the battle. Tyrus and Tyrna's duel ignites the next team. Every one of them fights their hearts out for their academy. Those upperclassmen memories, packed with passion and sacrifice, spark a fierce determination, like they're still fighting to protect the sword festival they refused to lose. At first he chased raw power, but now every step he takes drags legacy behind him, and responsibility crushes into his bones. Chosen as the academy's rep, he swears he'll crush the divine-ranked prodigy in a head-on battle. The academy team keeps getting wrecked, so all hope now hangs on Alan, while the vice president is nowhere to be seen, and that silence feels deadly. Even after the vice president vanishes, they refuse to give up. They hang on to one last hope. Sabas comes back before the final battle. They decide to drag out the match, stalling hard and praying the vice president miraculously comes back in time. Suspicion starts to swarm around Alan's every move, and his teammates can't shake the feeling that he's got secrets tucked away, like he's hiding something big before every single important fight. Alan steps into the arena, once a nobody, now totally untouchable, lauded as the dark horse everyone can't ignore. A young sword prodigy, already worshipped for her killer techniques, steps into the tournament arena, ready to prove she's the real deal. Alan Rodal, the vice commander of Thousand Blade Academy, strides in with fearless confidence, ready to finally square off with the opponent he's been waiting for. Maria from Shirayuri Academy strides in with royal confidence, ready to take Alan head on the moment she steps into the ring. They hook up under a roar of cheers, and before Alan can even breathe, Maria barrels in, locks eyes with him, and the tension spikes instantly. When Maria stared at Alan's hardened hands, the way he trained hit him like a shock, and her curiosity just bulldozed straight through his composure. Alan lays out his daily training routine, and Maria can't stop herself. She repeats the strange word like she's testing the taste of it, while she keeps gripping his rough hands. Maria shyly pushes for answers about his training, but the crowd roars at her to back off, right now. With a wicked smile, Maria blasts her energy. She decides firsthand is the only way, no questions asked. Maria beamed, took the call to position without a second thought, and Alan just stared, totally thrown off, but kinda amused by how weirdly playful she was. With both charged up and fully ready, the long-awaited duel between the vice commander finally erupts in the arena. Maria takes an uncanny stance, and Alan's stomach drops as her balance wobbles wrong and her sword posture feels completely unfamiliar. In the blink of an eye, Maria closes the gap and her insane speed smashes into Alan just as he's mid-draw, leaving him totally blindsided. Alan shoots her attacks aside on instinct, and steel erupts, blades crashing fast as Maria drills him with relentless, razor-precise blows. Maria's assault doesn't let up. Her pressure keeps climbing, and Alan has no choice but to stay razor-sharp and adapt on the fly. Alan spots a rare opening, slashes through her rhythm, and with a sudden counterattack, nearly throws her off balance in one breath. Maria fires her second strike at blinding speed, and Alan has to scramble to defend while he figures out her rhythm. Her reaction speed floors Alan. She stares at him like he's a beast, and the excitement in her eyes keeps surging higher. Maria whips out a second sword, and suddenly she's dual-wielding, while Alan feels an ominous, crushing power hiding in her stance. Alan clocks Maria's shaky, awkward moves. They're a mask, and once she shifts, her real sword style finally bursts through. They launch into a full-on sprint, both itching to see exactly how far their blades can bite. Maria launches a blazing combo, yanking Alan's weapon away and blasting shockwaves through the arena. Alan slams his blade up just in time, stopping her vicious thrust as steel crashes together in a blinding roar. Maria snaps her lightning-based style, Reime Ryu, then rockets forward with a blazing defensive dash. She fires off her ultimate technique, and Alan slams back with a brutal 8-blade formation to stop it cold. Alan snaps back with Yatagarasu, unleashing a brutal technique that detonates into a roaring storm of energy. Alan and Maria lock onto each other, eyes huge and trembling, stunned by the explosive wreckage left after their last clash. Spectators stare in disbelief, stunned that Alan can hold his ground, trading blows evenly despite Maria's brutal, unstoppable sword skill. In the infirmary, the observers clock Maria's rare attention on Alan, and they can't stop wondering how he's got that unmatched technique. Unique Maria gives a quiet, knowing smile, replaying that strange look on Alan's face during the fight. People can't stop talking about Alan's skyrocketing power, and the big question hangs in the air. What happens the moment his soul armor finally wakes up? Alan drops a secret technique and rips the world apart. His slash crashes into the ground so hard it pulverizes everything. Maria fires back with her own massive energy strike, and their devastating techniques smash together in midair. She whips into quick spins to slap away each incoming burst of energy, matching Alan's stride for stride as he cranks up the pressure with pure intent. And Alan drops Don Kaizen, his brutal fifth blade art, slicing straight through her defenses without mercy. Maria realizes she can't stop it, so panic erupts as that crushing attack drops straight toward her. Alan drives a brutal strike through the air, and Maria gets launched midair as a violent shockwave detonates around them. Alan tries to push through, but Maria plants a smart trap and snaps back with deadly precision. Her weapon snaps right in the middle of the block. Both fighters freeze for a split second, stunned by the sudden turn. Narration swears Alan's blade should have connected, but Maria snapped up a last-second counter and clawed the fight back before it could end. Maria lets out a calm compliment to Alan's strength, admitting straight up that the duel could have swung a totally different way if luck hadn't been on his side. Mark and Maria admit Alan blew past every expectation, and even now people still remember how badly they underestimated him back in the tournament's early rounds. A crushing darkness raged inside Alan, while Maria got absolutely rattled. Pure, primal terror hit her so hard her whole world started shaking. For the very first time, Maria's heart ignites with pure thrill, and she finally decides to go all out against Alan. With excitement blazing in her chest, Maria unleashes her true power and summons the deadliest spiritual technique she has. Her weapon crackles with divine power, and you just know her full-strength final move is about to explode into the world. Maria unleashes her ultimate technique, and divine lightning crackles across her twin blades as pure rage-driven resolve takes over. Never a hint of gloom. With a cocky grin, she surges forward, and pure energy whirls through the arena like a storm. Alan stares, mouth agape, as she transforms, and right as the match barrels toward its make-or-break moment, everything changes. Maria blasts out a technique charged with 200 million volts, and lightning tears open the battlefield. Alan snaps to the truth. She's inherited thunder itself, but he's left guessing what power Maria really wields. Alan went stone still as the enemy surged ahead, wings blazing, then slammed into him, whoosh, launching him backward in an instant. Before he could even catch his breath, a brutal kick slammed into his chest and blasted the air out of him in one violent hit. Alan lunged to counter, but another savage strike crashed into him, his sword barely managing to block the full hit. Alan shot to the throne, stared down with eyes blazing wide as his opponent tightened up for yet another hit. The enemy unleashed a thunderous lightning blast, surging forward at impossible speed and shattering the distance in the blink of an eye. The enemy slammed forward again and unleashed a razor-long slash from a distance, forcing Alan to snap up his guard in a split-second defense. Alan froze in disbelief when his opponent snapped a secret move, Rimmeryu, the Thunder Howl style, then it blasted into action instantly. A thunderclap ripped through the air. Alan staggered hard as the enemy snapped back into control and charged for a finishing strike. Both swordsmen slammed into each other with terrifying force, thunder cracking in the air as their blades locked, and in a heartbeat the tide of momentum flipped. Alan fought to strike back, but the enemy's long weapon kept it just out of reach, turning every close-range counterattack into a near impossibility. Alan fought tooth and nail against the non-stop spear rain, but the electrical pressure kept yanking his footing out from under him. With raw power exploding, the enemy unleashed a nightmare technique, trapping lightning birds forged from a brutal 500 million volts. Alan shot his gaze upward as lightning birds flapped across the sky, ready to unleash a storm that would rain destruction on everything below. Shattered from those brutal beatings, Alan froze. But then lightning screamed down with no mercy, wiping the entire field out in one single instant. Right then, the enemy lifted both weapons, roaring to life with 700 million volts and tearing the earth apart in a burst of divine rage. Lightning energy surged and snapped into form, revealing a colossal summon beast, a towering, ghostly white whale. Alan sprinted as the whale surged ahead, its jaws gaping wide, but its moves crawled slower than he'd feared. A sudden feint from the enemy yanked Alan's attention away, and the next second he slammed through the floor with an explosive crack. Lightning birds rained down from above, merciless and brutal, while Alan stood there frozen, watching his ally take a direct hit and get obliterated. Even in the chaos, the enemy snapped forward again with a spear poised, blasting Alan backward under pure crushing pressure. A colossal blast erupted above Alan as the summoned beast charged up for its final devastating surge. The enemy flipped into diffusion mode, blasting lightning out in every direction. Alan braced as the surge gobbled the whole field. The blast detonated with brutal force, and a blinding surge of electricity tore across the arena like lightning itself had gone wild. Pinned in terror, the girls erupted into screams, shouting Alan's name, because that massive blast felt like it could have erased him in an instant. At last, when the lights dimmed, Alan rose straight up, injured but still victorious, then bowed his thanks to his opponent for the fight. Alan stood amid shattered rubble, barely catching his breath as the air turned heavy and pressed on his shaking body. Even while pain screamed through him, Alan still spoke with iron resolve. He refused to fall, carrying the mission his upperclassmen had placed in his hands. The opponent grilled him about his motive, but Alan stood his ground. He knew he had to find out what his real power could do. She told him to quit, but Alan's glare turned razor-sharp. He refused to surrender, and he refused to die. Memories of his comrades slammed into his heart. Every one of them who believed in him, trained beside him, and drilled into him how to stand tall. The enemy finally admitted Alan's power didn't come from his body or his blade, but from that unshakable will that refused to break. With one brutal charge, she hurled a wrecking lightning bolt straight at her, tearing the ground apart between them. Time's ticking, she roared her next move. Reimaru and Tenrai unleashed a technique built to crush Alan's spirit completely. Alan poured every last drop of power into his spirit energy, going all in and risking it all for one final shot. With a primal scream ripping out of his throat, Alan swung back with everything he had, pouring every last ounce of strength into his counterattack. The enemy got totally blindsided when Alan's explosive counterattack shattered her last line of defense. Shock rippled through the crowd as Alan stood blazing with nerve, blade lifted high, his resolve stronger than it had ever been. The demon split in two as the girl stared in horror at Alan's ruthless, death-dealing power. Alan stood rock-steady as darkness spiraled around him, and the crowd instantly froze, staring in pure, breathless terror. From a distance, everyone finally saw it. Alan had mastered the darkness and shut off every last drop of pain. Across the arena, a girl snapped her soul armor to life, while Alan braced himself for a brutal counterattack. Even with her defense up, Alan's dark blade slammed through with a brutal strike, and the whole fight snapped back the moment it hit. At last, Alan's dark wave slammed in again, blasting the armored girl flying backward with a crushing, explosive Udea air. She slammed into the wall, and scorching streaks fanned out behind her as her legs gave out completely. Even with her guard up, the hit slammed into her stance, shattering her footing and blasting clean through her resistance. Weapons, she demanded answers, then Alan stayed cool and explained the soul. Armament's power didn't scare him one bit. With a grin that dared the world, Alan declared that his mastery of darkness had blown past even their wildest expectations. Pain didn't stop her. She grinned anyway, stunned that Alan had driven her this far into sheer desperation. With a snap of will, she unleashed her full power, electric energy blasting out in violent surges as a deadly 50 million volt lightning form consumed everything. Alan watched her regeneration in silence, clocking her soul armament, and realizing it just gave her a brutal boost in speed and stamina. Fresh rage flared in her chest as she lunged back in, blasting another deadly 50 million volt strike point blank. Rachel screamed and blasted the air with a storm of electric birds, smashing straight into Alan's dark aura. Alan's suffocating darkness swallowed her electric birds, wiping out her signature attack the second his overwhelming power slammed into her. She unleashed another brutal lightning technique, stacking attack after attack to crush Alan's defenses all at once. Undeterred, Alan pushed forward with iron composure, her relentless assault slamming against him as he shoved her back, then stayed in full control of the arena. Air weapons detonated against each other with brutal force, and energy ripped through the battlefield as both fighters clawed for control. Alan and the girl slammed into each other with unstoppable force, rattling the ground and blasting shockwaves across the battlefield. Alan burst forward and slammed her with everything he had, rocketing the girl backward across the arena. Spectators stared in stunned silence as Alan flipped the whole battlefield around. His crushing darkness swallowed everything in its path. One girl shook all over, unable to stand there as Alan's massive power swelled past anything they could even understand. Observers finally saw the truth. Alan's darkness wasn't just a look. It surged from his soul, fueled by his armament, and it gave him terrifying power with a relentless, unstoppable advance. Ravenous for blood and death, Alan slammed down with a monstrous 70 million volt lightning strike. Relentless, brutal, and merciless. Witnesses said Alan's power surge tore through his soul, his armament blossomed as awareness, and for a moment his consciousness vanished. One girl was terrified that he'd never slip back into his kind, gentle self again. She shook violently, scared it would never end. Alan's dark energy roared higher and higher as he lined up his brutal 70 million volt lightning whale blast. The girl hurled out her diffusion attacks, praying she'd walk through Alan's non-stop electric onslaught without a scratch. Alan surged ahead like a freight train, slamming through with unstoppable force and blasting the arena floor into wreckage, wave after wave of shock ripping outward. Alan and the girl traded brutal hits, and right when the pressure eased, they both caught a split-second edge before it vanished. Alan felt the danger closing in as he geared up for the final showdown against Idra's relentless assault. He wrestled with the clock, knowing the fight's fate hung on how fast he could move, and how deeply he could unleash his dark mastery. The girl felt the dark energy slacken, and that evil pressure started to fade slowly at first but unmistakably. Alan slammed out his ultimate move. Predator came out on top, blasting through for 100 million with a volt strike that obliterated everything in one brutal surge. Alan screamed at the top of his lungs as his dark power blasted higher and higher, ripping past anything anyone had ever seen. The girl stormed in with one more brutal strike, smashing head-on into Alan with violent force as sparks and bursts of energy erupted all around them. Alan unleashed his dark energy to the max, hunting her down and ready to pounce on every single opening. Alan practically burst with excitement. He yelled that the fight was finally worth it, then surged forward with unstoppable grit. Both fighters crashed into each other and went at it with savage force, their strikes locked together in a brutal, no-holds-barred clash. Spectators couldn't keep up with Alan's attack blitz, their eyes scrambling to track his crushing speed. One girl snapped at the other to stay locked in, demanding she stare at Alan with clear, steady eyes. Alan's face lit up with pure joy as he dove back into swordsmanship, with the exact same burning passion as always. The two girls sat there, clocking every bit of Alan's kindness, and that stubborn spark in him, knowing he'd never once betray the people he let close. One girl blurted out that Alan never stands up for himself. He fights for everyone else, and it leaves him utterly drained. One girl realized Alan never lets power swallow him. He stays true to who he is every single time. With tears in her eyes, the author swore she'd stop Alan herself if the darkness ever swallowed him. Idra was wiped out, bracing herself with her weapons as her lightning output stuttered, battle stretching on and draining her. Both fighters slammed their strongest attacks down at the exact same moment, ready to end this battle for good. Alan lunged forward with iron resolve, shouting that the fight was over as their decisive clash rattled the arena to the core. Alan detonated his sixth blade technique, unleashing a bone-crushing strike that ripped through the battlefield with pure, raging fury. Idra ripped out her ultimate, **100 million volt Emperor's Roar **, and slammed it into the air, whipping up a massive lightning vortex. Their brutal collision rocked the whole arena, walls crashed down, and spectators bolted in pure terror. Spectators threw their hands over their mouths, panicking as they begged for answers about Alan's condition, while the fight still hung in the air with no ending in sight. A massive crater ripped open the battlefield, And when the smoke finally cleared, both fighters staggered, badly wounded but still clinging to life and standing. Alan's spirit energy drained out and left him reeling. And Idra wasn't holding steady either. She was fighting to keep her strength from slipping away. Even with exhaustion crushing her, Idra shoved her last power into a terrifying transformation, remolding her weapon in a crackling surge of lightning. Idra unveiled her ultimate weapon, and then the lightning sword that Indra forged sparked to life, ready to unleash a last desperate strike.